Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
1. Transmigration, Manga, and a Girl. In May, Tokyo felt like a giant steam bath, the afternoon sun turning the pavement into shimmering waves. During lunch break, groups of students huddled together in their classrooms, excitedly discussing the latest anime and manga. Did you guys read the newest issue of Aqua Shadow? The protagonist is insanely handsome. Yeah, but that is mostly because the artist, Ban Kazuto, has incredible drawing skills. The story is just okay. If we are talking about art style, Hayama Riku is still my favorite. He used to struggle a lot and his plotting was terrible. But his collaboration with Aizawa Yuki on Earth Core Chronicles was amazing. Rei Kirishima listened to his classmates chatting about the newest issue of Weekly Monogatari, one of Japan's best-selling manga magazines. But their excitement did not move him at all. As one of the top 10 weekly manga magazines in the country, Weekly Monogatari sold more than 10 million copies every week. Most series published in it eventually received anime adaptations, novels, stage plays or even film versions. However, to Rei, who remembered masterpieces from his previous life, these stories felt bland and uninspiring. They were not bad enough to hate, yet not good enough to enjoy. After consuming countless exceptional works, his standards were far higher than those of ordinary fans. Rei slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed up to the rooftop of the first-year building. He was not planning anything dramatic. It was simply too disruptive to draw manga inside the classroom. The constant sound of his pen and paper would be distracting for everyone. He did not care if his classmates knew he drew manga. But if one of them reported him to the homeroom teacher, that would be a headache he did not want. From his backpack, Rei took out the nearly finished draft of his manga. 5 centimeters per second. Rei had died suddenly from overwork in his previous life. The good news was that he had transmigrated. The bad news was that his memories were returning slowly, piece by piece. At first, he thought transmigration would be easy. He had been a hardcore anime fan before, so his idea was simple. Recreate classics like Dragon Ball, Naruto, Yu-Gi-Oh! Work hard for 3 years and live comfortably for the rest of his life. Reality was not so kind. He remembered that those famous titles existed but could not recall their full stories. Only scattered fragments remained. He remembered Dragon Ball as a tale about a monkey-like boy searching for glowing orbs. He remembered One Piece as the journey of a boy who wanted to become the Pirate King. But the meaning behind these goals was gone. Why chase the orbs? Why become the Pirate King? He could not remember. He had no way to reconstruct a complete story out of broken memories. Still, his mind was slowly recovering. Rei looked at the draft of 5 centimeters per second in his hands. He would not have dreamt so vividly of watching that movie a month ago, sobbing uncontrollably as if he were reliving it, if his memories were not coming back. In this world, Rei's parents had died in a car accident a few months earlier. Yet Rei wasn't homeless. Rei's parents had left him a small, old 3-room apartment on the outskirts of Tokyo, worth about 100 million yen. However, because the accident had been severe and their insurance coverage was minimal, his father had left behind more than 200 million yen in debt. For now, Rei was living in the apartment, but he had no idea when the court would issue a ruling that might force him out. His parents' savings were frozen, and his daily expenses came from the 10 to 20,000 yen the original Rei had saved over the years from pocket money and New Year's gifts. He had always been frugal, but even this would not last long. It was a brutal beginning. If not for that, Rei would not have rushed to draw a manga and prepare it for submission as soon as he remembered the plot of 5 centimeters per second last month. Reality did not allow him the luxury of living like an ordinary high school student. Rei let out a quiet sigh. He picked up his pens and tools, arranged them neatly on the rooftop table and began working on the final pages of his manga. When he found this rooftop last month, a set of abandoned desks and chairs happened to be here. It was as if someone had prepared a private studio for him. It was peaceful here. No noise. No interruptions. 5 centimeters per second, the debut film of Makoto Shinkai, one of the most beloved animation directors of his previous life, had originally been adapted from a 3-part manga, Cherry Blossom, Astronauts and 5 centimeters per second. Although it was not Shinkai's most famous or profitable work, Ray had always felt a deep connection to it. It was not Your Name that stayed etched in his heart. It was this quiet, gentle, painful story that he rewatched every year. In his previous life, Ray had been a struggling manga artist and illustrator. With limited tools now, drawing entirely by hand had been difficult at first. But after 2 months in this world, he had slowly adapted. In this version of Japan, the internet was only beginning to rise, but print manga magazines were thriving more than ever. The animation industry was booming, and the status and income of popular manga artists were unbelievably high. In Ray's past life, even the most successful weekly manga magazine in Japan, Weekly Jump, had peaked at around 6 million copies per issue during the height of Dragon Ball. Here, the industry's peak could easily surpass 20 million copies, and the trend was still climbing. Television stations broadcast anime adaptations every afternoon. On the streets of Tokyo, retro electronic music played softly from cafes, mixing a sense of nostalgia with the city's fast-paced energy. The number of teenagers was also reaching a historical peak. If nothing unexpected happened, the next decade would be the golden age of anime. Despite these thoughts, Ray continued drawing swiftly. His hands did not slow for even a moment. After regaining the memories of 5 centimeters per second, Ray noticed something strange. His mind felt far sharper than it had in his past life. Perhaps it was the fusion of 2 souls. His concentration was extraordinary. He could picture scenes vividly just by closing his eyes. He could rotate the angles, shift the lighting, even adjust the mood of the shot as if editing a mental movie. It was as if his brain had a processor and graphics card far more powerful than the average person. Once he recalled the plot, everything came together effortlessly: storyboards, panel composition, character expressions, background layout, line dialogue. All of it assembled naturally in his mind before he even touched the page. Because of this, he barely needed to draft storyboards. His drawing speed was extremely fast and his error rate was surprisingly low. The only reason it still took him a full month to complete the 100-page manga adaptation of 5 centimeters per second was because he had spent most of his time adjusting to the feel of hand-drawn work in this new world. Ray's lunch break passed in a flash as he continued drawing. Even though the rooftop had a bit of shade under the overhanging eaves, sweat still gathered at the back of his neck. A small breeze drifted across the rooftop, carrying a cool touch that eased the heat down his spine. "Here, wipe your sweat. It would be a shame if a drop fell on your original pages." "Ah, thank you." Ray reached out absent-mindedly, took the tissue, and wiped his neck and nose. Then he froze. "Wait, who are you?" He was certain he had been alone on the rooftop. So who had just handed him a tissue? Ray turned his head. A girl stood beside him, strands of her hair fluttering gently in the breeze. She had delicate features, calm eyes that reflected the sunlight and a faint smile on her lips. Her gaze lingered on Ray and the manga pages spread in front of him. "You are Mayu Yukishiro from Class 1? Ray asked. "You actually know me?" "Ray Kirishima." Mayu replied, surprised. "Of course I know you. You're pretty well known in our year. But wait, how do you know my name?" "Oh, I saw you drawing up here last month," Mayu said lightly. "I got curious and looked into it afterward." She stretched her arms a little, closed her eyes and let the rooftop breeze brush against her face before turning her attention back to his manuscript. The title on the first page read, 5 centimeters per second. "I don't remember seeing you up here last month." Ray murmured. "You were completely absorbed in your drawing. I stood behind you for half an hour and you never noticed." Mayu laughed softly. "And 2 weeks ago. And last week. And 3 days ago. And today. I watched you 5 times in total, and not once did you notice me." Mayu tilted her head playfully. "Your concentration is incredible. If I hadn't seen your sweat about to fall onto the page, I probably wouldn't have said anything today." Ray stiffened slightly. A hint of unease flickered through him. Thankfully, he hadn't muttered anything strange during his drawing sessions that would expose him as someone from another world. "Is this stalking?" "Stalking?" Mayu repeated with a soft smile, her expression gentle. Rei, that sounds harsh. Why do you think a set of desks and chairs ended up on this rooftop? Did they fall from the sky? She opened her school bag and pulled out a stack of blank manga paper and several professional-grade pens. This school has more than 4,000 students. Do you really think you are the only one who wants to draw manga? And the only one who thinks the rooftop is the perfect place to do it during lunch break? Before you came here last month, I was the one sitting in these chairs drawing. She let out a small sigh, though her tone remained friendly. I am not angry. I just wanted to tell you the truth. Rei blinked, stunned at first. After thinking for a moment, his expression turned slightly awkward. Sorry. You could have told me earlier. Well, Mayu said with a tiny smile, when I saw someone else drawing manga at school, and doing it so seriously, I didn't want to bother them. I know how much I hate being interrupted while drawing. Besides, I thought maybe you were just using the rooftop once or twice. Rei finally understood. Last month, he had unknowingly taken over someone else's drawing spot. Mayu probably thought he would lose interest and not come back. But he kept coming. A week later, he was still there. 2 weeks later, still there. Even today, still there. Mayu stepped forward and held out her hand. Anyway, let's officially introduce ourselves. I'm Mayu Yukishiro. I am a professional manga artist, and also a part-time high school student. 2. Proposal and the Sakura Iroh Weekly. A professional manga artist, part-time high school student. Rei stared at Mayu's outstretched hand, unsure what expression he should be making. But since she clearly did not mind his reaction, he gently reached out and shook her hand. Rei Kirishima. But Mayu, you said you're a professional manga artist. You mean? Rei hesitated. You actually have work serialized in a magazine. You catch on quickly. A soft, modest smile appeared on Mayu's face, as if she had been waiting for him to reach that conclusion. I debuted in Sakura Iroh Weekly when I was 13. So far, I have published 2 short works and 1 mid-length series. The manga I am currently serializing in Sakura Iroh Weekly, which is ranked 3rd in popularity, is titled Lament. Lament. Although he knew of Sakura Iroh Weekly, it was not one of the famous giant magazines. In this world, the Japanese manga market was massive. There were 6 major publishing groups that each produced a weekly magazine selling over 10 million copies nationwide. But aside from these giants, there were countless second-tier, third-tier and even fourth-tier magazines with circulations ranging from tens of thousands to several hundred thousand. Sakura Iroh Weekly was a well-known regional magazine under the Hashimori Publishing Group, which also owned one of the 6 major flagship magazines. Of course, it was nowhere near the level of the flagship magazine compared to his previous life publishing houses. It was a third-tier magazine where signed artists who were not yet ready for prime serialization could publish their work. That might sound unimpressive. But in reality, getting serialized even in a small or mid-level magazine already placed someone far above ordinary hobbyist artists. Just like how a national soccer team could still effortlessly defeat a casual player, no matter how people complained about it. And considering Mayu's age, 15 years old, with 3 serialized works, she could only be described as a prodigy. Even legendary creators like Oda and Kishimoto had not achieved anything like that at her age. Oh, that's really impressive, Rei admitted. Mayu's eyes narrowed slightly. She could tell immediately that Rei did not genuinely recognize Lament. He only knew the name Sakura Iroh Weekly. It made sense. Sakura Iroh Weekly had a circulation of only a few 100,000, and its main audience was shoujo readers. There was no reason for an average first-year boy who preferred mainstream series to have read it. It was reasonable, it was normal. And yet, she felt a small sting of disappointment. No one at school knew she was a published manga artist. She could not bring herself to talk about her work with ordinary readers who knew nothing about the struggles of creation, yet freely criticized art and story as if it were nothing. Today, she had opened up, revealing her secret to Rei because he was clearly not the type to treat manga lightly. He was serious, skilled and dedicated. And yet, he did not know her work. Suppressing that little ache in her chest, Mayu suddenly had an idea. 5 centimeters per second, a romance manga. Rei already had more than 100 pages done. Maybe. Rei, your manga, it looks like you have a lot of pages already, she said. Yes. Over 100. At this pace, I should finish in 2 or 3 days, Ray answered. Have you thought about submitting it for publication? Mayu asked with a gentle smile. Of course I have. Ray exhaled. I'm not even aiming for the big 6 magazines. They won't take a newcomer like me. But the smaller magazines. He scratched his cheek. I honestly have no idea which one to choose. People often believed newcomers suddenly appeared in big national magazines like Weekly Monogatari, but Ray knew better. Those so-called complete newcomers were rarely real beginners. Most had debuted under different pen names years earlier, won newcomer contests, published short works in small magazines and built up connections with editors before finally getting a chance to serialize under a new name in a top magazine. Even Oda, who began One Piece at 22, had already won second place in the Tezuka Award at 17. He spent the next 5 years drawing short pieces, improving his craft and earning recognition. No one simply created a masterpiece out of nowhere. It was the same in this world. No matter how good Ray's manuscript was, the odds were against a true unknown. Editors might not even bother opening a submission from someone without a track record. And even if they read it, the editorial board would likely reject it during the serialization meeting. If Ray wanted to reach the top 6 magazines someday, he first needed to build experience and reputation by publishing in second, third, or even fourth-tier magazines. He needed industry connections before he had any realistic chance of getting into a flagship publication. So if the big 6 were off the table, Ray's realistic options were the hundreds of lower-tier magazines scattered across the market. But Ray had a problem. He knew none of the editors. He was a student, so visiting different editorial offices in person was troublesome. And waiting weeks for rejection letters would waste precious time. He had been stuck on this decision for days. How about this? Mayu said with a gentle smile. Why not send your manuscript to my editor? Maybe you could serialize it in Sakura Iroh Weekly like me. Sakura Iroh Weekly, isn't that a shoujo magazine? Ray said, freezing. That's a stereotype. Who decided that Sakura Iroh Weekly is exclusively for shoujo? Mayu laughed. It is more accurate to call it a romance magazine. It also publishes a lot of youth romance stories. She glanced at his manuscript. From what I have seen, 5 centimeters per second is a romance story, isn't it? Well, yes. Ray nodded. And your male lead is drawn attractively. The heroine too, she's very cute, Mayu added. Yes, that's true, Ray agreed. In that case, there is no reason not to submit it to Sakura Iroh Weekly. Ray paused. He genuinely could not find a good argument against it. But most of the popular works in Sakura Iroh Weekly are bright and gentle romance stories, Ray said. As for 5 centimeters per second. Do either of the protagonists die? Mayu asked. No, it is just, the ending is bittersweet. Then it's not a tragedy. Romance stories often have bittersweet parts. Show me one romance manga without even a hint of regret. Ray internally groaned. I can hardly think of one that's all regret and not cheerful at all. It's only a try, Mayu said lightly. They might not accept it anyway. You don't need to stress. Of course, Mayu had another motive. A very simple one. Ray had claimed not to recognize her work, Lament. But if Ray submitted to Sakura Iroh Weekly and got serialized, he would end up reading the magazine every week. He would come across her series eventually. He would see her ranking well, maybe even above him. And he would realize just how skilled she really was. And if Ray's submission did not get accepted, he would respect her even more as a fellow manga artist. After all her polite explanations, Mayu's real intention was quite small and quite human. The gentle vanity of a young manga artist showing off in front of a peer. Ray looked into Mayu's clear, expectant eyes. After thinking for a moment, he nodded with hesitation. She was right. It was not as if he would lose anything by trying. Although he felt a little uneasy accepting help from a classmate he had only just met, Ray did not sense any hidden intentions from her. Maybe she was simply happy to find someone at school who also loved drawing manga. Alright then, Mayu. Could you give me and your editor a bit of guidance? Of course. You're my classmate, after all. I'll help you. Mayu's eyes curved into cheerful crescents as she smiled. Then you should hurry and finish your manuscript. Several short series in Sakura Iroh Weekly are ending in the next 2 weeks, so a few slots will open up. Do your best. She raised her fist encouragingly. Oh, okay. Ray raised his fist back, slightly flustered. Just then, the afternoon bell rang. Mayu quickly packed her tools and headed toward the classroom. It's decided then. I'll call my editor tonight and let them know. Ray stood on the rooftop for a moment before finally gathering his things. He tended to overthink decisions, but since Mayu had made one for him, he no longer needed to hesitate. Sakura Iroh Weekly, huh? Ray murmured. That afternoon, classes ended like normal. Ray went home alone. Lunch breaks were only for saving time. The real drawing always happened at night. Tonight, Ray felt unusually clear-headed. His focus was razor-sharp. By the time he reached the final scene of 5 centimeters per second, he completed the page in a single breath. When he finally leaned back and blinked, he saw a young man on the page turning away with a soft smile, eyes carrying a quiet sense of release. The lines were simple, but the emotion seemed to seep out of the character's expression. Ray's heart ached just from looking at it. The emotional power was overwhelming. Did I draw this? Ray whispered in shock. This level of expression. This depth of feeling. It was far beyond anything he had achieved in his previous life as a struggling manga artist. And on top of that, this page had taken him barely half the usual time. Drawing faster was one thing, but drawing with this level of emotional impact was something else entirely. That was talent, not technique. Could this be the result of his soul merging with this body? 3. Conversations. Ray held the freshly drawn manuscript in his hands, feeling more and more satisfied with it. Even without color, without music, without voice acting, the clean black and white lines of manga often carried emotions that animation could not match. He had always felt that way in his previous life whenever he compared a manga to its anime adaptation. He wondered if readers in this world would feel an even stronger impact from the manga version of 5 centimeters per second than he once felt watching the film. Thinking about it, Ray couldn't help but smile. The heartbreak he once suffered had been painful, but imagining others falling into the same emotional trap felt strangely amusing. Night passed quickly, and Ray woke up early the next morning. He washed up, made a simple breakfast and left for school. High school life in this version of Japan was not nearly as suffocating as his previous life. Society was structured differently here, and even students who did not pursue higher education could find stable jobs. That was why Ray, despite being in his first year of high school, still attended a regular day school rather than a cram school-style academy. When he entered the classroom, the morning atmosphere was the same as always. The diligent students in the front row were discussing grades or sports. The students in the back row were comparing manga, anime, and games. Even though the school officially forbade it, magazines and light novels always found their way into backpacks. It showed just how deeply the animation and manga culture permeated life here. The 2 morning math periods went by quickly. In his previous life, Ray had struggled as a manga artist, but he had actually graduated from a good university with a science and engineering major. Although years had passed since he studied these subjects, his foundation was solid. First-year math felt almost relaxing. Besides, high schools in this world were far less competitive, and the average academic level was not very high. If I keep this up, maybe I could even get into a good university here, Ray thought as the bell rang. But his thought was cut short. A lively, beautiful girl appeared at the classroom door, immediately drawing the attention of the boys. Every school had 1 or 2 girls who naturally became the focus of everyone's admiration. Mayu Yukishiro was definitely one of them. Otherwise Ray would not have recognized her instantly on the rooftop yesterday. Ray, yes, you, come here for a second. She waved brightly from the door, her voice clear and pleasant. Every gaze in the classroom shifted from Mayu to Ray, the usually quiet boy who rarely stood out. Ray, though good-looking, had a reserved personality. Naturally, he was not someone people noticed often. When he looked up and saw Mayu, he already had a good guess why she was here. He stood up and walked toward the door. Last night my editor and I. Hold on. Are we talking here? Mayu glanced around at the curious faces staring at them. Let's go to the rooftop, she whispered with a small laugh. She only revealed her identity as a manga artist to Ray because she saw him as a like-minded creator. If random classmates found out, word would spread and the homeroom teacher would eventually show up at her house. That would be a nightmare. As the two left the classroom together, a wave of whispers immediately rippled through the room. On the rooftop. I talked to my editor. She said she can set aside time to review your manuscript, but she won't show any favoritism just because of me, Mayu said immediately, skipping all small talk. In fact, let me be honest. Because I introduced you, her expectations will be much higher. She'll judge your work at least 3 times more strictly than a regular mailed submission. If the quality isn't clearly above average, she won't accept it. I understand, Ray replied after a short pause, nodding. It was 5 centimeters per second, after all. If a solid one-shot like this could not even pass the review of a third-tier magazine's editor, then maybe that editor wasn't someone Ray should work with anyway. Besides, Ray wasn't asking Miyu for special treatment. He simply wanted his work to be taken seriously and not thrown aside like countless anonymous submissions. Japan's population was enormous, and Tokyo alone had millions of residents. Among them were countless aspiring manga artists. Every day, magazines received piles of envelopes containing drafts, dreams and desperation. A responsible editor might carefully read through each one, hoping to discover a hidden gem. But an irresponsible one could just flip through a few pages, sigh, and toss the envelope aside without a second thought. So, how should I arrange my schedule? Ray asked. Magazines did not operate on weekends, and Ray had school from Monday to Friday. He had mentally prepared himself to request a day off to bring his manuscript in person. When will you finish the manga? Miyu asked. Actually, it's already finished. The entire manuscript is in my bag in the classroom, Ray answered. Last night, something had clicked inside him. His inspiration surged, his hand moved effortlessly, and before he realized it, he had stayed up until 2 a.m. and completed what should have taken him another 2 or 3 days. He still wanted to polish a few early pages for perfection, but the manuscript was easily good enough for submission. So fast. Miyu blinked, genuinely surprised. Well then, how about this afternoon? But we get out of school at 5:30, and Hashimori Publishing Group's headquarters is in central Tokyo. By bus, it would take us until at least 7 p.m. Won't it be too late for your editor to wait? Ray hesitated. Of course we aren't going to Hashimori Group's editorial department, Miyu said with a small smile. We're going to my house. Ray looked up at her, confused, and Miyu quickly continued before he could overthink it. The editor I mentioned is actually my sister. I can't ask her to go easy on your manuscript, but asking her to review it after work isn't a problem. Your sister? Ray repeated. That's right. Surprised. Miyu laughed, her expression playful. But don't misunderstand. Like I said before, she's incredibly strict. Even with me. The only reason I managed to serialize in Sakura Iroh Weekly is because my work genuinely beat the other submissions during that period. She lifted a finger as if emphasizing a warning. In fact, she's probably harsher on me than on any other artist. Ray blinked, processing this. So the editor Miyu trusted most was also her older sister. This certainly explained the confidence Miyu had in suggesting a direct submission. And it also explained why she had insisted he would receive no special treatment. 5 centimeters per second. It's settled then. I'll call my sister at noon. After school, wait for me in your classroom, Miyu Yukishiro said with a bright smile before heading toward the rooftop staircase. The 10-minute break was nearly over. Already, decided? Ray hadn't even finished speaking before Miyu's figure vanished into the stairwell. As she walked down, Miyu's thoughts drifted. Tonight, she would finally get to see Ray's manga for herself. 5 centimeters per second, right? Her ponytail swayed lightly as she descended the stairs, full of anticipation. Back in class, Ray was instantly surrounded by classmates who normally wouldn't talk to him for a week, all of them bombarding him with gossip and questions. Don't misunderstand. She just came to ask about one of my junior high classmates. Ray deflected the topic until the crowd finally lost interest. The last 2 periods of the morning were physics. During lunch break, Ray slipped up to the rooftop and used the remaining time to refine a few details in earlier pages of his manuscript. The afternoon consisted of foreign language and chemistry. Soon, school was over. Warm orange sunlight filled the classroom as students packed their bags. Some headed straight home, others drifted toward nearby cafes or convenience stores, continuing their noisy conversations. As they walked past the classroom doorway, many students suddenly paused, looking inside with surprise before glancing back at Ray. When Ray finished packing and stepped outside, he immediately saw Miyu waiting for him at the door, her bag over her shoulder. The setting sun painted the corridor in gold. Miyu stood quietly, completely unfazed by the stares of other students. She had been used to this since elementary school. Your chemistry teacher really knows how to drag things out. I waited almost 10 minutes, Miyu said with a teasing smile. High school teachers are the same everywhere. It just means they're dedicated, Ray replied. You talk like you've attended several high schools. They chatted as they walked, gradually attracting the attention of more students leaving school. Ray glanced at Miyu, wondering if the whispers bothered her, but she didn't seem to care at all. He thought for a moment. Even if the students liked to gossip, they weren't the type to spread harmful rumors. At the gate, Miyu raised her hand and hailed a taxi. She slipped into the back seat first, then looked at Ray, who had stopped just short of getting in. What's wrong? She briefly glanced at nearby students who were openly watching Ray with wide eyes, then shot him a small, amused smile. Get in. Hearing that, Ray finally slid into the taxi. Are you worried about what people think? Miyu asked. Are you afraid they'll misunderstand because we're getting too close? No, it's not that. Ray hesitated. I'm worried that you might care. I don't want to cause trouble for you. After all, I'm just an ordinary student. But well, you stand out. You're good academically, you're active in class. If some strange rumor spreads. Miyu blinked at him, taking a second look. You're more considerate than I thought. But didn't I tell you? She continued. I think of myself as a professional manga artist first, and only a part-time high school student. I care more about anything related to manga than school status or grades. Who I talk to and what I do has nothing to do with the opinions of people who don't matter to me. Ray shifted the topic, realizing the conversation was becoming a little too personal. There's something I've been curious about. With your grades, Miyu, why pursue a manga career? Is it just a hobby? Miyu looked out the window at the scenery rushing by. My mother was a manga artist, she said with a soft smile. So my sister and I grew up surrounded by manga. We loved it from the start. I've always wanted to become a manga artist. A famous one. That was my mother's dream before she passed away. And, it's mine as well. Mother, before she passed away. Ray caught the key detail instinctively but chose not to press further. Some topics were meant to be handled with quiet respect. The two of them chatted lightly in the taxi for a while, and before long, the car arrived at the entrance of a residential district. After Miyu showed her ID to the security guard, the taxi was allowed through, and soon it stopped in front of a 4-story luxury villa. Not all houses called villas were worth much, but a luxury villa in the middle of Tokyo was another matter entirely. No wonder Miyu was so confident in choosing the life of a manga artist over more conventional options. With her family circumstances, she didn't have to fear uncertain career prospects or pressure about income. She could chase her dream wholeheartedly. And the way she had helped him, introducing him to her editor sister, bringing him home despite only knowing him for a few days, made much more sense now. Ray understood that she wasn't expecting anything in return, she was simply happy to meet someone her age who also loved drawing manga. The house might be a bit messy, so please don't mind, Miyu said with a smile as she unlocked the front door. Not at all, Ray replied, slipping into guest slippers and entering with his backpack full of 100 pages of manuscript. Despite her words, the interior was spotless. He didn't focus on the elegant decor, though. His attention was drawn immediately to the woman sitting in the first-floor living room, a steaming cup of coffee in hand. She looked to be in her early 20s. She resembled Miyu, but unlike Miyu's bright, lively energy, this woman carried a calm, composed air. Welcome back, Miyu, she said quietly. You're late. I've been waiting for over 15 minutes. I'm not the school principal. I can't control dismissal times, traffic, taxi routes or delays, Miyu said with a mischievous laugh as she headed into the house. She did not mention that it was Rei's teacher who had kept the class late. Her older sister, Misaki Yukishiro, quietly placed her coffee cup on the table, then looked first at Miyu, then at Ray. Welcome. You must be Miyu's friend, right? I'm Misaki Yukishiro. I work as an editor for Hashimori Publishing Group. Friend? Ray glanced at Miyu, who gave him an obvious wink. He caught on instantly. Nice to meet you. I'm Ray Kirishima. I know. Misaki extended her hand with professional confidence. I'm not someone who enjoys unnecessary polite chatter. Miyu told me that you admire Sakura Melody, and also my other discoveries, Rock Girl, and Dawn Trumpet. She said you respect the editors who brought those works to life. That's why you want to submit your manga to me. Rock Girl, Dawn Trumpet, what are those? I've never heard of them. Ray stared at Mayu in quiet panic, only to see her smiling sweetly at him. Her expression clearly said, "Don't reveal the truth." "Oh, yes. Yes, that's right. I've admired editor Yukishiro for a long time," Ray said, keeping a straight face. Misaki narrowed her eyes slightly, examining him as though she were evaluating a manuscript. "In that case, let me make this clear. I am very strict when reviewing submissions. Even if you are a newcomer and my sister's acquaintance, I will not lower my standards." She took a slow sip of coffee. "If your work is not good enough, I will criticize it honestly. You should be prepared." Mayu quickly waved her hands. Okay, sis. Don't be so intense. I'm still a rookie myself, and you're scaring Ray." "I'm speaking to your friend," Misaki said calmly. "You cannot answer for him." Mayu fell silent with a sigh, throwing Ray an apologetic look. Ray straightened himself. "I understand. Please review it strictly, editor Yukishiro." Misaki's expression softened slightly. "Good. Then show me your submission." Ray took a deep breath. He set his backpack on the chair, opened it, and carefully removed a thick file filled with his carefully drawn manuscript pages. 5 centimeters per second. Misaki murmured as she read the title on the folder. Mayu stepped closer as well, unable to resist. She had seen fragments of Ray's work before, but never the full story. This was her first time seeing it from the beginning. Misaki opened the manuscript. The first line of dialogue greeted her with quiet poetry. "Hey, did you know? They say it's 5 centimeters per second, the speed at which cherry blossoms fall." A delicate illustration followed, depicting a long slope lined with cherry trees, petals drifting through the sky in soft black and white strokes. Misaki's expression sharpened immediately. Whatever the story might be, the artwork alone was unquestionably professional. 5. Time and distance. The room fell silent as Misaki sat on the sofa, slowly turning the pages of Ray's manuscript. Meanwhile, Mayu had somehow drifted behind her sister, peeking over her shoulder. The story began with a boy and girl running playfully up the slope. Their voices unfolded in simple dialogue. "You know, they say it's 5 centimeters per second. The speed at which cherry blossoms fall." "Carrie, you know so much," the boy replied. Mayu turned the page, her expression softening. Sakura petals slipped through the girl's outstretched fingers. She looked back at the boy, smiling gently. "Hey, don't you think it looks like snow?" Mayu felt something stir in her chest. She tended to immerse herself deeply when reading manga, and Ray's drawing style, soft, atmospheric, beautifully composed, pulled her in completely. It was the kind of art that made the world around her fade away. So that's what the title meant, 5 centimeters per second. His dialogue is so delicate and evocative, she thought, glancing at Ray quietly sipping coffee beside her. Then the story reached its first emotional shift. The two children reached the top of the hill. The girl crossed the tracks just before the crossing gate lowered, separating them on opposite sides. She opened her umbrella, turned back and gave him a gentle smile. "Carrie." The boy whispered. "Takeke, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could see the cherry blossoms together next year?" A passing train cut off their view of each other. Misaki, who had been leaning back casually at first, slowly sat up straight. She returned to pages she had already skimmed and began rereading them carefully. Ray's manuscript contained over 100 pages. He divided the story into chapters, the Cherry Blossom chapter, the Cosmonaut chapter, and the final standalone chapter, 5 centimeters per second. There was no music, no voice acting, only the quiet rustling of turning pages in the Yukishiro family's living room. And yet, the loneliness and quiet ache of the story seeped out page by page, tightening around the sisters' hearts. It was impossible for Ray to reproduce every moment from the original animated film in black and white manga form. But the atmosphere remained, the solitude, the longing, the fragile sadness. It accumulated steadily, gently, until it melted into the hearts of both sisters. Carrie and Takeke became friends because of their shared interests, believing they would always study together, always be close. But when Carrie had to transfer because of her family, she gathered her courage to call him one last time, only to be met with the clumsy, painful reaction of a boy who didn't know how to handle emotions. After Takeke transferred, he carried the guilt of hurting her when she needed comfort most. A year later, exchanging letters one after another, the two finally admitted their wish to meet again. And then they acted on it. The boy planned everything carefully, the route, the transfer stations, the arrival time. He and the girl had decided it all together. But the snowstorm changed everything. Back then, information wasn't easy to check. If the boy didn't arrive on time, Carrie, waiting alone in the freezing night, would almost certainly think she'd been stood up, especially on such a bitterly cold night. When the train ground to a halt in the heavy snow, Takeke could only tremble helplessly, tears in his eyes. He prayed silently, "Please, Carrie, don't wait anymore." The sadness accumulated steadily, page by page. Until finally, in the early hours of the morning, several hours later than planned, Takeke arrived at the small rural station. He assumed Carrie must have gone home already. No one would wait in below freezing temperatures for so long. He opened the waiting room door. Misaki turned to the next page. The kerosene lamp cast a dim glow across the old waiting room, and there, sitting alone with her head bowed, was Carrie. Her small, lonely figure filled the entire panel. A sharp pang shot through Misaki's chest. She was still waiting. Behind her, Miyu was already a mess. Her nose was red, her breath unsteady. But she refused to cry outright. It felt embarrassing to weep over someone else's manga. She glanced at Ray, only to find him smiling reassuringly at her. That small smile calmed her heart a little. He seems like such a bright, gentle person, Miyu thought. Even if his art feels lonely and wistful, maybe the ending will be warm. They continued reading. Carrie had thought Takeke wouldn't come. But even then, she clung to a tiny hope and waited until dawn. When Takeke finally arrived, Misaki turned the page, and her expression hardened, then subtly cracked. Her eyes showed a flicker of pain. There was no dialogue at all. Carrie grabbed Takeke's sleeve tightly, her face hidden behind her lowered head. Not a single line described the long hours of waiting, the cold, the fear, the disappointment, the hope. But the tears sliding down the back of her hand told everything. Misaki stared at that silent panel for nearly 2 full minutes before she could breathe evenly again. Following that scene, the pages showed the two walking through snowy streets, sharing a small, innocent kiss beneath a blooming cherry tree, then talking quietly through the night in an old wooden shed. And then, as dawn broke, they stood before the train station. A soft farewell. A parting neither wanted, but both understood. Would they ever meet again? Could the promise to see the cherry blossoms together the next year still be fulfilled? Misaki kept turning the pages, only to find that the first chapter, Cherry Blossom, had already ended. The second chapter title appeared, Cosmonaut. Cosmonaut? Why this title? Misaki continued reading with sharpened focus. The chapter shifted to the point of view of Connie, a high school girl living in a quiet seaside town. She described her daily school life, her friends, and the boy she admired. Takeke Tono, who had transferred from Tokyo. Her secret crush. Her admiration. Her quiet, unspoken longing. Takeke was always staring into the distance as if searching for something he had lost. He was always checking his old, outdated phone. Was he contacting Carrie? Misaki wondered. Would Connie's unrequited love end in heartbreak? At first, the loneliness that filled the Cherry Blossom chapter wasn't present. Connie's perspective was warm, hopeful, full of tiny joys and insecurities typical of a girl in love. But as the Cosmonaut chapter progressed, the tone changed. The narrative slowly shifted to Takeke's point of view. The truth unfolded quietly between the panels. He and Carrie had long since fallen out of contact. The messages Takeke tapped into his phone every night, the ones Connie thought he was sending to someone special, were never actually sent. There was no recipient anymore. He simply wrote them out of habit, out of loneliness. Takeke and Carrie were completely disconnected. Seeing this, Miyu stiffened, her eyes widening in disbelief. She turned to Ray. Ray looked calm. He noticed her stare and offered a small, reassuring smile. But that only made her more flustered. Ray, what is this? Carrie and Takeke cared so much for each other in the first chapter, how could they lose contact for just a few years? Can a few hundred kilometers of distance really break apart two people who truly love each other? 6. Emptiness. Miyu Yukishiro felt a little uneasy. But as her older sister continued flipping through the manga manuscript, the astronaut storyline in the second chapter reached its emotional peak. The moment where Connie was about to confess to Takeke brought tears to Misaki's eyes. Please, don't be so gentle with me anymore. The girl, unable to hold back her tears, could only think that as she faced the boy's quiet, persistent concern. Connie had learned to surf the day before high school graduation, on a day when her confidence was at its highest, and she had finally decided to confess. But just as she gathered her courage, she met the boy's gaze. His eyes lingered on her, yet his heart did not. The confession never came. Instead, her unspoken feelings dissolved into tears she could no longer restrain. When Misaki reached this part, her fingers tightened around the manuscript. Strictly speaking, 5 centimeters per second was aimed at young adults, so Miyu's understanding of it wasn't as deep as Misaki's, someone who had already experienced a full school life. Miyu still thought the long-distance separation and the time gap that made the leads lose contact was a flaw. She genuinely believed that love could overcome anything. But Misaki, who had watched several of her college roommates go through painful breakups after graduation, could only sigh. Was this really a romance manga drawn by a high school student? Could someone that young really create a story that left her feeling so sad, helpless, and heartbroken? She quickly skimmed through the rest of the second chapter, The Cosmonaut 1. Then she turned to the third chapter, 5 centimeters per second. The timeline jumped ahead, after Takeki had graduated from university. Young Takeki had just broken up with his girlfriend of several years. Her final message to him read, "Even if we exchange 1,000 text messages, the distance between our hearts will only shrink by 1 centimeter." Misaki fell silent. Miyu fell silent too. Considering the title 5 centimeters per second, if cherry blossoms fall at 5 centimeters per second, then, at what speed do hearts grow closer? 2 people dated for years. Compared to the beginning, had they even gotten a single centimeter closer? The best works don't spell out everything the author wants to say. They let the reader reach the answer on their own through a simple, limited storyline. When the Yukishiro sisters found themselves thinking the same thing, they were already completely drawn in. Just like Rei in his past life, and like countless fans of Makoto Shinkai's works, they were captivated by the story of Takeki and Akari. And soon, the manga answered their expectations. The grown-up Akari also came to Tokyo. Sitting alone on the train, she remembered the boy she had met at 13. She remembered feelings she had long forgotten. "So that's how it is," Misaki whispered when she reached that scene. No wonder Takeki's relationships with Connie and with the girlfriend he dated after starting work all came to quiet, nameless endings. For Takeki, the one he had truly loved was always Akari. Even after 10 years, after losing contact, after nearly forgetting each other's faces, if they were to meet again, that deep, sincere feeling would return instantly. True, passionate love does not disappear with time or distance. It settles quietly, takes root, and grows stronger without you noticing. Rei, is this what you wanted to convey? A hint of admiration flashed in Misaki's eyes. The theme had risen to a new level. Impressive. Miyu began to understand as well, and the way she looked at Rei completely changed. At first, Miyu only thought he was an ordinary manga enthusiast. His drawing skills were impressive, and his determination to sketch on the school rooftop under scorching 30-degree heat had moved her enough that she wanted to help him. She never truly believed Rei could create anything remarkable. But this manga completely overturned her expectations. Such a short story, yet it moved her so deeply she almost cried several times. The artwork, the narrative structure, the themes, nothing about it felt like the work of a beginner. Misaki flipped through the manuscript faster and faster, anticipation building within her. She wanted, no, needed, to see Takeki and Akari's reunion after more than 10 years. What would they say to each other after all this time? Finally, she and her younger sister, Miyu, reached the page depicting the unforgettable scene. A slope beneath the cherry blossoms. Railway tracks stretching across the view. Warning bells ringing from both sides of the crossing. And 2 people walking toward each other from opposite ends of the tracks. In the instant they passed, they seemed to sense something. Recognition. Familiarity. A heartbeat from the past. Yet because the commuter train was seconds away from crossing, neither of them slowed down. At this moment, if I turn around, I have a strong feeling she will turn around too. In the manga, Takeki does turn around, and the reader can faintly make out the woman on the other side beginning to do the same. Miyu's eyes widened. In the animation, what followed was a long shot of the passing train. But in this manga, Rei inserted several silent, dialogue-free panels that gently revealed why Takeki and Akari had lost contact in high school, and how they had slowly drifted out of each other's lives. At last, when Misaki reached the second-to-last page of 5 centimeters per second, she saw the illustration waiting there. How wonderful it would be, if we could see the cherry blossoms together next year. The promise they made more than a decade ago, on this very railway track, was finally about to be fulfilled. The same path. The same cherry blossoms. The same two people standing opposite each other, just like when they were children. But when the train rushed past and the petals danced in the air, Takeke looked across the tracks, only to see cherry blossoms drifting down. The other side was empty, just like the sudden, hollow ache rising inside both sisters, Miyu and Misaki. A powerful, suffocating emotion surged through them. It felt as though something had been scooped out from inside their hearts, leaving only emptiness. Misaki found her hands trembling. It hurt. It genuinely hurt. Her eyes drifted to Rei, who sat quietly on the sofa as though this had nothing to do with him. Then she turned to the final page of the manga. Takeke, seeing no one on the opposite side, first looked confused, almost lost. But then, a faint smile. A small, gentle exhale. And with an expression of quiet acceptance, he turned and walked away. Beneath it were the simple words. 5 centimeters per second, the end. How could this be? Miyu's voice quivered. Rei. How could this be the ending? Is this really the story of Akari and Takeke in your heart? That's right, Rei replied, glancing at the time. Over an hour had passed since they began reading. Editor Misaki, you've finished the manuscript. He took a steady breath. Does this manga meet your acceptance criteria? 7. Cooperation. Misaki set the manuscript down, and her gaze toward Rei changed completely. At first, when Miyu mentioned that a close friend who drew manga wanted to submit a piece through her, Misaki had intended to reject the request outright. That resistance only grew stronger when she learned the friend was the same age as Miyu. Japan's manga culture was rich, but most professional artists were adults. How could a high schooler balance school and manga creation? Where would so many prodigies like Miyu come from, especially not her friend? To Misaki, this submission sounded like someone self-indulging in a hobby, hoping to use Miyu's connections to take a shortcut. So she had taken a cold, arrogant stance with Rei to discourage him immediately. But now, Misaki stared at the manuscript on the table, her eyes constantly moving between the pages and Rei's face. She had a strong feeling, once this work was published, it wouldn't be overlooked. Rei Kirishima, right. Misaki stood up. I apologize for my earlier attitude. I underestimated you. I was far too arrogant. I've reviewed your submission, Misaki said. It's truly exceptional. So, my manga was accepted? Rei asked seriously. He had expected this outcome before he came. Even if 5 centimeters per second wasn't the strongest among Makoto Shinkai's works, it was on par with titles like Your Name and Weathering with You. There was no reason it wouldn't be accepted by a third-tier manga magazine in Tokyo. Yet when the words were finally spoken, he couldn't help letting out a tiny breath of relief. From an editor's viewpoint, I really like this manga, Misaki continued. It's the most impressive work I've handled in my 2 years at Sakura Iro Weekly. It's just. She paused. Your work is amazing, Rei. But whether it actually gets serialized depends on the serialization meeting at our editorial department. Serialization meeting. Misaki explained. Hashimori Publishing had several serialization magazines. Whenever an older series was about to end or get cancelled, the editorial department would hold a meeting to decide which new works would fill the open slots. Editors would gather, review the strongest submissions received during the cycle, and vote to determine which would receive serialization. And as an ordinary editor, Misaki didn't have enough authority to directly grant serialization in Sakura Iro Weekly. For 5 centimeters per second to be serialized, it would need approval from the majority of editors at the meeting. When is the meeting? Rei asked. He recalled Miyu mentioning that several series in Sakura Iro Weekly were ending soon. The day after tomorrow, Misaki replied. The day after tomorrow. Rei looked at Miyu, who nodded. No wonder she hurried him to submit the manuscript this afternoon. In any case, Misaki said, I think your work has an excellent chance. I'd like to make a copy of your original manuscript. Although the serialization meeting is the day after tomorrow, each editor has to register and submit their artist's works by tomorrow. If you're willing, we can proceed with a preliminary cooperation agreement. Rei paused. Then, realizing the moment's importance, he straightened his posture and adjusted the hem of his clothes. Of course, no objections, Editor Misaki. That's exactly why I came here. Ray extended his hand. Misaki gave a soft smile and shook it. At 9 that evening, Mayu personally saw Ray out of the villa and walked him all the way to the entrance of the residential area. But she seemed distracted the entire time. Mayu, you okay? She had helped him so much today, and Ray couldn't just brush off her odd behavior as nothing to do with me. I was still thinking about the ending of 5 centimeters per second. Mayu finally said. Ray, do you really think it's okay for Takeki and Akari to just pass each other like that in the sea of people? Being a manga artist herself, she knew it wasn't polite to criticize someone else's plot, but she couldn't help it. Aren't mangas supposed to show readers a beauty that reality can't? Your ending is too sad. Her voice faintly trembled. Ray thought for a moment. Then think about it, what exactly is beauty that doesn't exist in reality? A pair of former lovers who barely remember each other, yet still carry a quiet longing in their hearts, and then, after years, they rekindle their feelings. Is that the beauty you imagine? Something unique to anime? Mayu froze. Or, maybe beauty is like Takeki, Ray continued softly, where many years later, he finds peace. He can turn away with a smile and walk toward a new life. That's also a kind of beauty, one that we, as creators, should show our readers. Mayu blinked at him. You're talking like you've been in love before. Aren't you just a 15-year-old freshman like me? Ray smiled faintly but didn't answer. Well, I did date twice in college in my previous life, though neither lasted. This is just my interpretation of 5 centimeters per second, Ray said. Even if I drew it, it's perfectly fine for you to have your own reading of the ending. But I honestly can't think of a better one than this. Just like Hamlet, no creator can offer a final interpretation that satisfies everyone, let alone Ray, who was merely recreating it. Anyway, readers of Sakura Iroh Weekly can be pretty sensitive. If your manga really gets serialized, you're probably going to receive a mountain of fan letters. Fan letters. Ray's expression turned odd. Right. Before serialization starts, I need to think of a pen name. There's no way I can use my real name. 8. Meeting begins. After seeing Ray off at the gate of the residential complex, Mayu returned home. The moment she stepped inside, she heard Misaki on the phone. Yes, that's right. Please cancel the romance manga Blue Dream I originally planned to submit at the serialization meeting the day after tomorrow. I'll be submitting a different title tomorrow. Expected length? 5 chapters, yes, a short series. That's correct. After a long conversation, Misaki finally hung up with the editorial staff. Mayu's mood brightened a little, the emotional pressure from 5 centimeters per second finally easing. Sis, wow, you really care about Ray's manga. You're scared you won't have enough time tomorrow, so you're calling colleagues late at night just to fix the submission schedule, aren't you? Ray was someone she introduced to Misaki, so seeing her sister value his work made Mayu genuinely happy. Misaki gave her a soft glance. Your friend has a great deal of potential. Of course he does, Mayu said proudly. It's only 5 chapters, but it's so emotional. Anyone can see he's gifted. In recent years, Misaki continued, several major manga magazines, including Hashimori Publishing Group, have been actively pushing for young artists to debut. Our editorial department was specifically asked to scout promising new creators. It's much easier now for young artists to rise. She paused. Mayu, I actually have high expectations for you. I truly think you may not be far from getting a serialization in Hashimori comic. But you must keep pushing yourself, otherwise. She gave a teasing smile. Don't let your friend surpass you. Sis, don't exaggerate. Mayu waved her hand casually. Lament has been serialized for half a year and already has a solid fanbase. Even if 5 centimeters per second is good, how much impact can a 5-week short serialization really have? Ray's still far from catching up to me. The next day, when Ray stepped into his classroom, he found his classmates staring at him with strange expressions. He immediately understood why. Many students must have seen him riding with Mayu yesterday. Well, Mayu didn't care, so Ray wasn't going to stress about it either. Gossip always faded eventually. Since transmigrating, Ray had been drawing manga non-stop every day, but now that 5 centimeters per second was complete and just waiting for tomorrow's serialization meeting, he suddenly had nothing to do. During lunch, he went up to the rooftop, not to draw, but simply to breathe. He didn't run into Miyu today. But that was normal. She had her own serialization to work on. She was probably drawing somewhere quiet in the school. Another day passed. Rei went to school as usual. Meanwhile, at 9 in the morning, inside a commercial high-rise in central Tokyo stood the headquarters of Hashimori Publishing Group, one of the 6 major manga companies in Japan. The 19th floor housed the editorial division. Hashimori published dozens of magazines, each with its own independent editorial team. Today, the entire floor was buzzing with activity as editors sorted through manuscripts. The editorial team of Sakura Airo Weekly had already gathered inside a conference room, waiting for their supervising director. Although officially called a serialization meeting, it was actually exclusive to the editorial team of Sakura Airo Weekly. A weekly magazine selling a few 100,000 copies didn't require the presence of Hashimori's editor-in-chief. High-level leadership only attended meetings for top-selling magazines like Hashimori Comic, which exceeded 10 million weekly sales. Thus, presiding over today's meeting was Moriyama Kaito, one of the 7 editorial directors of Hashimori Publishing. Each editor and attending manager had a thick stack of neatly organized manuscripts beside them. Misaki sat near the front, on the left side of the director's seat. Her position alone made it obvious. Her submissions ranked among the top 2 in the Sakura Airo Weekly editorial team. Across from her sat a tall, lean man in his 30s, Takeda Jun. His sharp gaze flicked toward Misaki, his strongest rival in the department. Even though Misaki was 10 years younger, her talent was undeniable. In just 2 years, she had discovered successful young manga artists, especially the high school girl mangaka Saki. The latest chapter of her series Lament had climbed to 2nd place in the popularity poll, just 100 votes short of overtaking Takeda's high-score Romance. Historically, every few years, the top-performing editor of Sakura Airo Weekly had a small chance of being transferred to Yumetsuki Comic, one of the company's elite magazines. Of course, such transfers weren't guaranteed. Editors from other successful magazines would also compete for the spot. But the possibility was always there. Judging from the timing, the editorial department had probably already begun discussing staff adjustments behind the scenes. Otherwise, June wouldn't be so tense about today's serialization meeting. This year's timing really was special. If he could be transferred to work on the manga serialized in Yumetsuki Comic, his income would increase 7 or 8-fold instantly, and his standing in the industry would rise just as sharply. After all, the average sales per volume for titles serialized there exceeded 1 million copies. Even with the tiny commission percentage editors received, the yearly income still reached into the high 6 figures, or even more. Misaki was undeniably skilled. Sooner or later, she would absolutely reach that level and become one of the core pillars of Hashimori Publishing Group. But right now, Takeda's thoughts grew sharper. There's a first-come, first-served order to things. If such a transfer opportunity appears, it should go to me, someone who has worked long and hard in this editorial department for over 10 years, not to a newcomer who's only been here for 2. He felt confident in the works he submitted for this meeting. Still, even a lion used full strength to hunt a rabbit. If he wanted to block his competitors from rising any further, the best approach was simple. Limit how many of their works made it into the serialization meeting. He was determined to secure both available serialization slots today. Alright, let's begin the meeting. The door opened, and Moriyama Kaito, the director, walked straight to his seat and wasted no time. There are 2 open serialization slots. However, we have 21 submissions this round, so competition is extremely steep. Everyone, please begin reviewing the first manuscript on the table, Love Like Fireworks. Misaki picked up the prepared stack of pages. Normally, a title submitted for a serialization meeting would include only 2 or 3 chapters. Editors didn't read every panel in detail with dozens of submissions. Reading thoroughly would take an entire day and night. Everyone present was a professional. They focused on the essentials: art, pacing, panel flow, dialogue, and plot foundation. Not bad, Misaki thought after skimming 3 chapters. But unfortunately, still not enough. Takeda watched her expression and frowned. So calm. Don't tell me one of her submissions is stronger than mine. At this moment, the other editors began offering their opinions. Very good. Amazing. That plot twist. I think it's really interesting. A solid, high-quality manga, Misaki added. With everyone's response being positive, said Mori Yamakito, we'll hold this one for the moment. He set the manuscript aside. Next, please review the second submission, 5 centimeters per second. Takeda lifted the manuscript from the table, but his brow furrowed the moment he touched it. Why is this so thick? All 5 chapters are included, Misaki replied calmly. It's my submission, a short story created by a new manga artist. I chose to present the entire work for the meeting. A short story? From a rookie. As Misaki finished speaking, the editors exchanged glances. While Sakura Iroh Weekly didn't reject short-form works, the truth was that short stories had low commercial value and struggled to accumulate popularity. A 5-chapter story could only be printed as a single volume. The difficulty of getting a short story approved at a serialization meeting was far higher than for mid- or long-form works. And if the creator was a newcomer, scrutiny was even harsher. Takeda was secretly thrilled. With that kind of handicap, how could you possibly compete with me? His 2 submissions, Love Like Fireworks and Moonlight Glass, were both high-quality works drawn by well-known manga artists he'd worked with for years. There was no way they could lose to a 5-chapter short created by a rookie. He was certain of it. Takeda opened the manuscript of 5 centimeters per second, a smile spreading across his face. 9 senses. At first glance, Takeda Jun focused on the manga's art style. As a newcomer's work, he expected to find plenty of flaws he could easily tear apart. But after flipping through a few pages, his expression gradually stiffened. While no manga was flawless, the art in 5 centimeters per second was undeniably above the standard of most titles serialized in Sakura Iroh Weekly, perhaps even far beyond it. Unwilling to concede, Takeda kept reading. Like always, he skimmed quickly, but skimming didn't mean he wasn't absorbing anything. Years of professional experience had trained him to read fast and accurately. Within moments, he understood the flow of the chapter. After turning 20-something pages, he reached the scene where Takeke, while switching trains, accidentally pulled out the handwritten letter he meant to give Akari, only for it to be blown away by the howling wind. And when Takeke bowed his head and cried on the empty train platform, the emotions built up across the earlier pages finally exploded. This level of immersion, from a new artist. Takeda's eyes filled with disbelief. It was true that the plot so far wasn't filled with dramatic twists. Makoto Shinkai's early works never relied on complicated plots. 0.5 centimeters per second could be summarized in a single line. A story of childhood sweethearts slowly drifting apart under the weight of time and distance. Hundreds, thousands, of romance manga in Japan tackled similar themes. But the experience of reading 5 centimeters per second, the delicate details and emotional layering, was completely different from ordinary works. As he read further, he saw the scene of young Akari waiting alone in the empty station lobby, head lowered, trembling anxiously until late at night. Something in Takeda's chest tightened. He was in his 30s. He had lived through several unforgettable relationships. For students who had never been in love, the story would feel painful and suffocating. For adults who had been in love, it was painful too, but also nostalgic, bittersweet, and achingly beautiful. Like the tears that fell on Akari's hand as she clutched Takeke's sleeve. There were no words in that panel, but her feelings were unmistakable. The fear that he wouldn't come. The dread that a year of exchanged letters was about to end. The sinking realization that this missed meeting could be their last chance. But when he arrived, those fears melted into relief, warmth, and joy. Those tears must have been burning hot. A nighttime walk. Bare branches sparkling under falling snow, appearing like cherry blossoms drifting in spring. A perfect echo of their promise to see the cherry blossoms together again next year. A kiss beneath snowlit sakura. Later, at the station, as the train pulled away, Akari reached into her pocket and pulled out her own undelivered letter. At that moment, Takeda felt something click. The boy lost his letter. The girl never delivered hers. What was the author implying? If neither letter reached its destination, what would have changed? If they had exchanged them, would the future have been different? He turned the page. The second chapter, The Astronaut, used the launch of a space probe as a metaphor for life, loneliness, isolation. Even if one traveled impossibly far into the universe, it was still nearly impossible to touch even a single hydrogen atom. Connie's confession ended before it could even begin. Knowing their relationship was impossible, she and Takeke watched the rocket ascend into the cold night sky. That rocket was about to embark on its loneliest journey. And what about Connie and Takeke? Jun Takeda's emotions churned violently. He forgot entirely about competing with Misaki. He simply kept turning pages, unable to stop himself. A quiet anticipation stirred within Takeda Jun. If even Connie couldn't enter Takeke's heart, then surely someday, Takeke would seek out Akari again. A girl like her, unforgettable to the point of pain. No matter how many years passed, wouldn't he one day want to see her again? Holding on to that hope, Takeda turned to the third chapter. This section focused heavily on the inner reflections of the two protagonists. Both had forgotten the details of that meeting more than 10 years ago. Yet each of them, in their own lives, dreamed of blurry scenes, shadows of emotions once so fierce they had carved themselves deep inside their hearts. And then, Takeda reached the moment where Takeke and Akari walked toward each other from opposite sides of the railway tracks, cherry blossoms drifting in the wind. But in the final, frozen moment, a train rushed past. The other side of the tracks was empty. Jun Takeda's face remained neutral, but inside, a deep, indescribable sadness spread through him. He looked around at the other editors. He wanted to say something, to criticize, to dismiss the manga. But every word he had prepared died in his throat. What was the point of saying anything? Everyone here had a trained eye. They could see the truth just as clearly as he did. The heavy silence in the room, the subdued, reflective expressions on the editors' faces, the way several of them gazed at the pages with a faint melancholy. All of it revealed the same thing. This short manga had hit them hard. "Alright, everyone may begin commenting," Director Moriyama Kaito finally said. He paused, then looked at Misaki. "The creator of this short story, they're a newcomer." "That's right. Still a high school student," Misaki replied. A small ripple ran through the room. Everyone knew that in the past 2 years, the company had begun supporting exceptionally young manga creators. This was because several rival publishers had found surprising success promoting college-aged manga artists, branding them as genius prodigies, which drove sales sky-high regardless of literary depth. Moriyama considered this carefully. Then, with a small gesture, he signaled the editors to begin discussion. "Impressive. I think it's very well done. It's just that the ending is too sad. It might not match the usual tone of Sakura Iroh Weekly," Takeda tried to argue. But before Misaki could even respond, several editors countered immediately. "There have been plenty of serialized romances with bittersweet endings. It's not a problem." "Exactly. The second female lead wins trope has been common for years. No need to restrict ourselves. Even though it's short, the ending is emotionally powerful. And the artwork is exceptional." "I agree. It really moved me. It reminded me of things I had nearly forgotten. 10 pen names, royalties, and new work." Ray knew that the serialization meeting for his manga was being held today, but he also understood that results were never announced on the same day. The final decision usually came from the senior editors at Hashimori Publishing Group the following afternoon. Even so, he couldn't help feeling anxious. He had confidence in the quality of 5 centimeters per second. But he had far less confidence in the judgment of upper management. He knew well, from both this world and his previous one, that many excellent works had been buried because someone in power made an irrational decision. Even Attack on Titan, in his past life, had been rejected by Weekly Shonen Jump before finding its true place elsewhere. Anyway, the results will be out tomorrow. Forcing himself to relax, Ray closed his eyes and went to sleep. But in his dreams, 5 centimeters per second was rejected. Every time he submitted it to another magazine, it was rejected again. Eventually he gave up drawing entirely and went back to studying, choosing an ordinary life instead. He woke up unsettled. Another uneventful school day passed, and when classes ended, someone Ray hadn't seen for 2 days stood waiting for him at the classroom door. Miyu peeked inside, spotted him, and waved cheerfully. A few classmates turned their heads. Was it true? The rumor around school was that Rei Kirishima from Class 3 and Miyu Yukishiro from Class 1 were dating, who came to the door to pick up a friend every other day, and waited for him after school. Before Ray could think too much, his homeroom teacher dismissed the class, and he stepped outside. "Your teacher really loves keeping students late," Miyu joked. But Ray wasn't in the mood to banter. "Miyu, Did the serialization meeting results come out yet? Yep. My sister texted me at 4 o'clock. She asked me to bring you to meet her after school. I only saw it once class ended. She added, if it hadn't passed, I wouldn't need to bring you. I could have just told you the result. So. Her smile deepened under the warm sunset. Congratulations, Ray. Ray opened his mouth, but all he could manage was, thank you. Miyu had played a huge role in everything. Without her, he would still be panicking about where to submit his manga. He might have ended up exactly like the nightmare he had last night, wandering from company to company, getting rejected endlessly. An hour later, Ray followed Miyu back to her family's villa. This was his second time visiting, and he felt slightly less awkward than before. And this time, he saw Misaki smiling for the first time. She wasn't naturally cold, she simply didn't smile unless she needed to. But now, she was smiling at the young mangaka who had helped her regain her footing in the editorial department. Before today's meeting, her submissions had lost to Takeda June twice already. Congratulations, Mr. Kirishima, Misaki said warmly. Your manga passed the serialization meeting. I invited you here to discuss the contract. She handed him a standard publishing agreement. A contract. A massive weight lifted from Ray's chest. He picked it up, though the dense legal text made little sense to him. Thankfully, Misaki explained. In summary, this covers your royalties. For Sakura Iroh Weekly, the payment was calculated per page, 7,000 yen as the baseline rate. But that was only the base. If a chapter ranked higher in that week's popularity poll, royalties increased accordingly. Even at the maximum boost, royalties wouldn't exceed 3 times the baseline. A typical manga had about 20 pages per chapter, 4 chapters per month. So the minimum monthly income for a newly serialized artist in Sakura Iroh Weekly was roughly 560,000 yen. As for Ray's 5 centimeters per second, it was already complete, over 100 pages in total. Even if every chapter ranked at the bottom, he would still earn nearly 700,000 yen guaranteed. With that money, Ray would finally have the confidence to deal with his parents' debt. Even if the court seized his home immediately, he could at least survive. Of course, Misaki added, royalties from weekly serialization weren't where mangaka made real money. The real earnings came from tankobon sales, collected book volumes. The standard royalty rate was 8%. If a single volume sold for 500 yen, the artist earned 40 yen. This was already the bare minimum allowed by national publishing law. It was also standard treatment for new artists like Ray. And merchandise? Anime adaptations? Those used even more complex revenue formulas. Misaki gave him a wry smile. But don't even think about merchandise until your series becomes popular enough for an anime. Right now, focus on serialization first. Ray felt overwhelmed. His legal knowledge was already weak, and Japanese publishing contracts were dense with clauses he barely understood. Instinctively, he glanced at Miyu beside him. Don't look at me, she said, laughing. My contract is the exact same as yours. Of course it was. Publishers, no matter the country, always protected themselves first. New creators were at the bottom of the food chain, and many mangaka only realized the imbalance after their series exploded in popularity. There were artists whose anime merchandise earned billions of yen, yet they themselves only received a small one-time licensing fee. But Ray wasn't in a position to worry about all that. A brand new mangaka had no leverage. Accept the terms first, become successful, then renegotiate. After only a brief moment of thought, Ray took the pen Miyu handed him and began filling in his personal details. 10 minutes later, Misaki reviewed the contract and nodded. In that case, Mr. Kirishima, the partnership between you, me, and Hashimori Publishing Group officially begins. Ray exhaled, a quiet breath he hadn't realized he was holding. He then asked carefully, now that 5 centimeters per second passed the serialization meeting, when will it start running in the magazine? 3 weeks from now, Misaki replied. Friday, June 13th. Your manga will debut in that issue of Sakura Iroh Weekly. She continued. The cover will feature our 2 new serializations, 5 centimeters per second and Love Like Fireworks. Your series will receive full promotional placement. Also, if possible, we'd like the first 5 pages of Chapter 1 in full color. Cover promotion. Color pages. For a rookie mangaka, that was huge. But there's another title debuting at the same time. Ray asked. That's right, Misaki said, smiling faintly. Good competition is healthy. Then she added, one more thing, Mr. Kirishima, have you decided on a pen name yet? As you know, Miyu publishes under Saki. A pen name helps protect your personal life. Ray thought briefly. Then let's go with Shirogane. It was the pen name he had used in his previous life, back when he was still struggling. He couldn't bring his past identity into this world, but letting his old pen name live again felt like a symbolic continuation of the life he once had. Misaki considered it for a moment. Shirogane, it has a nice sound. She extended her hand. Then it's a pleasure to work with you, Mr. Shirogane. And, she added, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Miyu and I haven't either. Why don't we have dinner together? There are still several details about the serialization process that I'd like to discuss with you. This was Misaki's usual approach. She often shared meals with her authors or visited them in person. Strong relationships made future editing smoother, less friction during manuscript revisions, less awkwardness when urging deadlines. After all, it's harder to get angry at someone who buys you dinner. That night, Ray returned home. Now that the results of the serialization meeting were confirmed, all the tension that had been weighing on his heart finally loosened. Lying on his bed, he found himself imagining all kinds of possibilities, what readers would think, how 5 centimeters per second would be received, whether the serialization would spark discussions online, and what would come after. Finally, I've taken the first step. Ray didn't know how long he lay there with that thought before he drifted into sleep. In his dreams, he returned to his past life. Late at night, he was watching a movie alone, watching carefully, savoring every detail, while reliving the same sadness he had once felt years ago. After finishing the film, he immediately looked up the original novel. The title, the story, the emotions carved into his memory, they all flowed through him again as he slept. When he opened his eyes the next morning, Ray felt an overwhelming heaviness in his chest. His expression was strained, and his eyes were faintly red, a residual sadness from the dream, from the story he had recalled so vividly. Ray had always been the type to immerse himself deeply in fiction. Stories could shake him to his core. And the title resurfaced clearly in his mind. Tonight, even if this love vanishes from the world. It was the romance novel by Misaki Ichijo that had once moved him so deeply in his past life, along with its film adaptation. A girl whose memories vanished every time she fell asleep. A boy who loved her despite her forgetting him again and again. The title itself served as the premise, the catalyst, and the tragedy. There were many similar works, 1 Week Friends, the anime film 1,000 Years in Hyrule, but none of them left a deeper mark on him than Tonight, even if this love vanishes from the world. A sharp pang hit Ray's stomach. Why am I remembering all these heart-crushing stories first thing in the morning? He groaned internally. Come on brain, give me the plot of Gintama or something. Let me draw a gag manga for once. This wasn't the double comedy he wanted, first tragic romance in 5 centimeters per second, now another emotional gut punch. This new story was just as devastating, sweet at first, then painfully bitter. But since it only had a live-action film adaptation, not an anime, it never spread widely in the anime community. Still. Ray rubbed his forehead and began thinking seriously. 5 centimeters per second would only run for 5 chapters. In 1 month, it would end. And now, at the perfect moment, he had remembered a story he could adapt next. If I want my second serialization to ride the momentum of the first, I need to start preparing the next manga right now. The fact that the original work was a novel didn't matter. In the manga and anime industry, stories jumped between formats all the time. If the core narrative was strong, it didn't matter whether it started as a novel, manga, or film. A good story transcended form. 11. Plan. For the next several days, although Ray continued attending school as usual, his attention had already shifted almost entirely to the upcoming serialization of 5 centimeters per second in Sakura Iroh Weekly. With the release date already locked in, and the printing schedule extremely tight, Ray had less than a week to finish coloring the 5 required full-color pages for Chapter 1. On top of that, there were countless small manuscript adjustments. The workload wasn't huge, but the tedious repetition drained him, keeping him up late each night. Realistically, this pace would crush an ordinary manga artist. Weekly serialization usually requires several assistants to handle inking, tones, backgrounds, and cleanup. But unlike most artists, Ray didn't need to spend time figuring out storyboards or refining plot beats. Every panel and emotional shift already existed in his mind. All his time could go straight into drawing. And ever since merging with this body, his drawing speed had become unbelievably fast. Hiring assistants would only distract him and make the artwork inconsistent. So when Misaki suggested he find helpers, Ray politely declined. June 1st, Misaki's villa. Ray returned once again to the upscale villa complex where Misaki lived. When Misaki was at work, Ray was in class. When Ray had weekends free, she just happened to be off from the company. Their schedules miraculously aligned. The school obviously wouldn't allow him to skip classes repeatedly for manga work, but fortunately Misaki didn't mind squeezing Ray's deadlines into her own off hours. Inside the living room. Better than I expected, Misaki said as she organized the completed manuscript. It doesn't look like the work of a newcomer at all. Miyu, sitting beside her, nearly burst with jealousy. Her sister had never praised her this openly. Ray accepted the compliment humbly. After all, he wasn't truly a beginner, just a failed artist reincarnated with a second chance. In that case, Misaki continued, closing the folder, the final draft of 5 centimeters per second is approved. I'll submit everything to the company tomorrow. Thank you for your help these past few days, Ray said politely. He hesitated, then asked. I wanted to confirm. 5 centimeters per second will only run for 5 weeks, right? That's correct, Misaki nodded. Then, once it ends, if a serialization slot opens up, can I submit a new manga to compete for it? That question froze the room. A new slot. Misaki raised her brows. You already have another manga idea? Miyu asked, surprised. Yes, Ray replied. I came up with it around the same time as 5 centimeters per second. And in my own opinion, it's not inferior. Since 5 centimeters made it into the magazine, I'd hate for this one to be buried. Misaki's eyes brightened. If Ray could produce something on par with 5 centimeters, then this was a serious opportunity. But the brightness faded as she shook her head. Ray, your idea is a little too idealistic. What do you mean? There isn't enough time, Misaki said. Ray blinked. Not enough time. Misaki sighed lightly. Even though 5 centimeters starts serialization in 2 weeks and ends 7 weeks later, the slot after yours has already been assigned. Several excellent entries appeared at the serialization meeting, and because 5 centimeters per second is a short 5-chapter series, the editorial department already designated its successor. She looked at him sympathetically. There won't be another internal meeting for that slot. Miyu added softly, if you'd submitted that new idea during the serialization meeting, both of your manga might have been serialized together. It's a shame we didn't know earlier, Misaki finished. I see. Ray lowered his eyes, disappointment slipping into his voice. But there was no helping it. Great manga didn't enter serialization just by existing. They needed timing, magazine vacancies, editorial votes, and luck. But it's hard to say for sure. The lower-ranked series in Sakura Iroh Weekly haven't been doing well lately. The 6th volume of The Sound of the Clouds only sold 20,000 copies in its first week. That's practically a disaster. If this keeps up, the magazine will probably exit in a few weeks, Miyu said, her eyes shifting thoughtfully. Ray, you should focus on finishing your new manga first. It'll be best if I can look over it early, spot any flaws, help you fix pacing issues. That way you won't miss the next opportunity when it comes. Miyu grinned brightly as she said this, clearly still under the emotional influence of 5 centimeters per second. Just like in his past life, after watching 5 centimeters, he immediately looked up all of Makoto Shinkai's other films, The Garden of Words, Your Name, Weathering with You. Once someone gains confidence in a creator through a single work, that trust tends to solidify, at least until the creator releases something truly awful. Miyu had said 5 centimeters was painful, too sad, too heavy, but without realizing it, she had already become a fan. Now she was eagerly anticipating Ray's next project. I understand. Ray nodded. Then I'll leave it to editor Misaki to keep an eye out for any serialization openings in the group. Misaki's expression softened. Of course. But let me ask, you know Sakura Iroh Weekly only serializes romance manga. If your new work isn't in that category. Don't worry, Ray replied with a small laugh. It's pure romance. No third wheels, no long-distance separation. Then, is it another story with a regretful ending like 5 centimeters per second? Mayu asked carefully. Regretful. Ray paused, then shook his head with a gentle smile. For the two leads, there are no regrets between them. He didn't mention that the readers might not feel the same way. Ray hated spoiling stories. If Misaki and Mayu were curious, they would just have to read it themselves. Mayu let out a soft sigh, half relieved, half disappointed. She said she disliked tragic stories, yet in some quiet corner of her heart, she still anticipated that beautiful, painful feeling. It was nearly 9 o'clock by the time Ray finally got home after taking the bus. He pushed open the worn wooden door, switched on the light, and saw the living room table covered in sheets of character design sketches. In his previous life, tonight, even if This Love Disappears Tomorrow had existed only as a novel and a live-action film, there was no manga adaptation. Creating a manga version would be far more work than 5 centimeters per second. He would need new character designs, new scene layouts, new environmental backgrounds, fresh paneling decisions. Of course, many emotional keyframes could be referenced from the film, guaranteeing a certain minimum quality. Ray sat down, exhaled, and looked at the scattered sheets. "All right," he murmured. He picked up his pen. "Let's begin." 12. First serialized issue. As June arrived, the temperature soared, matching the heat of Japan's competitive manga industry. While the top 6 national magazines maintained unmatched prestige, that didn't mean smaller publications lacked a future. Readers' tastes were more diverse than ever. Because the biggest magazines prioritized commercial value and action-heavy shonen titles, romance series were comparatively scarce. And that was precisely why romance-centered weeklies like Sakura Iroh Weekly continued to flourish. Although distributed mainly across Tokyo and surrounding prefectures, Sakura Iroh Weekly still achieved impressive sales, around 800,000 copies per issue. Within its region, its brand recognition wasn't much lower than the top-tier magazines dominating the national charts. Even though the official debut of the new serializations was scheduled for next week, the 13th, this week's issue, which released on the 6th, had already started heavily promoting the 2 new manga. The promotion included full-color spreads illustrated by Rei Kirishima and veteran artist Yuto Amamiya. Rei's promotional art depicted a girl in a knee-length skirt and a boy catching his breath after running downhill, meeting at a railway crossing as a train approached. Cherry blossoms drifted through the air, overflowing with a quiet, nostalgic beauty. Across the illustration was the title, 5 centimeters per second, by Shirogane. The accompanying tagline read, "Do you know what 5 centimeters per second represents?" The aesthetic and composition clearly hinted at a bittersweet, romantic coming-of-age story. Within the Sakura Iroh weekly discussion boards, loyal fans quickly reacted. 5 centimeters per second, unusual title. Is this replacing Love After School? Never heard of a Shirogane before. Must be a newcomer. But damn, this art style is clean. And Love Like Fireworks is debuting too. Yuto Amamiya's first new series in a year. Everyone, please vote for it. Don't let a rookie beat it. Sakura Iroh Weekly needs something fresh ASAP. Most of last year's new serializations were mid. Only Lament was decent. Too many school romances. It's getting repetitive. But 5 centimeters doesn't even look like a typical school romance. No uniforms, city railways, could be a retro-style romance. I'll check it out next week for the art alone. Hope it surprises me. The Sound of the Clouds sold 20,000 last volume. But Love After School barely sold 10,000 and was last place for 6 weeks straight. Of course it got axed. In Japan's huge manga market, 2 new serializations barely created a ripple. Discussions surged, then faded into the background noise of the internet. Outside of Ray and a handful of industry insiders, most readers greeted the newcomers series with mild curiosity at best. Wednesday morning. The newest issue of Sakura Iroh Weekly hit bookstores across Tokyo and surrounding prefectures early Wednesday morning. Priced at 650 yen, the anthology contained 18 serialized manga, nearly 400 pages total, each chapter roughly 20 pages long. For many office workers, finishing the entire magazine in 1 week was nearly impossible. But for Kana Uehara, things were different. 2 weeks earlier, she'd broken up with her boyfriend. Last week, she'd finally resigned from her draining job. Now, she drifted through her days numb, exhausted, and heartbroken. Only good food and romance manga could soften the ache. Still wearing the neat, stylish office outfit she hadn't fully let go of, Kana entered the already bustling bookstore. She walked straight toward the rack displaying the newest magazines. There it was, wrapped in glossy plastic. The cover featured two contrasting halves. Left side, a railway crossing under drifting cherry blossoms, a boy and girl face to face. Right side, the cast of love like fireworks in crisp, youthful styles. Kana stared at it for a moment, quietly hoping. Please, let these be good. Kana Uehara took a deep breath. After paying for the magazine at the counter, she turned left toward a nearby cafe. She ordered a coffee and a small cake for breakfast, went up to the second floor, found her favorite window seat in the corner, and carefully unwrapped the latest issue of Sakura Iroh Weekly. Flipping through the index, the first chapter featured her longtime favorite romantic comedy, High-Scoring Romance. It had been ranked 1 in the reader polls for 18 consecutive weeks and was the 5th serialized work of popular mangaka Yuta Shiba. At this point, it was considered one of Sakura Iroh Weekly's flagship series. Of course, every romance manga eventually faced the same problem. Once the couple gets together, the charm fades. After spending 10 minutes on the chapter, Kana sighed slightly. It wasn't bad. It just didn't have that spark anymore, the youthful shine she loved. She then flipped to Lament, created by the genius high school mangaka Saki. She read quietly for a long while before letting out another sigh, this time of admiration. Unlike high-scoring romance, Lament's pacing tightened in the later arcs, completely avoiding filler. The reading experience was far smoother. After that, Kana turned her attention to the newly serialized manga. 5 centimeters per second, huh? She murmured softly. Drawn in by the illustration style she'd noticed earlier, she flipped straight to its first page. The opening spread was a watercolor soft depiction of falling cherry blossoms, accompanied by simple but poetic narration. Did you know? It said they fall at 5 centimeters per second. Cherry blossoms. They drift down at 5 centimeters per second. Is this the origin of the title? Kana wondered, sipping her coffee as her interest grew. Lines like these didn't explain the setting. They didn't push the plot forward. But they flowed beautifully, and carried quiet emotion. Whoever the creator Shirogane was, Kana thought, they must be a very sensitive person. In the manga, the girl named Akari opened her palm, letting petals slip between her fingers. Doesn't it look like snow? Ah, that kind of ambiguous, delicate dialogue. Some readers might call it pointless. But people like Kana loved it. A girl running down a gentle slope, a boy chasing after her. Just as she crossed the railway tracks, the crossing gates fell, trapping them on opposite sides. The tracks became a visible line between two worlds. Akari lifted her red umbrella against the drifting petals and smiled, a smile soft as spring itself. I hope we can see the cherry blossoms again next year. Same scene as the film. Different artist. Different paneling. A completely new emotional impact. Rei's draftsmanship still had room to grow, but his ability to convey emotion, the subtle shift in eyes, the trembling of a smile, was astonishingly strong. The panels were deceptively simple, but somehow Kana felt a quiet sadness forming in her chest, even though she had no idea what happened next. Why did this scene feel so lonely? As the chapter moved from color to black and white storytelling, the atmosphere shifted. The faint melancholy deepened. The story shifted into Akari's inner monologue, Takeke written like fragments of letters addressed to. When I think back, I even miss the unbearably hot Tokyo summers, the melting asphalt roads. The last time we met was at graduation. Takeke, do you still remember me? To Takeke, thank you for your letter. Autumn has already arrived. Yesterday was the first time this year I wore a sweater. A few short panels, paired with Akari's gentle narration and Takeke's increasingly lonely expression, were enough for Kana to grasp the situation. The boy and girl who once promised to watch the cherry blossoms together next spring, hadn't seen each other for an entire year. Akari had transferred schools. Their only contact now came from exchanged letters, each telling small pieces of their days. Their longing grew stronger. Originally, they lived only a few prefectures apart. But now that Takeke was also transferring, this time far, far away, the distance between them would stretch into something impossible. A distance two middle schoolers could never hope to cross again. Before he moved, they decided to meet one last time. There's a huge cherry blossom tree near my home. When spring comes, the petals fall at 5 centimeters per second. I kept thinking, how wonderful it would be if spring and Takeke could arrive together. Akari. The plot unfolded slowly but delicately, and combined with the soft backgrounds and unique paneling, Kana felt her chest tighten the moment she reached the scene of Akari sitting alone, writing. One lone bird in the sky. A quiet town dyed orange by the setting sun. A single girl writing words she couldn't say aloud. The loneliness seeped straight into the reader. The two, desperate to see each other again, arranged their meeting. Takeke would travel by train. Akari would wait at the station at 7 p.m. The manga never explicitly said it, but Kana felt it deep in her heart. If they failed to meet this time, they might never see each other again. Thousands of kilometers was enough to defeat even adults, much less two kids. Kana closed the magazine for a second. What kind of manga is this? She had never seen anything like it. It wasn't a typical romance comic. It was almost like reading poetry, beautiful, quiet, painfully delicate. Then the manga shifted into a flashback. How Akari and Yuto first met. How they bonded over shared loneliness and similar interests. How they promised to attend the same middle school. And how everything shattered the night Akari's family made her transfer away. She had called Takeke, hoping for comfort, a chance to see him one last time. But the boy, devastated and frightened by the idea of losing her, could only choke out. Enough. Stop talking. Kana slammed the page. What the hell? How could you say that to her? Akari had been forced by her family to transfer schools. She had no choice. She called Takeke that night to apologize, and this was the only response she got. Anger welled up in Kana's chest as she read on, but she couldn't stop turning the pages. The flashback ended, and a year later Takeke boarded the train heading toward the town where Akari now lived. But a sudden snowstorm ruined everything. He had to change trains twice, and each connection was delayed, something Takeke had never anticipated. During the long wait, he wrote a letter. Everything he'd wanted to tell Akari for the past year. His apology for that night. His honest feelings. He planned to give it to her the moment they met. But while waiting at the transfer station, the letter slipped from Takeke's coat pocket. A sharp gust of freezing wind lifted it high into the air, and carried it away into the dark, snowy sky. Gone. Standing on the platform, the boy hung his head. Tears gathered at the corners of his eyes. It wasn't just the lost letter. It was because he was already late. Their meeting time, 7:00 p.m., had long passed. Now it was 8:15 p.m. Kana Uehara flipped the page. But there was nothing more. The first chapter of 5 centimeters per second ended there. A heavy pain settled in her chest, the kind that comes when a story cuts off right before the most important moment. Why do mangaka always do this? Why stop right here? Was Akari still waiting for him? If she wasn't, then Takeke would soon be moving even farther away, to a distant prefecture thousands of kilometers from Tokyo. Would this snowstorm truly separate them forever? Would they never meet again? Kana felt a dull ache rise inside her. The sadness wrapped around her like her own heartbreak had 2 weeks ago. What kind of manga is this? How can a first chapter hurt this much? Is this really the work of a newcomer? 13. Evaluation and competition. This work. Kana Uehara took a deep breath. How many manga become legendary from the very first chapter? But for most series, the first chapter is enough to reveal the creator's true ability. The character depth and delicate emotional pacing in 5 centimeters per second were far beyond what a newcomer should be capable of. Kana carefully flipped through the color pages. There was also a small creator introduction for Shirogane. A quick lookup on TWKAN showed a single line. Shirogane, a high school student living in Tokyo. An underage rookie mangaka. Kana blinked. A high schooler? That had to be a joke. A teenager might be able to create fluffy school romance fantasies. But this? A melancholic, quiet, painfully realistic story aimed at young adults? Impossible. Just as Kana was mulling over Shirogane's identity, thousands of fans were already flooding the Sakura Iroh Weekly Forum, a sub-site under Hashimori Publishing Group. Although the internet in this Japan wasn't as advanced as the world Takeke remembered, online forums were still lively. Readers of weekly manga magazines always gathered to discuss new chapters the moment an issue hit stores. As expected of Yuto's new series, the first chapter of Love Like Fireworks was adorable. Lament was mid this week. Honestly, This chapter was way better than high-scoring romance. That one's basically filler now. I'm not buying the next tankobon. Voting for Lament this week. By the way, did anyone read the other news series this week? You mean 5 centimeters per second? Yeah, what did you think? Thank God someone mentioned it. I thought I was the only one who liked it. Same. The characterization of Akari and Takeki almost made me cry. Haven't seen a romance manga with this much emotional detail in ages. But damn, it's slow, an entire chapter and they still haven't met. What's it about? Worth reading. Depends on taste, but the first chapter hooked me. Everyone should at least check it out. It's nothing like the usual Sakura weekly formula. I love slow burn romance. Spoiler, the leads are in middle school. The setting feels like the early Heisei era, no phones, only letters. A long-distance relationship romance? That's bold for a debut. No way it lasts more than 20 chapters, the plot will collapse. We'll see. Personally, 5 centimeters per second was my favorite new chapter this week. Okay, you convinced me, I'll go read it. Even though it was only the first chapter, 5 centimeters per second didn't spark any massive hype yet. But during her break, Misaki checked the forum comments, and felt relieved. There were no negative comments at all. Readers praised the emotional pacing, subtle storytelling, and art, and most importantly, they had the patience to follow this quiet, slow-moving narrative. That alone was the best possible outcome. Inside the editorial department. Congratulations, Takeda. The early fan reactions to your new series are great. Several editors gathered around Takeda June, grinning. And you too, Misaki, the feedback for 5 centimeters per second is very solid. I wonder how the popularity poll will look this week. The first chapter rankings for new series are always fun to watch. Sakura Iroh Weekly's fan voting system had moved entirely online. Readers just had to enter the serial number from the magazine to cast their votes. Much easier than the old postcard system. Previously, even a magazine selling 800,000 copies might get only a few hundred mailed-in votes per issue. Now the number had increased tenfold, sometimes dozens of times. Honestly, a chubby editor with glasses said with a laugh, 5 centimeters per second won't lose to love like fireworks. The editor-in-chief and everyone at the serialization meeting were blown away. Wouldn't surprise me if it breaks into the top 5 of the popularity rankings in its debut. Misaki and Takeda both glanced toward the female editor, a faint displeasure flashing in their eyes. Although Misaki and Takeda were rivals within the Sakura Iroh Weekly editorial team, their competition had always been straightforward and professional. Everyone did their job, no pettiness. But this particular female editor. Not only were her own results terrible, she also loved stirring up drama inside the team. To be blunt, her comments were pure troublemaking. 5 centimeters per second was a short series, and its opening was intentionally slow. It was already fortunate that fans reacted positively. Surpassing Yuto's brand new work, especially one backed by years of loyal readers, was simply unrealistic. Her words weren't encouragement. They were empty flattery meant to provoke. I'm not aiming for the top 5, Misaki replied mildly. As long as it doesn't land in the bottom 3, it's fine. Even the series I serialized before, right up until cancellation, never scored that low. The slightly chubby female editor who had spoken earlier immediately shut her mouth. In the last few months, 2 of her manga had been axed from Sakura Iroh Weekly due to low popularity. Everyone knew that a series only gets cancelled when it ranks dead last. Misaki's comment hit her like a slap, softly spoken, but unavoidable. After the woman went silent, Misaki and Takeda exchanged a glance. In that moment, they understood each other perfectly. There was no doubt. Yuto, with 6 years of serializations and a solid fanbase, would naturally have higher starting popularity for her new romance manga compared to a debut work like 5 centimeters per second. But the real question was, how long would that advantage last? With both series running side by side in the same magazine, comparisons were inevitable. And 5 centimeters per second would conclude in just 5 chapters. If during those 5 weeks, even once, Shirogana's 5 centimeters per second surpassed Yuto's Love Like Fireworks in the reader popularity rankings, then in the eyes of the entire editorial department, the winner would be unquestionable. It would be 5 centimeters per second. 14. Fans, ranking order. After school, Ray stepped out of the school gate and headed straight toward the nearest bookstore. A prominent display inside showcased Sakura Iroh Weekly. Since it was already afternoon and the school was nearby, only a few copies remained. Ray picked up one, ready to buy it and head home. After all, this was the first issue featuring his serialized manga 5 centimeters per second. Of course he wanted to buy a copy and check how his artwork looked in print. "Ray, you're here too?" A female voice called out behind him. Ray turned to see two classmates, Yui Nakamura and Hana Fujimoto. Both girls were academically weak and sat in the back row of the classroom, diagonally opposite his seat. They weren't particularly close. "You like Sakura Iroh Weekly too?" Hana asked, her eyes brightening when she saw the book in Ray's hand. "Too?" Ray froze for a moment. "That's right. Yui and I both came to buy it. We've been fans of this magazine for years. So, Ray, which manga do you like? Lament? Or maybe high-score romance?" Ray blinked, surprised that two students from his class turned out to be readers. And based on Hana's expression, she was definitely a seasoned manga fan. Seasoned manga fans always had that unmistakable excitement in their eyes whenever they talked about their favorite series. Ray knew that expression well. "Me," Ray said, stepping toward the counter to pay. "I like 5 centimeters per second." 5 centimeters per second. Hana repeated, confused. She glanced at Yui. "Do you know it?" "No. I don't think that manga exists in Sakura Weekly," Yui frowned. Ray smiled, taking the magazine and waiting for his change. "It's a brand new series starting this issue. You can read chapter 1 inside. Trust me, you won't be disappointed." "What are you bragging about?" Yui laughed. "You just bought the magazine. You haven't even read it yet. How would you know the manga is good? Are you the author or something?" "You guessed right," Ray replied casually. Of course, he knew they wouldn't believe him, so he simply leaned into the joke. "Oh, and let me give you a spoiler, this one's really sweet. You'll love it. Make sure to follow it every week and vote for it online." After saying that, Ray waved goodbye and left the bookstore with the magazine. Yui and Hana exchanged glances, curiosity blooming in their eyes. "Ray, a boy, buying a shoujo manga. Suspicious," Yui muttered. "Maybe he isn't buying it for himself, maybe it's for his girlfriend," Hana whispered conspiratorially. "You mean?" Yui instantly remembered the rumors spreading around school. Ray and Miyu from Class 1 had been seen together after school many times, enough for people to assume they were dating. "No way, Miyu. She." "Okay, stop guessing. Let's just buy the book and go," Hana said. She picked up her copy of Sakura Iroh Weekly, and the color cover for 5 centimeters per second immediately caught her eye. There really is one. And the art style was surprisingly beautiful. Ray's words echoed in her mind. A super sweet manga. Later that night, Ray stayed up drawing the first chapter of Tonight, Even If This Love Disappears from the World. Until late, nearly oversleeping the next morning. He rushed to school, and after taking his usual seat, Hana turned around with a bright grin. "Ray, you were right. I read 5 centimeters per second last night. It's so good. The art is amazing. I'll definitely keep following it." "Thank you," Ray said quietly. "What are you thanking me for?" Hana giggled. "You didn't actually believe our, you must be the author, joke, right?" Ray just smiled and didn't answer. Classes dragged on through the morning, and by lunchtime, Ray found someone familiar waiting at the classroom door. Miyu's appearance in the hallway instantly drew attention from nearby students, but Ray was already used to the stares she attracted whenever she showed up to find him. The two left the classroom together and headed up to the rooftop of the school building. "Do you need something? Or did Editor Misaki want to talk to me?" Ray asked. "Even if my sister doesn't need you, can't I?" Miyu huffed. But she didn't string him along for long. She pulled out her phone, opened a picture, and held it out. "What's that?" Ray asked. "This is the preliminary ranking for the newest chapters in Sakura Iroh Weekly. It only counts votes from the first 24 hours after release. My sister sent me the picture this morning," Miyu said proudly. Ray quickly leaned closer. "Ninth." His expression tightened with disappointment. The first chapter of 5 centimeters per second ranked 9th. Meanwhile, Love Like Fireworks, the other new serialization launched in the same issue, ranked 6th. What's with that face? For a brand new mangaka, making 9th place on your very first serialized work is already impressive. What were you expecting? Miyu said, rolling her eyes. That other new manga is by a veteran artist with an existing fanbase. Of course you can't beat them right away. And don't underestimate ninth place. Once the second chapter comes out next week, without color pages or cover promotion, it might drop even further. She gave a dramatic sigh before pointing at her phone again. More importantly, why are you staring at your ranking? Look at mine. Yours? Ray asked. His eyes slid upward on the ranking list, then widened. At the very top, popularity ranking 1, Lament, author, Saki, votes, 3,912. The plot for high-score romance was garbage this week, so its fans revolted. Mayu puffed out her chest in pride. And thanks to that, after 2.5 years as a serialized mangaka, I finally hit number 1 in Sakura Iroh Weekly. She grinned triumphantly. Well, amazing, right? You dragged me onto the rooftop at lunch just to show off. Ray said helplessly. What else? Mayu said bluntly. What's the point of getting first place if I don't brag about it? Anyway, keep working hard, Junior. With your talent, maybe in 2 years you'll catch up and take the 1 spot too. Her smile turned mischievous. But by then, I might already be serializing in Dream Comics, adored nationwide as a rising genius mangaka. Ray could only stare weakly. But he understood. She was a teenager. An excitable, overly dramatic teenage mangaka. And she genuinely saw him as a friend, otherwise she wouldn't have bothered coming all the way here just to brag. People only share their happiness with those they trust. Still, wasn't she getting a little too excited? Had Miyu never considered the possibility that 5 centimeters per second might explode in popularity over the next few weeks, perhaps even knocking her down to second place? Ray couldn't help letting out a small laugh. Ha, I was being narrow-minded. It wasn't about dethroning her. It was simply that, when someone is genuinely happy, friends should smile and celebrate with them. That was all. Time continued its steady march, and another week quietly slipped by. June 20th, Wednesday. The second chapter of 5 centimeters per second was released with the newest issue of Sakura Iroh Weekly. 15, Sadness and Achievement. Early Wednesday morning, bookstores across the city stocked the newest issue of Sakura Iroh Weekly. Most people were already at work or school at that hour, but there were always a few who drifted between internet cafes and bookstores with no fixed schedule. Rina was one of them. June had arrived, and universities around Tokyo were gradually starting summer break. Seniors were preparing to enter the workforce. But Rina still hadn't found a job. Her family was well off, though, so she wasn't panicking. Most of her days were spent indulging in manga, hopping between bookstores and cafes with whatever new magazine caught her attention. A quick online search told her that this week's Sakura Iroh Weekly had returned to an older-style cover, a collage of character portraits from every currently serialized manga. Youthful, warm, bright. But the top-ranking manga featured on the cover didn't interest her. She paid for the issue quickly and headed to a nearby cafe, choosing a seat by the window. The first thing she turned to was the page number for 5 centimeters per second. Just as some people fall in love at first sight, her connection with this manga had been instant. The first chapter had been slow and melancholic, nothing like the sweet, fluttery shoujo romances she usually read. And yet, I love it. Maybe it was because she had once known a boy like Takeke, back in junior high. She couldn't even remember his face clearly anymore. But knowing that such a person had once been a part of her life was enough to fill her with a small warmth. Smiling faintly, Rina opened the second chapter. The story picked up exactly where the first chapter had ended. Takeke had waited for hours at a transfer station on a freezing winter night. By the time the connecting train finally arrived at 8 p.m., he was already an hour late for his promised meeting with Akari, which was supposed to be at 7. His face, drawn in stark black and white, was filled with confusion, anxiety, and anguish. It was their first reunion in a year. And soon, once Takeke moved, the distance separating them would grow into something terrifying, thousands of kilometers. If they couldn't meet tonight, their last meeting might remain the graduation ceremony. Just one look at Takeke's expression made Rina feel a tight ache in her chest. How could 2 middle schoolers possibly fight against the decisions of their families? How unfair. I didn't make it in time. Akari must be so anxious. But that night, when she called to tell me she was transferring, she needed comfort far more than I did, and I didn't say a single kind word. I feel ashamed. Panel by panel, the ticking of a clock kept appearing. Time passed. 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock. The train had finally moved again. only to stop in the middle of a snowy wilderness. Repetitive delays. Endless cold. Takeke remembered Akari's letters from the past year. For some reason, Akari always sounded so alone in her letters. The train didn't move for 2 hours. Takeke sat with his head lowered, his heart cracking open, tears pooling in his eyes. And then, Akari, I wish you were home. The line pierced Rina's heart. She took a slow, shaky breath. In Akari's position, she would have been terrified, wondering whether he had left early, whether he had decided the weather was too dangerous. Or worse, whether she meant so little to him that he'd simply given up. And yet, there was still a sliver of hope. Rina turned the page. Takeke stepped off the train. The station was buried in layers of snow. It was past midnight. He's way too late. There's no way she's still there. Rina whispered, fists clenched. If she had been waiting, she would have gone home long ago. How could anyone endure from 7 p.m. into the freezing early hours of the morning? But Takeke pushed open the waiting room door. His eyes widened. And Rina froze. Sitting alone in the silent, empty waiting room was Akari. Her head lowered. Her posture small and fragile. A girl who had waited through the freezing night without moving. Tears instantly filled Rina's eyes. Without a single line of dialogue, she understood. Akari must have felt abandoned. She must have thought she'd been stood up. But she stayed anyway, because she knew, if she left that station, she would never see Takeke again. Once he moved far away, they would have no next time. Was this what love looked like? Rina Morikawa's mind raced, but her eyes stayed fixed on the manga pages. She watched Takeke walk gently toward Akari. The moment the girl noticed him, her calm expression crumbled, sadness and relief flooding in all at once. Silently, she grabbed the sleeve of his coat, holding on desperately as tears slid down her pale fingers. Before she even noticed it, Rina's eyes had already turned red. The immersion was overwhelming. In the quiet waiting room, the two spoke softly about their lives over the past year. Then they stepped out together into the snowy night, walking side by side through the deserted streets. They arrived at the cherry blossom tree Akari had mentioned in her letters. But in the middle of winter, no blossoms were falling. Hey, doesn't it look like it's snowing? Akari reached out her hand, letting the snowflakes slip through her fingers. It echoed the scene from chapter 1, what she had said a year ago. I hope we can see the cherry blossoms together next year. No blossoms. But the snow made the same soft sound of petals drifting down. The two scenes mirrored each other. Under the winter sky, Takeke and Akari looked at each other quietly. For a moment, it felt like they had returned to a year ago. The falling snow turned into cherry blossoms in their eyes. The barren trees seemed to bloom for them alone. And then, softly, tenderly, they leaned in and shared a kiss beneath the tree. Rina stared at the panel with a swirl of emotions. It should have been sweet. A beautiful, heartwarming moment. But instead, her chest tightened. Because she understood the truth beneath the surface. Everything tonight existed only for tonight. Tonight's kiss, tonight's conversation, tonight's embrace, all of it would vanish with the dawn. Tomorrow, Takeke would return home, then move with his family to a town thousands of kilometers away. The more deeply they cared for each other now, the more painful the parting would be. It was like a dream that would end as soon as morning came. When we kissed, I felt we understood everything between us. But the next moment, an unbearable sadness washed over me. I knew we could not stay together forever. Distance, time, and life itself stood in our way. In the cold winter night, they embraced. Dawn brought the moment of parting. Akari stood at the train door, watching Takeke, offering him gentle words of blessing. Takeke promised they would continue writing letters and stay connected. Then Akari pulled out an envelope from inside her coat, a letter addressed to Takeke. Unopened. Her expression was filled with sorrow as she watched the train pull away. No, no way. Rina panicked. Scenes like this were always precursors to tragedy. Why hadn't Akari given him the letter? Suddenly, Rina remembered the letter Takeke had lost in the snow back in chapter 1. He had never managed to express his deepest feelings to Akari. And now Akari was holding onto a letter she couldn't give. Rina flipped the page, and froze at the words. End of chapter 2. One letter lost. One letter never sent. What kind of plot is this? Why make Takeke lose his letter? Why make Akari hold hers back? Was the author hinting that these two, because they couldn't express themselves, would end in quiet tragedy? Then she realized something. This was exactly how most relationships fall apart in real life. People know certain words must be said. They know silence will only widen the distance. But they still hesitate, still avoid, still stay silent. And then everything breaks. Rena took several deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down. She reread chapter 2 from the beginning. She had only one thought. What will happen in chapter 3? Where would Akari and Takeki go from here? Would they ever meet again? Could their long-distance bond survive? Question after question filled her mind. Meanwhile, across Japan, countless readers had already finished the new chapter. Chapters 1 and 2 formed the first complete arc of 5 centimeters per second, the Cherry Blossom chapter. A story of 2 middle schoolers, and the fragile, heart-wrenching bond between them. Last week, readers felt only a subtle melancholy. But after this week, the arc's full emotional weight finally landed. Many manga readers had already sensed that something was unusual. On the official Sakura Iroh weekly forum, discussions about 5 centimeters per second had exploded far beyond last week's volume. Sakura Drop 77, I cried in chapter 2, when Akari was sitting alone in that freezing waiting room, OMG. This is love. Real love. Stray Cat 14, Takeki is kinda weak though. Night Train 00, weak. Man traveled hundreds of kilometers alone at 13. What do you want? Rebellion arc. Shizuki Melt, long distance romance instant tragedy. Momomint, bruh, they didn't even have smartphones. Pain speedruns. Rinrinheart, I'm crying at lunch, RN, someone help. Marizayako, this hit too close. I had a friend like that in junior high, then we moved. I still wonder what he's doing now. Tomato Splash, yeah, this is definitely going tragic. Harakeo, something is off. Why didn't Akari give him the letter? Petal Storm, Chiragana-sensei, if you're here, please listen. Make it sweeter later, I am begging. Uzuka Panic, it's literally chapter 2, y'all calm down. If you don't like it, don't read. Natsa Milk Tea, no. We like it. We just want them happy. Ghostline, anyone know who Shiragana-sensei really is? Blue Sakana, rumor says Shiragana-sensei is a high school student. Shijirimamo, impossible. A high schooler can't write emotional pacing this sharp. Kurakawa X, best romance manga this year hands down. Voting for 5 centimeters per second first. Hanachigo, Sakura Iroh weekly usually goes for hopeful endings. Maybe there's still a twist coming. Ray Station 29, what if they stay in touch for years, promise to reach the same university, and finally reunite later? Could be a wholesome ending? Chiffon Sky, wait, that sounds cute. I'd read that. The discussion only grew more heated, and at the same time, fans across the entire distribution region began voting for 5 centimeters per second through their mobile phones. Inside Hashimori Publishing Group, the Sakura Iroh weekly editorial team monitored the internal data continuously. Everyone noticed the spike. It feels unexpected, Misaki murmured, her eyes thoughtful. She was genuinely beginning to anticipate the results. No one could predict how high 5 centimeters per second might rise in the rankings. But the fact that it ignited such a massive wave of discussion by only its second week was proof enough. This manga had serious potential. Normally, new series peaked in their first week thanks to heavy promotion. Week 2 always dropped. But judging from the momentum, 5 centimeters per second looked like it would rise instead. Regardless of the final number. 5 centimeters per second will most likely overtake Love Like Fireworks. Misaki glanced meaningfully at Takeda Jun. His brows were tightly furrowed. He had seen the signs too. The oppressive, melancholic style he'd assumed readers would reject, was not being rejected at all. On the contrary, while the forum was filled with complaints and emotional outbursts, many readers still ended up voting for 5 centimeters per second. People really were contradictory like that. Takeda felt increasingly uneasy. He looked up from his computer and accidentally met Misaki's eyes. The faint, satisfied smile on her face made his heart tighten. No way. Could Yuto's Love Like Fireworks actually lose to a newcomer's manga? And not just any newcomer, a high schooler. First Saki, now this Shiragane. Saki becoming the #1 voted author in Sakura Iroh Weekly while still in high school was already unbelievable. But now another high schooler. And this one felt even more frightening. Why were all the prodigy manga artists appearing under Misaki's wing? June wanted to curse out loud. Just give me one prodigy. Just one. Why does she get all of them? The next morning, after a sleepless night of frustration, June arrived at the office early and immediately received the latest fan voting data from the statistics department. And the numbers only made his stomach twist harder. Meanwhile, time continued moving as usual for Rei Kirishima. Attending classes, sketching during breaks, hurrying home after school, Rei had no idea how much emotional chaos Chapter 2 of 5 cm per second had stirred among romance-loving readers throughout Tokyo and the surrounding regions. Nor did he know that several manga reviewers across Japan had started paying close attention to his work. However, at lunchtime, Rei finally received an update from the ever-well-informed Miyu. And the news shocked him. The second chapter of 5 cm per second had risen from last week's rank of 9th to 6th place. Meanwhile, Love Like Fireworks, which had been 6th last week, dropped to 8th. 16. Impact. Wow, impressive. Your new manga is already 6th in the popularity rankings after only 2 weeks. Miyu said it casually, but her expression was complicated. She tried to speak as if she were the one in 1st place and Rei was the one in 6th. But deep inside, she was comparing herself. Her own first serialized work. It debuted near the bottom, fell to 2nd last place in just 2 weeks, and only clawed its way into the top 10 months later. Yet Rei, 2 weeks, and he was already 6th. She wasn't jealous, at least, that's what she told herself, but she definitely felt a sting of frustration and a bitter sense of unwillingness to lose. After all, she became a manga artist years earlier than Rei. There was no way 5 cm per second was going to surpass her, right? Thanks, Rei replied, carefully scanning the ranking sheet again. Miyu tucked her hair behind her ear and added, "By the way, when your royalties come in, you should finally buy yourself a phone. It'll be easier for my sister to contact you." "Yeah, I've been planning that." The two of them leaned against the rooftop railing, looking down at the students eating lunch on the playground below. A light breeze passed through the open space, lifting the sounds of laughter. Rei felt strangely dazed. In his previous life, struggling alone as an adult, he had fantasized countless times about returning to high school. Now he really was back in high school. And not just that, he was a high school manga artist. "What's so fun about watching people eat?" Miyu teased. "Every time we come up here at lunch, you stare at them like you forgot how lunchboxes work. Brainstorming manga ideas." She added with a smug grin. "When you graduate, you'll miss this view more than once." "You talk like someone in their 30s, Rei laughed. "Seriously though, about that new manga you mentioned before, how's the progress?" "Oh, the first chapter is done. The second is almost finished." "What? Already? And you don't even have assistants?" Miyu stared at him as if he were a cryptid. "Drawing manga takes talent. Drawing quickly takes even more talent," Rei said lightly. Miyu's eyebrow twitched. A wave of pure rivalry surged inside her. She had 2 assistants living near her villa. Every day she shuttled finished drafts to them for post-production work. Even then, the 3 of them together weren't as fast as Rei. Time passed quickly. When lunch break ended, Rei returned to class. And before he even sat down, he heard the chatter. "Akari. Takeke. 5 cm per second. Shiragane." Rei's pen name. The readers of his manga weren't just Hana and Yui. Several classmates were leaning around a desk, arguing excitedly about the latest chapter. In the current manga market, where romance series often followed repetitive formulas, 5 cm per second might not have been the most commercial, but it was undeniably unique. It was true in Rei's past life. And it was true in this world as well. "Here he comes, our great manga artist." Hana waved dramatically the moment she saw Rei entered the room. Ever since she learned he also bought Sakura Iroh Weekly, Hana had been calling Rei that name, half joking, half teasing him for claiming he was the author of 5 cm per second. The funniest part was that everyone assumed it was just a joke. As always, once anime fans discover their people, the conversation flows like a broken dam. "Rei, did you read 5 cm per second yesterday?" Hana asked, eyes sparkling. The little group of shoujo manga-loving girls turned toward Rei. They'd heard Hana say that one of the boys in their class actually read the same magazine, a rare phenomenon. "Yeah," Rei nodded. "Perfect," Hana said, leaning in. "We were discussing what'll happen next. Yui and I think it's definitely going the long-distance relationship route. But Tuma and Yuki think their parents will magically move back to Tokyo one day and then the 2 of them can date properly. So what do you think?" Rei blinked. There are 18 manga in Sakura Iroh Weekly. Why are you all fixated on this one? Because, Hana huffed, high-score romance and a sad tale are already in their final arcs. The leads confessed, everything's honey-sweet, nothing to speculate about. And the rest of the magazine is predictable. But 5 centimeters per second, we genuinely can't guess what will happen next. Ray couldn't help but smile. But I'll tell you both your theories are wrong, Ray said calmly. Totally wrong. And spoilers are the most evil thing an author can do. So I won't say anything. But what you want to know will be answered in a few weeks. Pfft. The entire little group burst into laughs. Ray had slipped perfectly into Shirogane mode, the mysterious author teasing his fans. They all assumed he was just role-playing for fun. I remember, Hana said, snickering, when you recommended the manga to me, you called it super sweet, right? So based on that, you're saying in a few weeks it'll suddenly turn depressing and painful, right? Ray froze. Huh, she guessed that? If the plot really goes that way, then I seriously need to think about Shirogane-sensei's true identity, Hana muttered. Don't overthink it, Ray coughed lightly. A flicker of guilt crept up his spine. There was no way he could reveal who he really was. Both 5 centimeters per second and his next work, Tonight, even if this love disappears from the world, had emotionally brutal endings. If anyone knew he was Shirogane, some overly invested fans might literally chase him down the hallway. For girls in his own class already read Sakura Iroh Weekly. How many students in the entire school had picked up the issue this week? Out of 800,000 copies sold, how many were bought by teenagers exactly like these? The thought alone made Ray's scalp tighten. No wonder Miyu kept her identity secret. A high school mangaka could easily get mobbed. What are you panicking for? Yui teased. Afraid the plot won't match my prediction, so you'll lose your great manga artist act. Yeah. Tuma Saito and Yuki Kondo chimed in, grinning. Ray stared at them helplessly. They were just messing around. Half these people couldn't even remember what they had for lunch yesterday. There was no way they'd remember some dumb joke from weeks ago. Case closed, ignore and survive. 17, Episode 3. Late June arrived, and another issue of Sakura Iroh Weekly was about to hit the shelves. After a week of buzz, the popularity of 5 centimeters per second had spread from the internet into real-life conversation. Word-of-mouth promotion from passionate readers was far more effective than anything the publisher could manufacture. A quick search on TWKAN showed that 2 of Sakura Iroh Weekly's veteran romance series, Lament and High Score Love, were both nearing their conclusions. Among the top 10 ongoing titles, 5 centimeters per second now stood out as the dark horse, a newcomer series with exceptional art, emotional weight, and powerful storytelling. With growing online discussions, many readers who had been ignoring the series out of bias toward newcomer artists were now picking it up to see what the hype was about. Of course, the internet wasn't filled with praise alone, there were detractors too. Fans of Love Like Fireworks were especially loud, accusing 5 centimeters of being overrated. Not because of any flaw in the work, but because both series launched in the same issue, creating an inevitable rivalry. When Yuto's Fireworks lost to 5 centimeters in Week 2's popularity rankings, its loyal fanbase was furious. Still, whether praise or criticism, discussion was better than silence. And thanks to all this noise, the popularity of 5 centimeters per second continued to rise across Tokyo. On Wednesday mornings, readers in every district visited bookstores specifically to look for Sakura Iroh Weekly. Hashimori Publishing Group wasn't blind, they immediately increased promotional focus on 5 centimeters, partnering with major bookstores for marketing space. Large posters were displayed beside magazine racks. Takeki and Akari kissing beneath a snow-covered cherry blossom tree, the barren branches in their minds blooming into a full spring scene as snowflakes turned into petals. Ray had drawn and colored this artwork in advance, and it was now being used everywhere as the official promotional image. At the bottom of the poster, bold text read, "A masterpiece by the brilliant young mangaka Shirogane." Hashimori Publishing had sensed the spark and was now fanning it into a blaze. And the results were immediate. Throughout the industry, manga critics, editors, and rival publishers began turning their eyes toward the mysterious newcomer Shirogane. After all, in recent years, several young mangaka had risen from obscurity to national fame, sometimes surpassing top veterans and dominating annual sales rankings. They appeared on talk shows, earned fortunes, and became celebrities in their own right. Everyone wondered, was Shirogane the next to join them? Inside a downtown Tokyo bookstore, a hand reached toward the shelf and picked up the latest issue of Sakura Iro Weekly. The man, Ryo Wakaba, currently in his 30s and the owner of a successful company, walked straight to the counter and paid. Being a grown man with money didn't stop him from loving romance manga. Just as countless women devoured shonen action, there were plenty of men who appreciated the emotional depth of shoujo stories. And among all the manga serialized in Sakura Iro Weekly, his reason for buying today's issue was clear: 5 centimeters per second. For high schoolers, it might just be a bittersweet romance. Something fleeting, something they would forget in a year. But for Ryo, he could feel everything. Having experienced career success and marital failure, Ryo felt this manga differently from most readers. Especially the story between Akari and Takeke. His own marriage had failed for a simple reason: there was someone he had never been able to forget, his first love from high school. And the reason they couldn't stay together was equally simple: they went to different universities, and eventually drifted apart. So of course, deep down, he hoped that someone in a manga could fulfill the dream he himself had failed to realize. What would happen to Akari and Takeki after their tearful separation in Chapter 2? Carrying the magazine to his company, Ryo tore open the plastic wrap as soon as he reached his office and flipped straight to the new chapter. The first bold line he saw was 5 centimeters per second, Part 2, Cosmonaut. Part 2 already. Turning the page, Ryo's eyes widened. A vast, lonely field. A girl sitting with her knees pulled tightly to her chest. A moon hanging over a cloud-filled sky, under a starfield far more vivid than anything on Earth. A beautiful, dreamlike night sky, yet the two figures standing beneath it looked unbearably lonely. Then the scene shifted. A rural island town. A timid girl riding a tiny electric bus to her high school. She parked the bus, straightened her hair, took a breath, and casually walked up to a boy in the schoolyard. The boy was Takeke. And the girl was Connie. The narration made it clear. Connie liked him. Absolutely. Ryo only needed 2 pages to understand. Because he had once approached his first love the exact same way, shy, hopeful, pretending it was casual. Through the narration, he realized the truth. Takeki and Connie were now second-year high school students. High school. That meant 6 years had passed since Takeki and Akari parted ways at the snowy train station. 6 years. Ryo's grip tightened around the page. He and his own first love had broken up just 3 months after entering university. Had Takeki and Akari stayed in touch? Were they still writing letters? Had they met again during those 6 years? He turned the page. The entire chapter was told from Connie's point of view, following her quiet, unspoken love for Takeke. Ryo let out a long breath. Is this really a shoujo manga? Ryo hadn't expected the answer to be revealed so quickly. In fact, he was a little afraid. Afraid that the manga might show something he didn't want to see. Afraid it would mirror his own life too closely. Still, he inhaled deeply, steadied himself, and turned the page. The new pages followed Connie's quiet days in high school. Every afternoon, she would pretend to leave school at the same time as Takeke. She would linger in the bicycle lot, adjusting her ponytail, tying and untying it again, all so she could appear casual, as if she'd just happened to meet him on her way out. Then, she'd ride her bike beside him. Not too close. Not too far. Just enough to share the same stretch of road. Her inner monologue was soft, painfully sincere. I think I started liking him back in middle school. Maybe it was love at first sight. I studied so hard just to get into the same high school as him. When I found out he liked a certain drink, I made sure to like it too. Ryo felt the ache building in his chest. He had done the same things at her age. From Connie's point of view, Takeke was always alone. Always staring at his phone. Always typing. Always sending someone a text message. Ryo's breath caught. A cell phone, texting, of course. 6 years had passed since the snowy night at the station. This was the era when cell phones were just beginning to spread through high schools. Takeke's family was comfortable. Buying him a phone wouldn't have been strange. So, who was he messaging? Akari. It had to be Akari. Ryo flipped the page faster. And then he saw Connie's inner voice. Whenever I see him texting someone, I always wish, just once, that message could be for me. That one line stabbed Ryo right through the heart. He closed his eyes for a moment. Ah, Connie, poor girl. He whispered it aloud without thinking. He understood too well. Everyone who has ever loved someone silently has had that exact thought. Takeki's high school days were drenched in loneliness. There was no sweetness in his life. Only Connie's soft, hopeless affection and Takeki's unreachable heart. 18. Rising popularity. 5 centimeters per second is exactly that kind of work. For readers who dislike it, the pacing feels slow and meandering, even frustrating. But for those who resonate with it, the manga becomes a mirror. It reflects back memories, regrets, and emotions they once lived through. For someone like Ryo, it wasn't immersion anymore. It was a quiet, painful reminder of his own past. In the manga, Connie repeatedly walks behind Takeki, watching him stare toward the distant horizon, wanting to speak to him, but swallowing her words every time. She can never stand upright on her surfboard, just like she can't gather the courage to confess her feelings. Her unrequited love stings Ryo's heart intensely. Next to the delicate black and white panels, Connie's inner thoughts appear. Whenever I'm near Takeki, my chest tightens. He's so gentle, it makes me want to cry. The panel of them sitting quietly together on the hillside, no words from either side, no narration, is enough to make Ryo feel the gulf that lies between them. Connie's gaze is full of Takeki, but Takeki's gaze contains not even a shadow of Connie. On their way home, they encounter a giant vehicle carrying a satellite rocket. Drizzle begins to fall. Connie bikes behind him, watching Takeki's back. Later, after her bath, she smiles and pets her dog, Kabu. Takeki told me today that he feels lost too. So he's just like me. That makes me happy. Her smile is so small. Her happiness is so fragile. Her world is so simple. Ryo felt a sting in his eyes again. But Takeki, after returning home, does not have Connie in his thoughts. He flips through documents about the satellite transporter and murmurs. That journey, truly unimaginable loneliness. Traveling forward in the darkness, unable to touch even a single hydrogen atom. How long will we continue like this? Where exactly are we going? Then a mental image forms. A girl standing beside him. Her face blurry. Her outline fading. But Ryo knows who she is. Akari. It could only be Akari. The Cosmonaut Part 1, End. Ryo reached the final page and froze. That was it? His chest felt hollow. Takeki's monologue wasn't about the satellite's loneliness. It was about his own. Things don't need to be spelled out in the plot for an adult reader to grasp the truth. And Ryo understood immediately. Takeki and Akari, had they already drifted apart? Had they stopped writing, stopped calling, stopped trying? A cold tremor ran through his heart. Akari's tears at the station. Takeki's trembling hands. Their kiss under the snow-blown cherry blossom tree. Their whispered blessings. All of it. Now contrasted by Takeki's empty, wandering gaze in high school. Even two people who loved each other so deeply, after 6 years, could they truly become strangers, separated by time and silence? Ryo swallowed hard. The pen name Shirogane flashed in his mind. A chill ran down his spine. This manga is heading toward tragedy, isn't it? By noon, the Seikirero Weekly official forum had exploded. Readers weren't stupid, everyone who had read Chapter 3 felt it. 5 centimeters per second was not a typical sugary shoujo romance. It wasn't sweet, it wasn't uplifting, it wasn't dreamy. It was a quiet, painful exploration of one central theme. How long can a love as pure as Akari Shinohara and Takeki Tono survive the erosion of time? How long before two people, who once trembled in each other's presence, slowly fade from each other's world? Every chapter hurts. But pain is exactly what keeps readers turning the pages, wanting to know the answer they fear the most. And on the Seikirero Weekly Forum, Yukisora 95, why won't Takeki just look at Connie Mizuno? My heart is in pieces. Kuronekam, Connie is suffering so much. Shirogane-sensei, do you have a heart? Cobalt Rain, if Takeki and Akari already fell out of touch, then let him move on with Connie. Please. Lilychan, reading Chapter 3 broke me. Connie is exactly like my middle school crush story. I liked him for 3 years, he only looked at someone else. Hikaru Tsubasa, you people are crazy. Akari is the true heroine. Connie is just a side character introduced to show Takeki's emotional distance. Sakura Night, if Shirogane makes Takeki end up with Connie, I swear I'm dropping the manga. Mizuki Sketch, this chapter gives me a bad feeling. It's hinting Takeki and Akari already lost contact. Is Shirogane-sensei seriously doing this in a shoujo magazine? Shoujo Master 88. Trust me, I've read 200 plus romance manga. This is just misdirection. All early conflicts are red herrings. In chapter 4 or 5, high school Akari will appear. Pineapple Panda, exactly. Losing contact. Connie. These are just setups. The reunion is coming. Autumn River. You're all arguing about ships. Am I the only one crying because it reminds me of someone I loved years ago? Glass Moon. Same. I cried reading chapter 3. This isn't just manga. Shirogane draws real, lived emotions. Night Horizon. No way this is drawn by a high school student. Absolutely no way. For her to draw this kind of emotional pain, she must have lived through something herself. Compared to last week, the discussion around 5 centimeters per second exploded. Readers weren't dumb. In the first week of 5 centimeters per second serialization, not many details were apparent, but by the second week, things started to feel off. By the third week, anyone who had seriously read all 3 chapters was, to some extent, touched. 19 rankings, competition, and the decision to release the standalone volume. The next morning, Misaki arrived at the office bright and early, waiting. Although she presented herself as a cold beauty in front of Ray, that was just her true nature in reality. She was articulate at work and got along well with most of her colleagues. Her carefully made-up face was even more beautiful and elegant, and in her professional attire, she exuded a subtle sense of authority. Colleagues in the office were at this time discussing the recent situation in the editorial department with great enthusiasm. I wonder what the rankings in Sakura Iroh Weekly will be this week. I feel that 5 centimeters per second's ranking will continue to rise. This manga is quite popular among fans. I didn't expect readers nowadays to be into this kind of thing. Although I like this manga and voted for it in the serialization meeting, I didn't think it would achieve such high results. The plot is too depressing. So never try to guess the market's popular trends. Who knows why Sakura Iroh Weekly fans, who usually prefer shoujo manga with youth/school/sweet romance, are so invested in 5 centimeters per second. The company has received hundreds of letters for Shirogane-sensei these past few days. Another genius. For Shirogane to get these results on a debut manga, if they polish their skills for a few more years, they might really have a shot at running a series in Hashimori Comics someday. I feel like I can also ask mangaka I know to try creating works in the style of 5 centimeters per second. Maybe this is a new market trend. It's useless, Misaki said as she walked into the office. Misaki, you're here. Misaki-san, good morning. After responding, Misaki continued the previous topic. It's not that this kind of depressing, tear-jerking manga will become the market mainstream. In fact, any genre, as long as the work is excellent enough, will find an audience. The reason a genre fades is simply because later creators fail to produce compelling stories. Even with tear-jerking and depressing romance manga, 5 centimeters per second success isn't because of its genre, but because the author digs deeply into the characters and makes them vivid and distinct. If you just copy the sad romance template without matching creative ability, you'll get nowhere. To give a simple example, I'm sure everyone still remembers the ending of 5 centimeters per second, right? But who here can still remember the name of the protagonist from the submission you reviewed yesterday? As Misaki finished speaking, the office fell silent. They had to review a huge pile of new submissions every week. But even after several weeks, as long as 5 centimeters per second was mentioned, they could all clearly recall that final panel of Takeka turning away and walking off. Just one read, yet the character etched himself into their memories. That's not something an ordinary mangaka can pull off. However, just as Misaki was chatting with her colleagues, someone in the editorial department shouted that the performance report was out. Misaki quickly went back to her seat, turned on her computer, entered her intranet login, and pulled up the company server. A spreadsheet file. She clicked it, and a list popped up. High-scoring romance, fan votes, 4,123. Lament, fan votes, 3,698. 5 centimeters per second, fan votes, 3,012. Love Like Fireworks, fan votes, 714. The office immediately filled with startled voices. Third. That's insane, right? Third chapter serialized, third in popularity. And this is a newcomer. Is 5 centimeters per second really that popular? Totally beyond my expectations. Third in the magazine after just 3 weeks of serialization. That's even stronger than Saki-sensei back when she debuted. The editor's exclamations buzzed in Misaki's ears, but her own feelings were far from calm. By now, everyone in the editorial department understood one thing very clearly. Even though 5 centimeters per second only had 5 chapters, it had climbed to third in the rankings in just 3 weeks. If all 5 chapters ran, and its momentum held, it might very well surpass all the other series and take first place. At school, in the classroom, during the break. Shirogane-sensei is definitely a psychopath, Nia said angrily. It's infuriating. Why does Connie have to suffer like this? Why did Shirogane create such a pitiful girl? Since the male lead and Akari already lost contact, Takeka shouldn't keep wandering like that. Kaori chimed in. The 4th chapter isn't out yet. Haven't there been hints that Connie wants to confess? Let's see how episode 4 handles it, Yui said. Speaking of which, the direction of 5 centimeters per second's plot is exactly like what Ray said last week. It really does feel like it's heading toward a tragic, suffocating route, Hannah said, sounding puzzled. At this point, the 4 girls in the class all turned to look at Ray, who was casually smiling at them as if nothing unusual had happened. It has to be a coincidence, Kaori whispered. There was no way Ray was actually Shirogane, the author of 5 centimeters per second, right? Nia and Yui both nodded. Only Hannah glanced at Ray again, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Just then, the noise in the classroom began to quiet down. A boy in the front row turned around with a teasing grin. Ray, she's here for you again. That's right, go on, don't keep her waiting. She's in the top 10 of the entire grade, man. Ray, move. Don't make the honor student stand there looking for you. The class erupted into knowing laughter. Ray's expression didn't change. He stood and walked toward Miyu, who was peeking in through the doorway, waving at him with a bright smile. Wow, 3rd time this week she's come to find him. I refuse to believe they're not dating, Kaori muttered as she watched Ray leave. As soon as Ray reached the door, he immediately sensed something different. He had never seen Miyu looking at him so seriously before. Her expression was unusually solemn. My sister just sent the ranking results. The rankings are: 1st, high-scoring romance. 2nd, lament. 3rd, 5 centimeters per second. 3rd, huh. Ray smiled when he heard it. Thanks for coming all the way here just to tell me. It's not a big deal, Miyu said, taking a deep breath and smoothing the emotion off her face. Then she forced a smile. But, Ray, I honestly didn't expect your 5 centimeters per second to perform this well. I didn't either, Ray said modestly. Probably just good timing. There's no such thing as good timing, Miyu shot back immediately. Skill is skill. And, with our manga so close in the rankings this week, I can't afford to relax anymore. From now on, you and I are the magazine's biggest rivals. Yeah, I get it, Ray said after thinking. Miyu studied him for several seconds, then laughed softly. Why that face? What face? Ray smiled. Our manga competing is one thing, but that shouldn't affect our friendship, right? Anyway, if 5 centimeters per second ranks above your lament next week, you'd better treat me to a nice meal to celebrate your good friend's achievement. Wait, I get overtaken by you, and I have to treat you. Miyu stared at him, bewildered. Then how about I treat you, Ray said casually, to comfort your lonely heart after getting surpassed. Miyu went silent for a moment. Then a smile slowly, unconsciously formed on her face. Are you that confident 5 centimeters per second will surpass lament next week? You didn't even consider your ranking staying the same, or dropping? Miyu asked, squinting at him. Definitely, Ray replied without hesitation. Miyu's fingers curled slightly into fists. Being underestimated by him made her bristle, but there was nothing she could argue back with, at least not right now. She exhaled hard, accepting his challenge with a reluctant shrug. I won't lose. If you want a celebration feast at my expense, try waiting another 20 years. Throwing out this declaration, Miyu spun around and headed back toward her classroom. Although they had only spoken for a few minutes, the brief rooftop-like tension between them drew curious stares from students in the corridor. Ray simply smiled. He knew Miyu wasn't the petty type. She just couldn't immediately accept that the boy she had personally discovered as a fellow manga enthusiast had now become a direct threat to her own serialized work. The position she had fought 3 years to reach. Ray had reached in just 3 weeks. But time smooths everything out. And it wouldn't just be Mayu. Every established manga artist, every mid-tier creator, every rising rookie in Japan's publishing scene. All of them would eventually have to accept it too. Ray returned to class just as the bell rang. The teacher entered, beginning the afternoon lesson. Meanwhile, across Tokyo and the neighboring prefectures, Sakura Iroh Weekly continued to fly off bookstore shelves. The fanbase for 5 centimeters per second grew larger every day, online and offline. At Hashimori Publishing Group's editorial department, the Sakura Iroh Weekly team made a unanimous decision. Since 5 centimeters per second was performing exceptionally well, and because its total chapter count was already confirmed, they would prepare a tankobon single-volume release, launching 2 weeks after the final chapter. They wanted to test how far this mysterious newcomer, Shirogane, could go in the volume sales market. Time passed quickly. July arrived. Another Wednesday. Another new issue of Sakura Iroh Weekly hit the shelves. 20 Tears in My Eyes. Early in the morning, Rina Morikawa woke up at dawn. Normally, she would sleep until noon unless something major happened, but today was different. Taking a deep breath, she washed up quickly and rushed to the bookstore near her apartment. As soon as she walked in, she headed straight for the familiar shelf piled high with Sakura Iroh Weekly. Next to it was a large promotional poster. Takeke Tono and Connie Mizuno walking with their bicycles under a glowing orange sunset. Just that one illustration made Rina's heart tighten. 5 centimeters per second was once again the featured highlight of this week's issue. Although it was only a third-tier magazine title, to Rina, this manga, only 3 chapters in, was the most emotionally powerful thing she'd read all year. Which was why she'd woken up before sunrise, obsessively counting down the minutes until the store opened. Alright. What happens this week? Will Takeki and Connie finally have progress? That question had tortured her for an entire week. She paid quickly, hurried home, tore open the plastic seal, and flipped open the issue. The first page was an announcement. High-scoring romance, final chapter next week. It's finally ending, huh? Rina scoffed. It should have ended 3 months ago. The last few chapters had been padded fluff, dragging the story on for an extra volume's worth of material. Good for profits, terrible for storytelling. Skipping past event promotions and signing schedules, she flipped to the table of contents and went straight to 5 centimeters per second, chapter 4. The very first panel stunned her. Takeke was staring at an old monochrome mobile phone, typing something. Then deleting it. Then typing again. Then deleting again. Then closing the message entirely without saving. Since when did writing unsent messages become a habit? As soon as the narration appeared, Rina felt her chest sink. So it's true. Takeki and Akari really did lose contact. 6 years ago, they kept in touch by letters that took weeks to arrive. Now, with phones, they couldn't even manage a text. The more beautiful chapters 1 and 2 had been, the more this realization hurt. Shirogane, what are you doing to us? But the scene shifted. By the ocean, under a bright sky, Connie carried her surfboard toward the waves. The wind was strong, the sea rough, but today, she managed to ride a wave perfectly. And with that confidence, she made up her mind. I'm going to confess to Takeke. If I can't do it after riding a wave today, I'll never have the courage again. Rina sat up straight. Finally, some classic romance energy. Yes, Takeke and Akari's story was tragic. But if they'd truly lost contact, then Takeke should look forward. Separated for 6 years? Even adults can't maintain that, much less middle schoolers. If the manga pivoted toward Takeke times Connie, Rina actually thought that could be beautiful too. Her anticipation skyrocketed. She felt like she was Connie, heart-pounding, hopeful, terrified. After school, Connie waited at their usual time, pretending that she coincidentally was heading home too. They bought drinks together at the convenience store. She even chose the exact same flavor as Takeke. Then she tugged gently on his sleeve. Takeke turned, smiled softly. What's wrong? And no, it's nothing. Go for it, girl. Be brave. Rina was sweating from nerves. But then the bike broke down, forcing Connie to leave it at the convenience store. Takeke, being Takeke, parked his own bike too and offered to walk home with her. Good, Rina muttered. A real boy wouldn't ride off alone. Though she still thought, why not let her ride on his back seat? Shirogane-sensei, give us something sweet. On the country road, Takeke walked ahead. Connie followed a few steps behind. Takeke stared into the distant scenery. Connie stared only at him. And gradually, Rina felt the sadness creeping in. Takeke's gentleness wasn't directed to Connie. It was simply who he was. And Connie knew it. She had always known. Which was why she had never dared confess. And now, seeing him again, gentle, distant, unreachable, her courage shattered. The tears came. Takeke stopped when he heard her crying. "What's wrong?" "I'm sorry." "It's nothing, I'm sorry." But the narration whispered her true heart. "Please, don't be gentle with me anymore." Just that one sentence shattered Rina. It wasn't failed confessions that hurt the most. It was the knowledge that the confession would never succeed, and yet the heart couldn't stop loving. A fragile, impossible, quiet love. At that moment, in the distant background of the manga, dozens of kilometers away from the rural town where Takeke and Akari once lived, a thin trail of white smoke pierced the clouds from a satellite launch base. A breathtaking two-page spread appeared in front of Rina's eyes. A towering launch rocket, drawn with such stark beauty that the still image seemed to tremble with life. The tail flame split the sky open like a wound, dividing the world into two halves. The satellite ascended, beginning its lonely voyage beyond Earth. Just like Takeke's life, just like Akari drifting away, just like Connie loving alone. On the page, Takeke and Connie both looked up in silence at the rocket's rising arc. Neither of them said a word. Neither of them knew what they were thinking anymore. Rina swallowed and turned the page. The scene split. Connie walking home alone, her bike left behind at the store. Takeke continuing down his empty road. The sadness seemed to seep out from the panels. Then the narration reappeared, Connie's voice trembling in her own thoughts. "I finally understand, Takeke doesn't see me. That's why I didn't say anything. Even though he's so gentle, his eyes have always been looking at something far, far behind me." Another page turn. Connie asleep, a single tear sliding down her cheek. Her last inner monologue drifted across the page like a whisper. "My feelings for him will never reach him, and yet, tomorrow, the day after, and forever, I know I'll still love him." Rina's fingers trembled. She turned the page. Only one line waited for her. 5 centimeters per second, the cosmonaut. End. Her eyes instantly burned red. A tissue did little to stop the tears. "Why? Shirogane, why?" Rina choked out loud. Takeke and Akari had already been torn apart by distance, lost contact completely. So why wouldn't Shirogane let Takeke and Connie be together? Why make Connie, this bright, hard-working girl, so heartbreakingly gentle, and so utterly rejected? The chapter was simple in structure. A story from Connie's perspective, a quiet portrait of Takeke's drifting heart, a brutal confirmation that Akari was still the only one he ever saw. Connie wasn't the heroine. She wasn't even allowed to be a rival. She was just a passerby. A shining moment in Takeke's life, never to be held, never to be chosen. And that's exactly why readers felt their hearts crack open. Long-distance heartbreak resonates with many. But unrequited love? That resonates with almost everyone. Most people's first love begins as a secret crush. Most never confess. Most never get chosen. Connie was courage itself, yet even courage was useless. Rina wiped her eyes harshly. This was the first manga in years that had made her cry like this. She thought she'd grown numb after reading so many stories. But Shirogane's work, it cut deep. Her chest filled with anger and admiration at the same time. "Shirogane, you absolute monster." She opened her laptop, entered the official Sakura Iroh weekly forum, and saw the entire page exploding with posts. Not attacking the story. Attacking the author. Snowdrop 92, Shirogane, what is wrong with your head? Why do you make Connie's secret crush so sorrowful? Minty Fox, why didn't you let Takeke accept her? He clearly isn't in contact with Akari anymore. Red String Racer, Shirogane, you did this on purpose. I swear you're enjoying our pain. Tearful Otaku, I cried watching this chapter. My face is ruined now. Blue Umbrella, poor Connie, this girl didn't deserve this at all. Petal Sketch, the plot in this 4th chapter is actually god tier. Crane Feather, they're about to graduate high school, so what will chapter 5 even do? Faded Whisper, I can't take it, this chapter destroyed me. It reminded me exactly of the girl I never confessed to. Cherry Fragment, this chapter hurts more than heartbreak. Like, why, Shirogane? Inkless heart, I refuse to believe a sane person drew this. Sunshower dreams, stop attacking teacher Shryogane. The ending hasn't come yet. If Takeki and Akari are meant to reunite, he absolutely cannot accept Connie. Logic Loki, anyone expecting a study hard get into same university and date storyline, please go to sleep. Shryogane clearly doesn't plan to go that route. Bubble Soda, is this really a romance manga? Why isn't it sweet even once? Haru Glass, teacher Shryogane, I beg you, please make chapter 5 even a little bit sweeter. I can't take this emotional torture anymore. Lonely Meteor, Shryogane, if you're on the forum right now, send me your address, I want to mail you some local specialties. This is not a threat. Or is it? The official forum was overflowing with chaotic discussion threads. Originally, the flagship title of Sakura Iroh Weekly should have been High Scoring Romance, which was already announced to conclude next week. A manga that had dominated the magazine's rankings for over 2 years was now reaching its finale. Naturally, you'd expect readers to be talking more about Lament. But when you opened the official forum, almost all posts were about 5 centimeters per second instead. Even readers who usually only lurked without posting had joined the wave of complaints. Of course, despite all the complaints, the voting numbers hadn't gone down at all. The fans were angry at the author, not the work. The next morning, when Ray arrived in the classroom, he immediately heard the 4 members of the back row, Nia, Kaori, Yui, and Hana, arguing loudly, each having a different opinion about the plot of 5 centimeters per second. Ray had seen countless debates like this on the internet in his previous life, so he quickly avoided them to stay out of trouble. He slumped over his desk, pretending to sleep while secretly eavesdropping. Sure enough, they were complaining that the author Shirogane was too cruel, and that the characters' endings were far too sad. Ray sighed inwardly. They're already like this after only the 4th chapter. But what would happen next week, when the 5th chapter, also the final one, was released? Would those 4 still have the energy to keep arguing? Meanwhile, at Hashimori Group HQ, early in the morning, Misaki sat nervously, waiting for the compiled votes. Last week, 5 centimeters per second had placed 3rd. What about this week? The activity in Sakura Iroh Weekly's official forum made one thing clear: 5 centimeters per second had already become the most talked about series in the magazine. However, Lament and High Scoring Romance had accumulated huge fanbases over their long runs, and even near the end of serialization they still received unwavering support. So, even if 5 centimeters per second now had the most heated discussions, Misaki still wasn't confident about its rank. All she could do was wait for the official statistics released at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Misaki took a deep breath and checked the data. First place, High Scoring Romance, 4,536 votes. Second place, 5 centimeters per second, 4,480 votes. Third place, Lament, 3,768 votes. Second place? It actually surpassed her sister Miyu's Lament. Misaki felt a small ache in her heart. She's going to be disappointed. She gave herself a few seconds to feel sorry for her sister. Then, the disappointment shifted to herself. 5 centimeters per second still hadn't reached the top. People are always torn between joy and regret. But then she noticed the difference between first and second place. 45-36 versus 44-80. Less than 100 votes apart. And both titles had exceeded 4,000 votes. Considering that Sakura Iroh Weekly sells over 800,000 copies per week, the number of readers who actually go online to vote is surprisingly small. Most simply read the chapter and move on without doing anything else. If High Scoring Romance's near finale had pushed longtime fans to vote, then 5 centimeters per second had earned its votes purely because the story pierced the hearts of the readers. Even if they scolded Shirogane for making such a heartbreaking plot, they still cast their votes for the work that moved them. Thinking about this, Misaki felt her heart tighten slightly. At that moment, the other editors had also received the voting results. Several of them exhaled in regret. What a shame. Next week is the final chapter of High Scoring Romance. No matter how much readers have been complaining lately, its popularity is still undeniable. Once the finale drops, all those longtime fans are definitely going to vote. 5 centimeters per second also ends next week, but with the current momentum, it just doesn't have the nostalgic fanbase to surpass High Scoring Romance. Otherwise, it could have broken Sakura Iroh Weekly's record for the fastest rise to first place. Besides, it's only 5 chapters long. If the serialization were longer, it could have gathered way more fans than this. 4 weeks in, and it has already climbed to 4th place in the magazine rankings. That's abnormal enough. Seriously, who is this Shirogane? Whoever he is, he might become a big name in the Japanese manga world someday. But his debut work? Its achievements probably end here. Not necessarily. Misaki frowned slightly as she listened. The manga's first 4 chapters had already produced these kinds of numbers. But what impressed her most was the 5th chapter. No one could predict what kind of emotional shock next week's final chapter would trigger among readers. Would fans explode in rage after reading it? Would they complain even louder than this week, then refuse to vote out of anger, causing the ranking to plunge? Or would it be like this week, where Shirogane received even harsher criticism, but the vote count surged even higher? Misaki exhaled slowly. Maybe 5 centimeters per second will ride the wave created by high-scoring romance's finale, and next week it might even surpass it. 21. Popularity. As July arrived, the heat grew intense, and Rei's high school was about to enter exam season. However, that tense atmosphere only existed in the elite classes. In an ordinary class like Rei's, everyone behaved the same as usual, with very few students feeling any pressure at all. The back row students still studied in class, played during breaks, and had never heard of post-class revision or peer competition. During this period, discussions about 5 centimeters per second had become increasingly common on campus. At the same time, the name Shirogane, the manga artist behind the series, began popping up more and more in conversations. To put it plainly, even though Sakura Iroh Weekly only sold a few 100,000 copies per issue, that was purely because the magazine was distributed only in Tokyo and a few nearby prefectures. Within its actual sales region, its popularity wasn't that far behind Japan's 6 major magazines. Especially among female students, the enthusiasm for 5 centimeters per second was explosive. After all, the super popular battle manga serialized in the big 6 magazines weren't their cup of tea. They preferred romance, school life, mystery, and family drama, stories usually found in secondary or tertiary magazines. And 5 centimeters per second storyline stood out in the entire market. Heartbreaking, yet impossible to stop reading. Every week, after finishing the new chapter, they would rush to the forums to vent about the author, but after complaining, after releasing their frustration, they still bought the next issue and continued reading anyway. After only 4 weeks of serialization, countless fan groups for 5 centimeters per second had already formed online. Fan groups for Shirogane had also appeared spontaneously. Every week, readers gathered on the official forum to show their support. Can't wait for next week's update. Since high school is over, the next arc must be university. Akari and Takeki are definitely meeting again at university, right? Connie was such a good match for him. Since he let her slip away, the only possibility is a reunion with Akari. Shirogane-sensei, please stop making it sad. Connie was a pity, but if the guy only has eyes for Akari, then what can we do? This is real pure love. I don't get why people complained earlier. Do they want a protagonist who falls instantly for every new girl? Exactly. People criticize Takeki for not moving on, but I'm honestly mad on behalf of Shirogane-sensei. But come on, he's not contacting Akari, yet still rejects Connie. That's just the manga artist messing with us. It's only temporary. As long as neither of them are married, everything is fine. This story clearly spans years of growth, middle school, high school, university, then society. I'm looking forward to their reunion arc and eventual marriage in the 3rd storyline. Marriage and kids? You're dreaming too big. I'm already excited. How will they meet again after 6 years, once they're in university? This is what a proper childhood sweetheart story should be. But why are you all assuming Akari appears in the university arc? Isn't that too convenient? Then how else is the manga supposed to progress? Akari has to show up soon. Miyu scrolled through the forum on her phone, watching wave after wave of fan discussions about 5 centimeters per second, her expression complicated. It had been 3 days, yet the discussions were still this explosive. She had barely recovered from the shock of her own manga, Lament, being overtaken in ranking by Rei's work last week. It wasn't that she was petty, but she had always believed in her own talent, a manga prodigy who spent 2 to 3 years climbing to her current position. And Ray. 4 weeks. 4 weeks of serialization, and he was already ranked higher than her. Is he even human? No, calm down. Mayu slapped both cheeks lightly. Don't get discouraged. Life is long. This is just one setback. 5 centimeters per second only surpassed Lament last week, and its highest rank so far is second. Lament reached first place. My highest ranking is still better. When it came to self-comfort, Mayu was half a professional. Mayu was absolutely unwilling to admit defeat. Her competitive spirit burned hotter than ever, and her desire to surpass him next time reached its peak. But after all that fire and frustration, she still felt genuinely happy for Ray. Congratulations, Ray. She would never say that to his face, that would be far too embarrassing. But whispering it quietly when no one was around, that was fine. Saturday soon arrived. On that day, Ray's first manuscript payment was deposited. He immediately used the money to buy the newest smartphone. He was tired of relying on Miyu to pass messages to Misaki on his behalf. It made him feel awkward every single time. Still, he would need to wait until Monday to ask both sisters for their phone numbers at school. During the weekend, besides drawing manga at home, Ray spent a lot of time reading online comments about 5 centimeters per second and Shirogane. He was also studying trends in Japan's manga market, and with each passing hour, the tension inside him grew sharper. After all, the final chapter of 5 centimeters per second would be published in just a few days. He could already imagine the online explosion of readers' heartbreak and resentment once it released. Thinking about it made Ray feel a strange anticipation. After all, the soul-crushing pain he experienced when reading this manga in his previous life. Now he would be the one delivering that pain to tens of thousands of readers in this world. Suffering alone was miserable. But suffering together created a twisted sense of pleasure. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Once again, it was Wednesday, the release day of Sakura Iroh Weekly. This issue featured the finale of the long-running hit series, High-Scoring Romance. The cover gave the series a full-color promotional page, and bookstores had updated their shelves with large banners advertising its conclusion. Fans of High-Scoring Romance flocked to stores early to buy the new issue. But one person did not come for that series. Chinatsu Kirishima woke up early that morning and rushed straight to the bookstore. Her goal was only one: 5 centimeters per second. Normally, Sakura Iroh Weekly would announce a series conclusion 1 week early, giving readers time to prepare themselves emotionally. But 5 centimeters per second was a short work by design, and its ending was sudden. If readers knew ahead of time that this was the final chapter, the emotional impact would be weakened. So Hashimori Group intentionally gave no prior announcement. Because of that, when Chinatsu hurried home with her freshly purchased issue, she opened the magazine with pure excitement, flipping through the pages until she found the serialization slot for 5 centimeters per second. And then, a set of bold letters greeted her. Her expression trembled. Chapter 5, 5 centimeters per second. Stones PLZZZ. 22, 5 centimeters per second. Is the title of this chapter the name of the work itself? That was rare. It wasn't the finale, so why use such a direct, thematic title? With that tiny confusion in mind, Chinatsu turned to the next page. What greeted her was Shirogane's trademark artistic flair. A man working at a desk. Cherry blossom petals drifting in from the window onto the keyboard. His expression numbed, he stood up from his chair and walked out into the world. Chinatsu immediately understood. That's Takeke. Takeke, all grown up. At the start of the story, Akari and Takeke exchanged letters. In high school, Takeke began using a mobile phone. And now, in this chapter, he was working at a computer. So the university arc had been skipped entirely, straight into adult life. But the manga didn't give her any time to dwell on it. Soon, a familiar scenery appeared. The street lined with falling cherry blossoms. The railway crossing cutting through the town. The alarm bells ringing as the gates prepared to lower. As Takeke stepped forward, a woman approached from the opposite direction. Chinatsu froze. That face, that silhouette. Akari, were they really going to reunite like this? At the same cherry blossom slope. On opposite sides of the railway. In the very same positions as all those years ago. All they needed was to turn around. The two passed each other exactly at the center of the tracks, but the sudden alarm startled them, and neither looked back. Both walked toward their respective destinations. Takeke's inner monologue echoed. If I were to turn around right now, I feel certain she would turn around too. He slowly turned. And for a moment, just a moment, he thought he saw the woman across the tracks also start to turn. Then the sound of a rushing train filled the world. Steel roared between them, scattering cherry blossoms in a violent swirl. Chinatsu's fingers shook as she flipped the page. But the manga suddenly shifted into a flashback. It was night. Takeke waited for the elevator after work. A woman called out to him, but he didn't answer. At the same time, far away, a Carrie boarded a train to Tokyo under her parents' supervision. Last night, I dreamed of old things, of when he and I were still children. It must be because of the letter I found. The scene cut to the letter she had never mailed, more than 10 years old, illuminated at the bottom of the page. The perspective returned to Takeke. As Chinatsu read, the whole picture slowly became clear. A Carrie had something to attend to, so she boarded the train. Takeke, meanwhile, had once dated someone in university. Takeke had a girlfriend back then. But the message from that ex-girlfriend made Chinatsu go speechless. I still like you even now. But I believe that even if we exchanged 1,000 messages, our hearts would only be 1 centimeter closer. Chinatsu felt her heart tighten. The title of the work overlapped with those words. Cherry blossoms fall at 5 centimeters per second. And 2 people who exchange 1,000 messages, only become 1 centimeter closer. Connie felt that distance. His university girlfriend felt that distance. Every girl around Takeke did. Was it really so hard for people to grow closer? No. It was because Takeke closed his heart, refusing to let anyone in. The rest of the chapter drifted like petals, loose scenes, filled with Takeke's inner monologues. But those monologues were everything. At that exact moment, Takeke and A Carrie seemed to be thinking the same thing, at the same time. Takeke, last night, I had a dream. In the dream, we were only 13. A Carrie, the countryside covered in deep white snow. Takeke, the smoke from the chimneys was too far away to reach, only 2 faint trails. A Carrie, on the fresh snow, only 2 sets of footprints. And then, Takeke, someday, we can watch the cherry blossoms together. A Carrie, he and I both truly believed that. In the original animation, this sentiment was expressed through music and a cascade of flashbacks, showing how 2 children who once loved each other deeply slowly drifted apart, fading into memory. But a manga couldn't rely on soundtrack or motion. So Ray drew scenes from the original novel, weaving them as soft, painful flashbacks. After their parting at the station, A Carrie and Takeke wrote letters eagerly. But as time passed, A Carrie made new friends at her new school. Takeke moved to a seaside town and met Connie. A single letter took half a month to travel thousands of kilometers. Their passionate feelings gradually cooled. At night, A Carrie would pick up her pen, yet couldn't write what she truly wanted to say. Takeke grew increasingly isolated. At first, they both waited for the other's reply. But with months of distance, and 2-week letter exchanges, their words dwindled to polite greetings. The tender thoughts they wanted to express, neither knew how to place onto paper anymore. Until one day, a delayed delivery caused them to miss each other's letters entirely. After that, both tacitly stopped writing. They walked past mailboxes pretending not to see them. They still held each other in their hearts, but could no longer put those feelings into words. Chinatsu's eyes reddened. They never lost contact. It's just, over time, they couldn't communicate anymore. This was the cruelty of distance and years, the silent erosion of young love. Although Takeke no longer contacted A Carrie, he never let go of her in his heart. Connie saw this and held back her confession. His university girlfriend noticed too, even while they were dating. In the end, she broke up, realizing Takeke's heart belonged elsewhere. Only Takeke himself had almost forgotten his own childhood feelings. He needed dreams to remember A Carrie. But A Carrie's presence lingered in him so strongly that he could never truly love anyone else. In the flashback, something else was revealed clearly: why A Carrie had come to Tokyo. She was getting married. Her wedding with her fiancé would be held there. When this fact appeared on the page, Chinatsu froze. A Carrie was getting married. And Takeke? He had never moved on from that night more than a decade ago. He still believed they would one day watch cherry blossoms together again. He still couldn't love anyone else. He still hoped, quietly, stubbornly, for a reunion. Tears pooled in Chinatsu's eyes. Everything she imagined earlier shattered. There was no romantic reunion in university. No destined meeting after years apart. Akari was getting married. Did Takeki and Akari still have a chance? The emotional build-up peaked, and the flashback dissolved. Reality returned. The railway crossing. Falling cherry blossoms. The passing train. Akari and Takeki walked past each other on the tracks. Takeki turned around. Chinatsu's heartbeat thundered in her ears. It's just marriage. Romance manga crash weddings all the time. The wedding wasn't held yet, but what was there to fear? If Akari stood waiting on the other side of the tracks, if they could speak even once, their old feelings would surely ignite again. Cruel to the fiancé? Maybe. But this was pure love. This was fate. Please, Shirogane-sensei, let Akari and Takeki start over. Eyes filled with tears, Chinatsu turned the page. Gemstone. 23. Depressing. Touching. In the anime, the scene of the train passing lasted for dozens of seconds. Ray could still remember how irritated he felt when he watched that scene in his previous life. He wanted nothing more than to blow up the train out of frustration. But a manga couldn't afford that much time. At most, a few intercut flashbacks of earlier scenes could slightly extend the train's passing. Chinatsu flipped to the next page. Cherry blossoms filled the air, swirling upward in the warm current created by the speeding train. The petals danced. The train thundered across the tracks. And on the opposite side of Takeki, there was nothing. Only a row of cherry trees in full bloom. Tears burst from Chinatsu's eyes. She remembered something Akari had said, long ago, in the first episode she watched. How wonderful it would be if we could watch the cherry blossoms together again next year. A promise they never fulfilled. After that, they separated. In high school, they lost contact. In university, they forgot each other. Even now, when fate brought them back to the same slope, this was all that remained. Why? Why did it have to be like this? Chinatsu stared at the page. Takeki believed she would turn around just as he did. But the woman he hoped for had already gone. He was the only one still stuck in that moment from years ago. Chinatsu turned the page, desperately searching for a miracle. The next panel showed Takeki smiling faintly, a soft, peaceful smile. He looked up. The confusion vanished from his expression. His heart seemed completely released. No lingering attachments. No hesitation. He turned away, smiling, and walked off without looking back at the cherry blossoms fluttering behind him. 5 centimeters per second, the end. Those characters hit Chinatsu like a blade. So, this was the final chapter. Her heart felt hollowed out. Is this really the ending for Takeki and Akari? More than 10 years of longing. Countless dream fragments. She couldn't even remember Akari's face clearly. But Takeki still kept the most important space in his heart for her. He rejected Connie. He broke up with a girlfriend of 3 years. He couldn't love anyone else. She meant that much to him. Then why could he turn away so peacefully? And why couldn't Akari wait for just half a minute? Their childhood promise, to watch cherry blossoms together again. If she had stayed a moment longer, just 30 seconds, after the train passed, they would have seen each other. Standing beneath spring's blowing petals. Why did she leave so easily? Pain spread through her chest. She understood logically, Akari was getting married. There was no future between them. Perhaps it was kinder not to reunite. But the first 4 chapters depicted their love so beautifully, so sincerely, so achingly. Anyone who read them would believe in that bond. And yet their final meeting in this life was just passing each other as strangers, without even turning back. Shirogane-sensei, is this your view of love? If things end like this, how am I supposed to believe in love again? Chinatsu turned through the last pages of the magazine. At the bottom of the final serialization page, she found one more line. 5 centimeters per second volume release nationwide, July 23. Nationwide release was basically a slogan. Even though Hashimori Group had the resources to distribute uniformly to major bookstores, only blockbuster titles received that kind of treatment. Most likely, the real promotion would be strong only in the prefectures where Sakura Iro weekly circulated. Chinatsu wiped her eyes but couldn't stop herself from grumbling. Shirogane-sensei, you ended it like this. No one, and I mean no one, is going to buy this volume. Chinatsu's eyes were already red, tears streaming non-stop from the impact of the manga's ending. But soon, she noticed a line printed at the bottom of the page. 5 centimeters per second, bonus in the Tankobon edition, full exchange of Akari and Takeki's letters. Chinatsu's mind buzzed. The greatest regret of the entire manga was the pair of letters Akari and Takeki wrote to each other. Takeki's letter was never delivered, blown away by a sudden gust of wind on that snowy night. Akari's letter might also have never been sent, precisely because Takeki's never arrived. If Takeki had given her a handwritten letter, someone like Akari would absolutely have written one back. What if Takeki's letter had not been blown away? Would everything have changed? The thought was unbearable. Sadness flooded her chest again. She memorized the release date of the 5 cm per second Tankobon, July 23, then quietly closed the magazine. She needed time to breathe. There was no way she could read any other manga today. As more readers bought the new issue that morning, the official Sakura Iroh weekly forum exploded. Posts about 5 cm per second and Shirogane shot upward like a rocket. Why is this the ending? It ended in just 5 chapters. I'm crying into my blanket and I can't stop. I refuse to accept this ending. I'm fine with Akari getting married, but not giving Takeki even one chance to meet her again. That's too cruel. She was the one who said, "Let's watch the cherry blossoms together next year," and now she doesn't even look back. How can someone change so much? Shirogane-sensei, seriously, does anyone know her address? I'm going to confront her. I heard the author is a high school student. High schooler? No way. No teenager can draw something this delicate. Isn't the author of Lament also a high school student? Are those two secretly connected? Are they the same person? Their art styles aren't even similar. Don't joke. I'm in a long-distance relationship too. I'm terrified we'll end up like this. Shirogane, you've gone too far. Show yourself and explain this ending. I swear, I'm going to hate this author for life. I'm never reading her works again. And then, a different kind of comments started appearing. Haven't you all understood yet? This manga is absolutely brilliant. Yes, I cried too, but this is a masterpiece. Takeki didn't lose. He reconciled with himself. This story is telling us to stop clinging to the past, and move forward bravely. Why do you all only see the sorrow? Don't you understand the depth of what Shirogane-sensei wanted to convey? Life cannot be reset. The old Takeki refused to accept that, which is why he hurt Connie and his college girlfriend. Only when Akari didn't wait for him did he finally let go. This is the perfect ending. Stop blaming the author. Masterpiece. No explanation needed. I'm absolutely buying the Tankobon on the 23rd. Same here. Also, does anyone know who Shirogane-sensei is? I want to thank her in person. After reading this, I finally let go of my own breakup. I cried for 30 minutes, but I feel lighter now. Gemstone 24 results. The discussions about 5 cm per second on the Sakura Iroh weekly official website rapidly intensified after the final chapter dropped in the early morning. Its popularity skyrocketed with unstoppable momentum. Originally, the main highlight of this issue was supposed to be the finale of high-scoring romance. Its last chapter was heavily advertised. This week's spotlight should have belonged entirely to it. But, on the forum, hardly anyone mentioned high-scoring romance at all. Instead, countless readers who had just finished 5 cm per second rushed online to vent, scream, curse, praise, despair, and argue. Meanwhile, inside the Sakura Iroh weekly editorial backend, the real shock came from the vote statistics. The fan support votes for 5 cm per second were rising far faster than any previous week, so fast that it completely suppressed high-scoring romance, last week's top-ranking title. By noon, the faces of the editorial team members responsible for Sakura Iroh Weekly at Hashimori Group were frozen in disbelief. Some had predicted the final chapter would cause an uproar. But no one expected this level of uproar. Even with an ending that was controversial at best, fans cursed while voting, complained while supporting, wept while slamming the support button. And somehow, this wave was strong enough to overshadow a final chapter that had been advertised a week in advance. Could it be that 5 cm per second will step over high-scoring romance and take first place this week? During high-scoring romance's own finale, the room fell silent. Misaki's expression shifted. Her heart secretly wished, yes. Let it happen. Let it surpass it. But she glanced sideways at June. His expression was pitch black. He had no rebuttal to the teasing comments from coworkers. Only one thought echoed in his mind. Who exactly is Shirogane? Is she really a high schooler? Or is she the pen name of a veteran manga artist? At lunch break, many students rushed off campus to buy the newest manga magazines and light novels from the bookstore. Among them were Rei's classmates, Yui and Hana. They went to the same bookstore where they once bumped into Rei, then skillfully grabbed the latest issue of Sakura Iroh Weekly. Let's go back. Nia and Kairi must be dying of impatience, Yui laughed. Hana replied. While most students were still eating in the cafeteria, the four girls returned to a quiet, empty classroom. They gathered together, eyes sparkling with expectation, and opened the magazine. 20 minutes later, all four had red, swollen eyes. Their faces were blank with despair. Classmates returning from lunch stopped dead in shock. Shirogane, who is she? Yui whispered, her voice hollow. This ending had shattered her. Seeing her friends suffering the same way gave her a tiny sense of comfort. But then, a thought surfaced suddenly. Hadn't Rei said something a few weeks ago? Something eerily similar? In a few weeks, you'll see the final fate of the protagonists. Back then, Yui and her friends brushed it off as nonsense. But now, why could Rei predict that 5 centimeters per second would reach this plot point in a few weeks? You know, the manga never said anywhere that it was a short series. Her heartbeat quickened. Slowly, she turned toward Rei's desk. Empty. As always at lunch. Rei disappeared every noon. No one knew where he went or what he did. A chilling possibility rose in Yui's mind. Could it be? But the thought was too terrifying. She shook her head violently. No, impossible. That's ridiculous. That's completely impossible. Whether Shirogane is really that rumored high school manga artist or not, at the very least, it absolutely can't be Rei. Miyu's ears twitched. She could clearly hear the trembling voices of the two girls in her class who loved Sakura Iroh Weekly. How could it end like this? What is Shirogane even thinking? How am I supposed to accept an ending like that? I swear, I'm never reading her works again. The tankobon comes with the 2 unsent letters between Akari and Takeke. Miyu's lips curved faintly. Hearing her classmates completely lose themselves after reading 5 centimeters per second, a quiet sense of satisfaction welled up inside her. The despair I felt a month ago. Now you all understand it too, right? On the rooftop, Rei leaned on the railing and looked down at the playground. The students far below looked as tiny as ants. The gusting wind pushed his hair back, his shirt clinging lightly to his body. His expression sank into thought. I wonder how many students here were moved by the final chapter. And now that 5 centimeters per second had ended. What comes next? When will I get my next serialization chance? And how many people will compete for it? Misaki woke early, preparing for another long day at the company. Today, when she stepped into the editorial office, everyone was dead silent. The previous night's explosion of popularity, the surge of commentary, the tidal wave of votes, it was all too shocking. Now everyone was waiting for the final answer. Between the final chapter of 5 centimeters per second, and the final chapter of high-scoring romance, who would win first place? The entire editorial team was restless. Finally, 9 a.m. arrived. An employee shouted, "The results are out." Misaki took a deep breath. Her elegant face showed a hint of tension. She opened the results on her phone. And the moment she saw the numbers, her entire body trembled slightly. Popularity poll results. 1. 5 centimeters per second, 7,356 votes. 2. High-scoring romance, 5,012 votes. 3. Lament, 3,912 votes. First place. Misaki's hand tightened, then slowly relaxed. So, this is the result. She remembered her very first meeting with Rei. The day he nervously handed her that simple manuscript. Never ever did she imagine that this tiny 5-chapter manga would one day take first place in Sakura Iroh Weekly. And not with a small margin. Over 7,000 votes. Typically, even the top series barely exceeded 3,000 votes. But this time, 5 centimeters per second had more than doubled that. Misaki found herself wondering, what will the first week sales of the tankobon look like when it releases in 2 weeks? Excitement rose quietly in her chest. Meanwhile, Editor June looked like he had just swallowed poison. High-scoring romance was serialized under his responsibility. He had planned carefully. Final chapter hype, promotional push, banner ads, store posters, editorial spotlight. Everything was lined up. But now, all the attention, all the discussion, all the emotion, had been stolen completely by 5 centimeters per second. This manga was different, on a level he couldn't even predict. If it was already performing like this during serialization, then when the tankobon hit stores, what about its sales, its reviews, public response? Would it also produce something unbelievable, just like today's popularity poll? Gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. You can support me on Patreon and read up to 25 chapters ahead. patreon.com/c/ashnoir. 25. Market, Performance, and Expectations. The editorial team of Hashimori Group, responsible for Sakura Iroh Weekly, was buzzing with disbelief. They had already announced the conclusion of high-scoring romance 2 weeks in advance. For the past 2 months, that manga had been heavily criticized for its diluted, boring plot, but precisely because of that, the editorial team wanted to give it a respectable farewell by letting it take first place one last time. And in fact, the fans really had supported it. Out of goodwill, many still voted, which was the only reason high-scoring romance reached over 5,000 votes. Support votes in weekly magazines were one of the most powerful indicators of a work's real market value. Most manga readers were lazy, terribly lazy. Even after finishing a chapter they loved, only a tiny fraction would actually bother to open a web page, log in, and cast a vote. Thus, the number of votes a manga could mobilize represented how deeply it touched readers, how compatible it was with the market, how powerful its emotional impact was. So with 2 years of accumulated fanbase, and 3 weeks of pre-finale advertising, the editors were certain high-scoring romance would take the top spot. But instead, it was crushed. And not by a little. 5 centimeters per second, 7,356 votes. High-scoring romance, 5,012 votes. This is absurd. I thought it was just a tragic romance. Why is the market reaction this huge? The magazine has only been out for 1 day, and already about 1% of readers cast votes? For a weekly? That's outrageous. Something's off. The entire forum is overflowing with 5 centimeters per second. The other finale this week, High-Scoring Romance, got completely overshadowed. Everyone was whispering, glancing repeatedly at Misaki. After all, she was the one who discovered Shirogane. And not just Shirogane, but also Saki. Hashimori Group, a massive publisher, normally let its tertiary magazines like Sakura Iroh Weekly handle new artists. But when a newcomer displayed exceptional talent, HQ would quickly pull strings to give them access to better magazines, bigger platforms, national distribution. And now, 2 high school manga artists, Saki and Shirogane, had both achieved 1 rankings. They were perfect for the company's theme of promoting genius teenage creators. Their talent was unmistakable. Everyone in the office sensed the implications. And so, their eyes toward Misaki were filled with envy, jealousy, respect, and subtle bitterness. During lunch break, Ray turned on the new phone he had just bought. 2 unread messages appeared from Misaki. He opened the first. First place. Ray's eyes narrowed, then widened slightly. It was the result he predicted, yet actually seeing it sent a thrill through him. He took a deep breath and opened the second message. You mentioned working on a new manga before, right? Keep it up. If the 5 centimeters per second tankobon sells well, I might be able to submit your new work to a higher-tier magazine in the group. Ray froze. Then excitement bubbled up. Sakura Iroh Weekly is only a 3rd-tier magazine, which meant there were 2nd-tier journals. And above those, Fantasy Dream Comics. Weekly circulation, 16 million copies. Ray almost laughed. In his previous life, the peak of Weekly Jump had only been 6 million. But Japan here had 10 times the population, a stronger manga readership, better anti-piracy, wider distribution, deeper cultural penetration. With that environment, even 40 to 50 million copies was theoretically possible if readership habits matured. However, the environment here was completely different from Ray's previous life. In his past world, Jump had dominated the manga market for nearly 20 years. Saint Seiya, Yu Yu Hakusho, Slam Dunk, Dragon Ball one giant after another had cemented Jump's dominance. At its peak, Dragon Ball had pushed Jump's circulation to 6 million. Meanwhile, Magazine and Sunday hovered at just over 2 million. 1 superpower, 2 strong contenders, a stable hierarchy. But in this world, the situation was vastly different. The 6 major manga companies all possessed powerful, beloved series. None had created a market killer like Dragon Ball that crushed all competition. The market is only so big, and when averaged out, it results in 6 manga journals with weekly sales exceeding 10 million, which are also the only 6 primary manga journals in the market. Below them were the secondary journals, each selling over 1 million copies weekly. For Hashimori Group, Fantasy Dream Comics Primary, 16 million. Amatsukage Secondary, 1.7 million. Mirage Comics Secondary, 2.6 million. Sakura Iroh Weekly Tertiary. Misaki's message was now crystal clear. If 5 cm per second's tankobon sales were strong enough, if Shirogane proved capable, then Rei's next work might enter the serialization selection meeting for Amatsukage or Mirage. The path of a manga artist was rigid but clear: start from tertiary journals. Break out, advance to secondary journals. Achieve extraordinary results, enter the top 6 primary journals. Only proven creators with high emotional endurance were allowed into the big leagues. No primary magazine valued a new artist's elementary school level experiment. After all, there were many stories with strong beginnings, but very few creators who could survive deadline pressure, endure reader criticism, avoid collapsing under heavy expectations, withstand obsessive extremist fans, handle millions of comments, resist mental burnout, keep creating even when sick, exhausted, or anxious. Countless new artists broke under pressure. Some vanished. Some stopped drawing forever. Some suffered breakdowns due to online abuse, unable to even touch a pen again. Rei inhaled sharply. It was going to be a long, grueling climb. The manga world was a battlefield of capital and competition. To succeed, a creator had to break out from a sea of tens of thousands. Just as Rei collected his thoughts, clack, the rooftop door behind him opened. 26. Conversation and Time. Oh, Rei. Mayu quietly closed the rooftop door behind her and waved with a soft smile. The noon wind on the school rooftop was harsh. The sky was overcast, heavy with incoming rain. The gusts whipped Mayu's long, black hair around her slender waist, making it dance wildly. Her expression was gentle, but her eyes carried a complicated shade of emotion. Congratulations. 5 cm per second took the 1 spot in Sakura Iroh Weekly. If it were simply that Rei's manga reached first place, she might have felt only a small pang. But the manner of victory, a crushing 7,000-vote lead, weighed heavily on her chest. Whether it was high-scoring romance or her own lament, neither stood a chance once Chapter 5 of Rei's manga dropped. She wasn't jealous. She wasn't resentful. But something unsettling had bloomed in her heart: doubt. Mayu had always believed she was exceptionally talented, a born manga artist, and she aimed to stand among the legends, just like her mother once had. But now, here, in a plain high school, was someone even more monstrously talented. If there were 10, 20, or even more like Rei in this country, could she really compete? Ordinary people don't react much when they see a genius. But when a genius meets someone greater than themselves, they lose their footing. The gap was unfair from the start. Rei seemed to sense her discouragement. He smiled lightly. You're amazing too. Honestly, if high-scoring romance hadn't received all that final chapter promotion, it wouldn't have beaten Lament these past 2 weeks. Of course I know that, Mayu said with a small smile. But, even if the editorial department had showered Lament with that promotion, it still wouldn't have matched the storm caused by 5 cm per second, would it? You're incredible, Rei. In just 5 weeks, you achieved what took me 3 years. I'm starting to wonder, just how many manga artists in this country are like you. Rei chuckled softly. There won't be a second. He said it with mild amusement, but also a trace of genuine sentiment. He wasn't here to steal dreams. He didn't want to crush people. He only brought stories from another world because he loved them. In this country's manga industry, there's only one person with talent like mine. Then he added, half joking, half not. Losing to me isn't unfair. Because in the next few years, every manga artist will lose to me, just like you did. Mayu froze, stunned. It took several seconds before she laughed. You mean, you want to become the #1 manga artist of this era? Yes, Rei said simply. Exactly. She stared into his eyes, trying to see if he was joking. He wasn't. The seriousness in his expression dissolved the lingering fog of doubt in her chest. Why was she even hesitating? Why was she doubting herself after just 1 loss? Ray wanted to become the best manga artist in the country. And she was moping because she stumbled once? It was embarrassing, shameful even. Miyu inhaled deeply, regaining her spirit. She didn't say anything cheap like, "I'll beat you next time." She didn't pretend she wasn't shaken. She just accepted reality. She lost this time. And next time, she would take it back. The fire in her eyes made Ray realize her mindset had fully recovered. "Speaking of which," Miyu said softly, stepping toward the railing, watching the thick clouds roll across the sky, with the quality of 5 centimeters per second, "I wonder what kind of numbers the tankobon will hit." "What about Lament? How are its tankobon sales?" 7 volumes so far. Average of 400,000 per volume, Miyu replied immediately. 400,000. Ray's eyes narrowed slightly. In his previous world, a manga averaging 1 million per volume meant you were top tier. Several 100,000, you were a hit author. But here, 400,000 was only considered third tier. Even so, then aren't you basically a millionaire already? Ray said with a half-teasing envy. He wasn't jealous of the money. But as someone who failed to make a living from manga in his last life, seeing someone earn that much doing what he loved stung in a bittersweet way. It was like people had no problem with distant millionaires, but watching someone next to them suddenly strike gold made his blood pressure spike. 7 volumes. Average 400,000 copies each. Total tankobon circulation, 2.8 million. At 13 yen per copy, with standard 6% royalties, plus manuscript fees. Even after tax, Miyu earned nearly 2 million yen. Honestly, I'd be rich even if I never drew manga again. Miyu burst into laughter at Ray's expression. My mother was a top-class manga artist in her time. Her mangas sold tens of millions of copies. Her works were adapted into TV dramas, anime, movies, novels, even games. Plus she was a master investor, so she left my sister and me a huge inheritance. She smiled like it was the most natural thing in the world. Otherwise, where do you think the mansion we live in came from? Or how can my sister stay in a dead-end manga editor job purely as a hobby? Her salary isn't even enough for her cosmetics and cosplay. Ray's face froze. Damn capitalists. Damn rich people. Now he was truly jealous, envious, and resentful. Seeing his expression, Miyu laughed even harder. You were so confident just now about becoming the #1 manga artist. If you really reach the top, you'll surpass my mother by 10, no, dozens of times. Just watch me, Ray said after a quiet pause. The rooftop wind howled past them, carrying his voice and Miyu's laughter into the cloudy sky. The final week of Ray's first year of high school came to an end. 2 days after exams, results were released. Ray Kirishima, with the foundation of a former science student from a top university, combined with 2 months of refreshing his knowledge in this world, took first place in his entire class. Not only that, he squeezed into the top 30 of the entire grade. His homeroom teacher stared at the ranking sheet in disbelief, and the class group chat instantly exploded. How is this possible? This kind of miracle only happens in third year. Is he possessed? What kind of monster improvement curve is this? Teachers had seen countless students over the years. Some people suddenly awakened in their final year. Some quit games and transformed. Some always had hidden talent that bloomed late. But someone who awakened like this, in the first year of high school, absolutely unheard of. But Ray had no chance to face their curious stares. As soon as summer vacation started, Ray immediately disappeared from view. At home, he plunged fully into drawing his new manga, preparing for the release of the 5 centimeters per second tankobon. Gemstone, gemstone, gemstone. You can support me on Patreon and read up to 30 chapters ahead. patreon.com/c/ashnoir. 27. Summer Vacation. In the quiet room, Ray's pen traced delicate lines across the page. The sound of the nib scratching the manuscript paper echoed softly in the stillness. Ray's eyes were sharp with concentration. Every ounce of mental processing was devoted to the sheet before him. If someone broke into his apartment right now, as long as they didn't touch the tools on his desk, Ray probably wouldn't notice until he finished the page. Soon, the outline of a girl took shape. With a few additional strokes, shadows, and details, a vivid sketch of Maori Hino, the heroine of Even If This Love Disappears from the World Tonight. Ray didn't use drafts. He didn't need thumbnails or name drafts. If other manga artists saw his process, they would be horrified. Most creators could imagine a scene clearly in their mind, but the moment pen touched paper, the hand betrayed the brain. But Ray, with two souls fused together, could visualize scenes like a movie with pin-sharp accuracy. He could edit, pause, adjust everything in his mind, and when drawing, his hand never shook. And his speed was unbelievable. He didn't need to spend days brainstorming plots anymore. Combined with his monstrous drawing ability, this was why he could keep up with weekly serialization without assistance. In his previous life, the premise wasn't new. A girl, Maori Hino, who had an accident years ago while saving someone, and after waking up, she could no longer retain new memories. Her life was frozen on the day of the accident. Everything before that day remained crystal clear: her parents, her childhood, her school life. But anything after that, every event, every conversation, every emotion, disappeared as soon as she fell asleep. Each morning, she woke up believing it was the day of the accident. So she could never truly make new friends, never truly fall in love, never move forward. The only way she understood her life now was through the diary entries written by her one-day selves. In that fragile state, Toru Kamiya, the boy who didn't know about her condition, confessed to her anyway. And their bittersweet, fragile love began. Ray once thought the premise was cliché, but after reading it, he realized how wrong he was. The execution was entirely different. The heartbreak deeper. The emotions painfully genuine. A sweetness that lingered in the beginning, only to shatter beautifully as the story progressed. If 5 centimeters per second could break hearts, even if this love disappears from the world tonight could crush entire souls. Before long, another manuscript page was done. It still needed background work, but the core page was complete. Ray leaned back and finally exhaled. He reached for his phone to check the time, only to see several unread messages. All from Miyu. Still drawing. By the way, you've been working on your new manga for ages. You've definitely accumulated a ton of draft pages, right? Want to show me? I can point out flaws if you like. Also, after the tankobon releases next week, buy a few copies of 5 centimeters per second, sign them and give them to me as a collection item. In return, I'll sign a full set of Lament for you. Question mark. Why aren't you replying? Are you still drawing? Hey, stop drawing for a bit. You're stressing me out. 5 centimeters per second is already finished. High school students should rest during summer vacation. Balance, Ray Kirishima. Ray scrolled through the flood of messages, and despite himself, a smile appeared on his face. At school, Miyu was always the model student, calm, brilliant, polite, a little distant. Among classmates, she was admired but never approached too closely, a perfect, unreachable honor student. But once she and Ray discovered each other's interests, the distance evaporated. Especially during summer break, Miyu messaged him constantly, asking about his new project, sharing her thoughts, complaining about deadlines, even checking up on his sleep schedule. The moment she learned Ray could draw 10 hours straight without stopping, her sense of crisis exploded. It was exactly the feeling of watching a friend study like their life depended on it, while you yourself sat there scrolling your phone. Ray typed back with a teasing tone. I'm not tired at all. Inspiration's overflowing today. Honestly, I feel like I could draw all night. Meanwhile, in her room, Miyu had been lying over her manuscript paper for half a day, not even a single clean panel drawn. Her expression twisted the moment she read his reply. Are you kidding me? Does he never get stuck on plot? Even if he doesn't, how does he not get bored drawing non-stop? Is he even human? Just then, a cold voice echoed from outside her door. Miyu, your deadline is in 2 days. It was Misaki, her older sister, speaking with the same calm sharpness she used in editorial meetings. If you don't finish this arc of Lament, I'll lock you in here every weekend until you do. And if you don't focus, I'm confiscating your phone. And you can forget about sleep. Got it, Miyu said weakly. Her flawless expression scrunched with misery. All around the country, high schoolers were enjoying summer vacation. But she was fighting deadlines. 5 centimeters per second had ended. High-scoring romance had ended. But her Lament still had a major final arc left, scheduled to run several more weeks. This week, as predicted, Lament reclaimed the one spot in Sakura Iroh Weekly. But without her terrifying rival, that one felt strangely empty. After scolding her sister, Misaki stepped into the hallway and took out her phone. She typed a message to Ray and hit send. It was short and professional. Please register accounts on the major social platforms. The group will verify Shirogane officially. It will help boost the tankobon release. The collected edition of 5 centimeters per second would be released in just a few days. Having the author show up online, properly certified, and letting fans follow him would greatly increase the first week sales. The weekend passed in a blink. On Monday morning, across all major social networks, a new verified account quietly appeared. At Shirogane Official, author of 5 centimeters per second. At the same time, the Sakura Iroh Weekly official forum pinned a global announcement. The official account of manga artist Shirogane has been verified. There were only 3 days left before the tankobon release. The fans, who had been building pressure for weeks, erupted instantly. Good. Finally showed yourself. I was starting to think you'd run away forever, Shirogane, too scared of the 5 centimeters per second fans to ever open an official account. And you open it now, a few weeks later. You think that changes anything? Adorable. Truly adorable. What, did you believe the scolding would fade if you waited long enough? Naive. 28. Single volume release. After Sakura Iroh Weekly pushed the announcement early that morning, it took less than half a day for Rei's newly verified accounts to explode. Tens of thousands of followers flooded in almost instantly. He had set his account so that only followers could post or comment, and the moment fans gained the right to speak, weeks of pent-up emotion burst out like a dam breaking. Shirogane, you finally crawled out. You actually dared to open an account. Explain the ending of 5 centimeters per second immediately. Sensei, don't mind the haters, I love the work. I'll definitely buy the tankobon. Teacher Shirogane, if Takeke and Akari really can't be together, then give Connie a happy ending at least. Please. I'm begging you. If you don't change the ending, I'm not buying the tankobon, do you hear me? Change it. Garbage author. If you can't write romance properly, hand me the pen. I'll draw a better ending with my feet. Hey trolls, relax. Are you still bitter because 5 centimeters per second beat high-scoring romance? Move on. No matter what the sales are, I'll support you, sensei. Teacher Shirogane, now that you have an account, can you post a selfie? Is it true you're a beautiful high school girl manga artist? A high school girl? Rei stared at his comment feed with an expression that was somewhere between bafflement and amusement. But thinking it through, it wasn't surprising. Shirogane was a gender-neutral pen name. Most authors in Sakura Iroh Weekly were female. The emotional delicacy of 5 centimeters per second, the inner monologue-heavy narrative. Male authors rarely created stories in that style. So the misunderstanding was inevitable. Rei let out a small sigh. Let them fantasize. And one day, he would take great pleasure in personally shattering those fantasies. That, too, was one of the joys of transmigration. Rei tapped out the first ever official message under the pen name Shirogane, to the entire manga world. Hello everyone. I'm Shirogane, author of 5 centimeters per second. Nice to meet you. A short, simple greeting. And yet, it marked the official debut of the manga artist Shirogane in this world. Naturally, the comments erupted again, complaints, curses, encouragement, confessions, fan dedications, everything. Time flowed quickly. Soon, July 23rd arrived. Every year, Japan produced a staggering number of manga, most of them sold poorly, and countless manga artists barely scraped by. If a new manga's tankobon sold below 5,000 to 10,000 copies in its first week, the work was essentially marked for cancellation. First week sales usually determined everything. In general, first week sales 40 to 60% of first month. First month sales 40 to 60% of total sales. This was considered normal. Of course, exceptions existed. Long-running monsters like One Piece had such overwhelming long-term sales, that first-week numbers were a fraction of total lifetime sales. In Japan's manga industry, magazines like Sakura Iroh Weekly followed harsh rules. If a new tankobon sold fewer than 30 to 50,000 copies in its first week, the serialization was essentially over. Such numbers meant the work had no commercial viability, lowered the magazine's overall standard, and would be axed without hesitation. But when it came to 5 centimeters per second, the editorial department held strong confidence. After all, it had overpowered high-scoring romance, a long-running series with an average volume circulation of 520,000 copies. No matter how conservative the prediction, the tankobon should at least exceed 500,000 in lifetime sales. Using the standard calculation, first week sales roughly equal to 1/3 of total sales, the editors quietly set an internal success line of 200,000 copies for the first week. Distribution for tankobon was also far wider than weekly magazines. Weekly magazines had a very short sales window, usually only a few days around the release date, and bookstores were extremely selective. If a weekly didn't sell well in a region, stores simply refused to stock it. That was why Sakura Iro Weekly circulated only in a handful of prefectures around Tokyo. Tankobon were much safer for retailers. They didn't expire quickly, unsold stock could be returned, and bookstores took far fewer risks. Because of this, 5 cm per second was stocked across more than a dozen prefectures, though its strongest sales push was naturally in the regions where the magazine already had loyal readers. On July 23, the tankobon quietly appeared on bookstore shelves throughout Japan. The cover featured a cherry blossom tree shedding petals in the wind, with a boy and girl sharing a gentle kiss beneath the falling blossoms. The promotional sticker said only one line: "The tear-jerking masterpiece by genius high school manga artist Shirogane." Surrounded by tankobon from the country's biggest bestsellers, it didn't stand out visually. But readers of Sakura Iro Weekly, especially fans who had been mentally wrecked by the final chapter, didn't hesitate. In the prefectures where the magazine circulated, people walked straight into stores, headed directly for the manga shelves, picked up 5 cm per second, and went to the counter without even flipping it open. First week sales reports usually took a week or two to compile. But internally, Hashimori Group began receiving unusual signals almost immediately. Only 3 days after the tankobon's release, multiple regional distributors reported local stock shortages and requested urgent reprints. This was not ordinary behavior for a 5-chapter short series. When Misaki saw the internal report, she momentarily forgot to breathe. Already, out of stock. After only 3 days. It wasn't a production problem, Hashimori Group had more than enough printing capacity. If there were signs of shortages, they could be printed very quickly, unlike popular manga tankobon which, once out of stock, might be completely unavailable in the market for a long time. More importantly, Misaki knew something the average reader didn't. 2 of Hashimori Group's second-tier magazines, Amatsukage Weekly and Mirage Weekly, were about to cancel ongoing serializations. That meant open slots. And once slots opened, the company would immediately hold a serialization meeting to select the next works to fill them. If the tankobon sales of 5 cm per second were strong enough, she would have the real leverage she needed. She could take Rei's new manuscript, and submit it to the serialization meetings of both magazines. If the numbers were mediocre, everything would become uncertain. She could still submit his work, but the editors judging the meeting would almost certainly dismiss it. For a new mangaka to enter a second-tier magazine without overwhelming sales data from a previous work was nearly impossible. Misaki pressed her fingernails lightly against her palm and whispered to herself, "Come on, come on." She had done everything she could. Now everything depended on the first week sales report for the 5 cm per second tankobon. 200,000 copies in the first week would be the bare minimum, just enough to pass. But for a high school debut author who had already topped Sakura Iro Weekly, even that felt too low to her. What she really wanted was, first week sales between 250 and 300,000. If it reached that range, the projected lifetime total would comfortably exceed 700,000 copies. In the Japanese manga industry, that would be enough to prove that Shirogane wasn't just a lucky beginner. It would give her every justification to place tonight in front of the editors at Amatsukage Weekly and Mirage Weekly. Bonus at 500 PS. Stones Gemstone Gemstone Happy Face. Read 30 chapters ahead at Pa2 Rayon/C/Ash Noir. Replace 2 with T. 29. Recommendation. With the release of the 5 cm per second tankobon, a work that had finished serialization 2 weeks earlier and whose hype had begun to cool, suddenly exploded in popularity again. Until now, discussion had been mostly limited to readers of Sakura Weekly, its fanbase, its ecosystem, its little circle. But tankobon were different. Tankobon were for everyone. Even though distribution wasn't nationwide in the strictest sense, regional coverage varied, with some prefectures and smaller towns lacking stock. The moment the book hit shelves across Japan, countless new readers got their hands on it. Some came out of curiosity. Some came because friends recommended it. Some came because industry critics praised it. Some bought it because several mid-tier manga artists had casually mentioned it on social media. And once they binge-read the entire story in an hour or two, they broke. Unlike weekly readers, who had weeks to digest their emotions, tankobon readers were hit all at once. Their shock, disbelief, and heartbreak were far more intense than anything seen during serialization. And so, just like before, but louder and messier, waves of newly wounded readers surged onto Sakura Weekly's official forum and poured into manga artist Shiragane's verified accounts across social platforms. Within hours, the comment sections were in flames again. Author, are you human? How could you end it like that? High school girl manga artist. Don't think being young makes you immune to criticism. I'm a middle schooler and I'll still roast you. Just bought a stack of manga for my summer break. 13 volumes. Unfortunately, the first one I read was 5 centimeters per second. Now I'm so upset I can't even eat. Damn you, Shiragane. Takeki and Akari, that's really the last time they ever see each other. That's it. My stomach hurts. Literally. Hahaha, you're all exactly like I was 2 weeks ago. And I can't deny it, I'm enjoying watching newcomers suffer. Seeing others fall into the same emotional crater is strangely satisfying. Originally, the interaction between new and old readers was supposed to build long-term buzz and slowly boost sales. But fate delivered a bonus event. Because on the night of July 27th, something happened that no one expected. A single comment appeared on social media from a name every manga reader in Japan knew. Hoshizaki Eira. A superstar manga artist. A regular in Monogatari Comic, one of Japan's Big Six magazines, a prodigy who debuted at 17. Creator of 2 serialized hits with combined worldwide tankobon sales near 100 million. Only 21 years old. Extremely popular, frequently appearing on TV, variety shows, and talk programs. Her influence wasn't small, it was titanic. And she posted only one brief line. I recently read a debut work called 5 centimeters per second. It's really good. Just a simple endorsement. Yet in the Japanese manga world, it was the equivalent of a meteor impact. Readers knew exactly what that sentence meant. Eira never praised anything lightly. When she did, it always spread through the entire industry. It instantly pushed 5 centimeters per second into the spotlight far outside Sakura Weekly's ecosystem. Because the moment a star at her level said, "This manga is good," nearly the entire manga reading population took notice. It was similar to how, in Rei's previous life, Ichiro Oda openly praised Your Lie in April, or how Yoshihiro Togashi publicly supported Demon Slayer when it was still at risk of cancellation. It was only after a certain superstar publicly praised it that its tankobon finally broke the 1 million mark. And 2 years later, once the anime aired, the series erupted like wildfire. In a country with only 100 million people, it achieved an unheard of 80 million copies sold in a single year. A number that crushed even the height of One Piece's Marineford boom, which had once hit 30 million. Normally, the yearly champion only moved 10-odd million copies. But Demon Slayer was not normal. Its growth was absurd, explosive, an IP that went from nearly cancelled to standing alongside Bleach, Naruto, and One Piece, eventually valued above $10 billion USD worldwide. Because of that history, the manga industry naturally paid close attention when a popular creator publicly endorsed something. Which was why Eira's sudden, open praise for a work serialized in an entirely different magazine raised eyebrows everywhere. Even veteran editors whispered to each other, why would Eira boost a rookie from another company? Even Miyu herself was very surprised. If Eira were a contracted artist of Hashimori Group, this could have been written off as a strategic push arranged by the higher-ups. But after asking her sister, Misaki merely frowned, shook her head, and said, "We have no connection to her. And she's serialized in a rival company's flagship magazine. We couldn't make her do something like this even if we tried." That only made Miyu's expression twist into something odd. So she just read 5 centimeters per second, cried her heart out, and decided more innocent readers should feel that pain too. Watch your phrasing, Misaki sighed, though a small smile tugged at her lips. Her clear eyes softened. But yes, Eira is a very straightforward person. She says what she thinks. If she likes something, she recommends it. I'm not surprised she'd post something like that. Then her tone shifted, becoming more businesslike. And this is excellent news. Even if just a fraction of Eira's massive fanbase takes interest, it will push tankobon sales up significantly. That night, Ray naturally saw the post as well. Eira's simple, elegant endorsement had already generated thousands of comments from her fans saying they would buy the volume tomorrow. Ray stared at the screen, feeling dazed. Did the higher-ups arrange some hidden PR deal for me? He honestly couldn't think of any other explanation. But after failing to make sense of it, he simply shrugged. Whatever the reason, it wasn't a bad thing. Meanwhile, in a luxury apartment across the city, Eira glanced at her phone, watching the thousands of replies pour into her post. Her followers were buzzing, many promising to buy 5 centimeters per second first thing in the morning. Eira's calm lips lifted into a small, almost mischievous smile. Beside her on the desk lay the tankobon, open to the extra letters between Akari and Takeke. The 2 unsent messages she had reread so many times they were practically burned into her memory. She gently traced the name on the cover. Shirogane. There was no PR arrangement. She simply couldn't stand being the only one devastated by such a beautiful, painful work. And she wanted others to experience that bittersweet ache too. I'll remember you. With those soft words, Eira closed the book, switched off the lamp, and went to sleep. 30 Achievements of the single volume. Originally, the collected edition of 5 centimeters per second had already been selling extremely well. Even without knowing who the manga artist Shirogane really was, both longtime Sakura Iroh weekly readers and brand new readers praised the story almost unanimously. Then came the sudden, explosive push from Eira, the superstar manga artist, and everything accelerated. Within a few days, a massive number of Eira's fans, manga critics, and industry reporters bought the tankobon out of curiosity. Then they experienced the infamous train scene themselves. And soon enough, another wave of victims joined the battlefield. Among Eira's fanbase, the manga spread in a strangely exaggerated way, as if it were some dangerous emotional virus. People described the manga as a beautiful depression bomb, a story that gives you stomach pain, a book that keeps you awake all night, a manga that makes you think about your first love even if you don't want to, a reason to text your ex at 2 a.m. Every dramatic complaint only attracted more curious readers, and the cycle repeated endlessly. Major media outlets also began reporting on it. And as always, news headlines went overboard. Genius manga artist Shirogane's debut stuns the entire industry. 5 centimeters per second crowned this year's emotional masterpiece. A heartbreaking work that ruins your appetite for 3 days. The falling speed of cherry blossoms is 5 centimeters per second. Multiply that by the 13 years Takeki and Akari spent apart, and you get the distance from the North Pole to the South Pole. Is this hidden symbolism? An incompetent creator can't move readers in 10 years. A genius can move them for 10 years with just 5 chapters. Will the high school student genius Shirogane follow legends like Hoshizaki Eira and break into the 6 major magazines? 5 centimeters per second, still relevant 10 years from now. As hype piled up from every direction, sales skyrocketed. Several provinces that initially received small shipments went out of stock almost instantly. Hashimori Publishing's printing facilities were strong enough to refill shelves in 2 or 3 days, but the speed of sellouts still made editors nervous. Early Friday morning, Ray found himself restless. The tankobon had been released last Wednesday. First week data was compiled up to the following Wednesday. And according to Misaki, the official numbers would be available today. The online buzz suggested strong performance, but until the number appeared, Ray couldn't calm down. 200,000 is the minimum passing line. 250 to 300,000 is ideal. He repeated Misaki's words in his head. He was still a brand new manga artist. Still a high school student. 5 chapters couldn't prove his ability in long-term serialization. So even if he matched veteran artists in impact, he was still at a disadvantage. That meant the performance of 5 centimeters per second's tankobon would directly decide whether his next work, Tonight, even if this love disappears from the world, could be submitted to the serialization meetings for Amatsukage Weekly and Mirage Weekly. Or if he would have to remain in Sakura Iroh Weekly, building more achievements and waiting for a future chance. Everything depended on today. After breakfast, Ray sat at his desk, drawing backgrounds while his mind drifted. Then, ring. His phone vibrated loudly. Misaki. Just seeing the name made his pulse spike. This was it. Without hesitation, Ray tapped the screen. He tried to sound calm. Editor Misaki, how did it go? Ray inhaled softly, unable to suppress the tension. What are the first week sales for 5 centimeters per second? There was a brief, 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Then Misaki let out a soft, breathy laugh, light, controlled, yet undeniably filled with admiration and relief. 360,000. Ray's expression stayed outwardly calm, but his fingers tightened around the phone despite himself. Misaki continued. Ray, the first week tankobon sales of 5 centimeters per second are 360,000 copies. Her voice trembled just slightly. Misaki hated revealing her emotions, yet even she couldn't completely suppress her excitement. This result far exceeds our projections. With this, you are absolutely qualified to submit your new work to the serialization meetings for Amatsukage Weekly and Mirage Weekly in the next 2 weeks. For someone as composed as Misaki, that was the equivalent of shouting with joy. In her 2 years as a manga editor, among all the works she had handled, nothing came close to this number. 360,000 in the first week. That practically guaranteed that the total sales would exceed 1 million copies. And 5 centimeters per second was only a single-volume manga. That meant average volume sales, 1,000,000 plus. An achievement almost exclusively produced by the top 6 national magazines. Only a handful of second-tier magazines ever achieved this. For a third-tier magazine like Sakura Iro Weekly, even 600-700K total was legendary. Yet here Ray was, surpassing 1 million with a debut short story. Of course, it wasn't just the story's power, but also the public support from superstar manga artist Eira, plus a relentless wave of glowing reviews from critics and manga media. Every factor converged at the perfect moment. Misaki exhaled deeply. Ray, spend the next few days organizing the manuscript of your new manga. Her meaning was unmistakable. When Misaki ended the call, Ray finally let out a long, shaky breath. He kept telling himself to stay calm. But there was no way he could. Just as he placed the phone down, it rang again. Mayu. Ray answered, and her bright, cheerful voice immediately filled his ear. Congratulations, Ray. There wasn't a trace of competitiveness, jealousy, or frustration, only pure, genuine happiness. Thanks, Ray replied with a smile. My manga Lament still has 2 more weeks until it finishes, Mayu said lightly. So I won't be entering the serialization meetings for Mirage or Amatsukage this round. Then her tone shifted, serious, intent. But you're different. You've been preparing your new work for months. Now that 5 centimeters per second exploded like this, you will get into those meetings. She paused. Then, Ray, don't lose. You absolutely must not lose to the other candidates at those 2 serialization meetings. Your next work should aim exactly where 5 centimeters per second did, straight for number 1. Her voice softened, yet carried a fierce fire. Then wait for me. Once my new manga starts serialization, I'll be the one to drag you down from that top spot. Ray couldn't help laughing. Then you'd better hurry up. What does that mean? Mayu demanded suspiciously. Ray replied with a mischievous tone. My next manga is longer than 5 centimeters per second, but only a little longer. Technically, it's still a short series. If you don't move fast enough, my next work might finish before your new one even begins serialization. On the other end of the line, Mayu fell silent for nearly half a minute. Then, without saying another word, she hung up. Ray lowered the phone and couldn't stop the amused smile rising on his face. He glanced at the manuscript pages of Tonight, Even If This Love Disappears from the World spread out across his desk. He had confidence in these works, 5 centimeters per second, Tonight, and the others he planned. In his previous life, they weren't just famous, they were animated, turned into films, acclaimed worldwide, battle-tested in the harshest markets. If they survived all that, there was no universe where they wouldn't shine in this world's manga industry. Right now, the pen name Shirogane still wasn't well known across Japan. But Ray believed firmly, that within 2 years, that name would echo through the entire manga scene. Of course, before that could happen, there was something crucial he couldn't ignore. Mayu had said it bluntly. The competition after serialization didn't matter. Ray didn't fear readers, rankings, or popularity battles. What he did worry about was the serialization meeting. Readers weren't the first gatekeepers of a manga. Editors were. If they didn't recognize the value of a work, if they couldn't see what made a story shine, then that story would never even be allowed to appear in front of readers. Even in his past life, Attack on Titan had infamously been rejected before finding a home. That alone proved something. In the manga industry, nothing is guaranteed. Anything can be dismissed if the wrong pair of eyes is judging it. Thinking of this, Ray still maintained a positive mindset and didn't allow himself to feel any pride. 31. Setting. Time passed, and July quietly faded into August. For the past 2 months, Ray had poured nearly all his energy into building the character sheets, setting materials, and background visuals for Tonight, Even If This Love Disappears from the World. The original was a novel, it had a live-action film, but no manga adaptation existed in his world. That meant Ray had to create nearly everything from scratch. And today, he stepped out of the taxi and walked toward the gated villa community where the Yukishiro sisters lived. The security guard, already informed by Miyu, politely confirmed his name and waved him in. Ray had come here many times before. The route was familiar. He rang the doorbell. The door swung open with a soft click. "Oh, you're here." Standing there was Miyu, dressed in an elegant light green kimono-style costume, her hair tied into an old-fashioned bun with a lacquered hairpin. Ray blinked, caught completely off guard. It was the first time he'd seen her dressed like this. And then he recognized it. A character from one of the year's most popular historical fantasy manga. Miyu smiled proudly at his stunned expression, stepping back and spinning once, her sleeves fluttering gracefully. "I just got back from the comic convention. Haven't changed yet. Pretty good cosplay, right?" Ray couldn't help laughing. "It looks great. You're enjoying summer vacation more than anyone I know." "I only submitted my manuscript yesterday," Miyu said with sparkling eyes. "So today I'm allowed to have fun. And I wasn't alone." Before she could finish, "Ahem." A cough echoed from behind her. Ray looked past Miyu, and froze again. A tall, striking figure stood there, a young woman wearing detailed battle-style armor, complete with ornate pauldrons and a faux blade. If Ray hadn't looked twice, he would have mistaken her for a handsome young man. It was the male lead from the same series Miyu was cosplaying. And judging from the fabric and craftsmanship, the outfit was expensive. Ray silently calculated, even with the 60,000 yen he earned from ranking high with 5 centimeters per second, he probably couldn't afford many costumes like that. "You're here," Misaki said calmly, nodding once. She didn't seem self-conscious at all. After being photographed by thousands of fans at the convention, one teenager seeing her meant nothing. Ray entered, changed into indoor slippers, and followed the sisters inside. He had come for a reason. Next Thursday, Mirage Weekly, one of Hashimori Publishing Group's second-tier magazines, would have an open serialization slot. At least 7 manga were already competing for it. With Ray's new work, that brought the number to at least 8. Ray didn't waste time. He immediately handed over the document envelope containing his manuscript. "Tonight, Even If This Love Disappears from the World." Misaki opened the envelope, reading the title page. Miyu leaned on her sister's shoulder with unabashed curiosity. "Such a long title. Ray, does this one also have some hidden meaning, like 5 centimeters per second?" Ray smiled. "The title basically spoils the entire premise and ending." Misaki clicked her tongue softly. "Miyu, back to your room. This is someone else's unpublished manuscript." Miyu protested, looking straight at Ray. Ray sighed. "It's fine. Miyu helped me a lot. I don't mind." Misaki paused, then let out a helpless breath. She opened the manuscript. And the moment her eyes touched the first page, both sisters went silent. Completely silent. On the page lay an exquisitely detailed manga draft, backgrounds rendered with depth and light, expressions subtle yet striking, paneling elegant and cinematic. Manga, as an art form, had a wide range. Some works, like Once Original One Punch Man, were rough, almost childlike. Others, like Yuzuki Murata's remake, were polished to near perfection. Ray's manuscript fell clearly into the latter category. He had spent 2 whole months obsessively refining every line, and it showed. The Yukishiro sisters felt themselves sinking into the visuals almost immediately. "Ray, you drew this?" Miyu asked, eyes flicking between the page and his face. Her expression was almost disbelieving. It wasn't that she lacked the ability to draw beautifully. Given time, she could match some of this quality. But this level of detail, for a weekly serialization, absolutely impossible. Miyu stared at Rei, her expression somewhere between awe, frustration, and disbelief. If you can draw like this, and your manga actually gets serialized, can you really maintain this quality every week? Rei thought for a moment, then nodded lightly. Should be fine. There are 5 chapters here, and I drew them in under 4 weeks. If I didn't waste time reviewing for finals, I probably could've. Enough, enough. Miyu threw up both hands, glaring at him. The look on her face said everything. Do you even hear yourself? It sounded like he was saying drawing manga is easy, and Miyu, who spent every week pulling her hair out to meet deadlines, felt personally attacked. Meanwhile, Misaki's lips twitched in a faint smile. Just for a moment. Then her editor instincts kicked in, and her focus snapped back to the manuscript before her. She flipped to the opening page of Tonight, Even If This Love Disappears from the World. The manga began with an image of an extraordinarily beautiful girl slowly waking in a sunlit bedroom. The first thing she saw, a whiteboard hanging next to her bed. On it, written in thick black marker, I have memory loss due to a car accident. Please read the diary on the laptop. Misaki's expression sharpened. Miyu's smile faded instantly. The two continued reading. Before sleeping, always write your diary. Do not tell anyone except your parents and Izumi. Keep the laptop with you at all times. Line after line. Misaki and Miyu fell deeper into the narrative. Amnesia was a familiar trope in Japanese dramas and anime, but in the current manga industry, this type of psychological romance setup was almost unheard of. The heroine, Mauri Hino, had lost her memory years ago after saving someone in a traffic accident. From that day on, her memories could not move forward. Whenever she fell asleep, everything she experienced that day was wiped clean. Her mind reset to the day of the accident. Anterograde amnesia. Every morning she opened her eyes, she had to rediscover her life all over again. Every morning she had to read a diary written by her past one-day selves, piecing together her relationships, her school life, and her current world like a stranger investigating someone else's existence. Accept the truth. Endure the pain. Stand up again. And then, pretend everything was normal. Misaki flipped to the next page. Downstairs, Mauri's gentle parents tried to act casual as they made breakfast, smiling carefully, afraid of unsettling their daughter. Bonus at 1000 PS. Stones gemstone gemstone happy face. Read 30 chapters ahead at pa2 rayon/c/ash noir. Replace 2 with T. 32 attitude. Just by skimming the first few pages, Miyu and Misaki both felt it, that same suffocating melancholy they had experienced 2 months ago when reading the rough draft of 5 centimeters per second. A chill crawled up Miyu's back. No way. Rei, is this another tragedy? She looked sharply at him, but Misaki's fingers never stopped turning pages. And soon, both sisters realized something was very wrong. In the first chapter, the heroine Hino's condition is revealed. Her memory resets every time she sleeps. Only 3 people know the truth. Her parents. And her closest friend, Izumi. Then the chapter's structure suddenly shifts. The story is told backwards. While sorting through her belongings at home, Mauri discovers a sketchbook, filled with pencil portraits of a boy. Drawings made by her past self. But when she asks Izumi why it wasn't mentioned in her computer diary, Izumi dodges the question. Then, the perspective shifts to Izumi. That night, Izumi takes out a notebook hidden deep in her closet. A handwritten diary. Miyu's instincts as a manga artist burst alive. Wait. If Mauri truly relied on diaries, why use a laptop? A digital device can break, be corrupted, or crash. A girl whose life depends on memory notes would never rely solely on a computer. Which meant, Izumi has been rewriting Mauri's diary. Her memories have been edited. Her entire life has been edited. And Mauri never knew. Miyu's fists tightened. This was too cruel. Misaki turned the page. On the first page of the handwritten diary were large, forceful words, written in the same handwriting as the sticky notes in Mauri's room. Don't forget Toru. The heroine had written the boy's name as the most important reminder in her entire diary. And now, she had completely forgotten him. Who was he? Was he the boy in the sketchbook? Miyu felt her throat tighten. This was exactly the kind of emotional finesse that defined a master storyteller. No exposition, no explanations. Just visuals and subtle cues, pulling the reader into despair. Page after page, the emotional weight increased. The narrative rewound. Mauri, who has already forgotten. Then Maori before she forgot. Then Maori the first time she met Toru. Then Maori slowly, timidly falling in love. A girl who loses everything each time she sleeps, falling in love again and again, and forgetting again and again. An hour passed before Misaki finally reached the end of chapter 5. On the final page were lines from Maori's diary. Today, Toru told me, I'll make sure tomorrow's you is happy. When I heard that, my heart fluttered. For the first time, morning doesn't feel terrifying. For the first time, I want to wake up. Miyu's eyes were red. She looked devastated. When she realized the manuscript ended there, a deep sense of loss washed over her. Hey, what about the rest? Ray scratched his cheek lightly. I haven't drawn it yet. I only drew up to the 5th chapter. Then just tell me directly, why did Maori's friend, Izumi, take her diary? And why was everything else in the notebook normal, except only the entries about Toru were erased or changed? I'm not spoiling that. If this manga gets a serialization slot, you'll find out then, Ray said. For Ray, spoilers were the greatest sin imaginable, and he absolutely refused to reveal anything. But the real issue now was, Ray glanced at Misaki. Editor Yukishiro, what do you think? It's very captivating, Misaki said after a short pause, her voice gentle as she looked at him. It's just, this manga seems to be the same type of work as 5 centimeters per second, right? Ray smiled but didn't comment. How long is this manga? Misaki asked. About 11 or 12 chapters. So another short work. She murmured. But it's much better than 5 centimeters per second. At least this one goes beyond 10 chapters. Misaki's concern about the length was simply because a manga's commercial potential was heavily tied to its scale. That said, Japan did have successful romance short stories of around a dozen chapters. If the work was strong enough, they could still sell extremely well. So? Ray asked. Did I pass? You pass with me. But next, it still needs to get through the serialization meeting, Misaki said. Mirage Weekly's serialization meeting is next Thursday. And the following week, Amatsukage Weekly will also have a series getting axed. If it doesn't get picked next Thursday, there's still another submission slot the week after. I understand, Ray nodded, though his expression tightened slightly. Ray, you don't need to worry too much, Misaki said softly. Although this manga is a slow burn story, the quality of both the art and the plot is undeniable. Plus, the tankobon sales of 5 centimeters per second were excellent. That gives your new work a strong advantage going into the serialization meeting. It's just. Misaki gave him a wry look. Your last 2 works both lean toward the sad side. Your pen name Shirogane is still being cursed daily by angry fans. If this one ends on a sad note as well, you might face even more pressure. Don't worry about things like that. Ray laughed lightly. I'm not afraid of being cursed. A new week arrived. On Monday morning, Misaki submitted the application for Ray's new manga to enter Mirage Weekly's serialization meeting. The higher-ups quickly reviewed Ray's past accomplishments and qualifications, signed, stamped, and officially gave his new work, Tonight, the entry ticket required for the fierce competition of the serialization lineup. 3 days passed. On Thursday morning, Misaki arrived at the office early, sorted through a stack of documents, checked the time, and exhaled slowly. It was time. She stood, left her office, and headed toward the meeting room at a brisk pace. She had attended Sakura Iroh Weekly's serialization meetings many times, but this was her first time attending Mirage Weekly's serialization meeting. 33. Development. In the manga industry, artists and editors are more like comrades than co-workers, partners who march together on the same battlefield. A veteran or renowned editor isn't defined by how many years they've stayed in the industry, but by how many exceptional works the artists they've guided have created. And by that standard, Misaki was undeniably one of the standouts in the Hashimori group. Setting aside Ray's 5 centimeters per second, even the manga she had edited before that were stronger than the works handled by editors with 7 or 8 years more experience. Sakura Iroh Weekly may have been considered a third-tier magazine, but it still sold 800,000 copies each week. Many magazines in Japan barely reached tens of thousands, some even just a few thousand. Lament, which Misaki had overseen, had average sales of 400,000 copies per volume. 5 centimeters per second had already exceeded 550,000 copies since release, and reaching 1 million this year was almost guaranteed. But the moment she stepped into the conference room, a chill ran through Misaki's body. Including herself, 9 people were present, meaning 9 works were entered into today's Mirage Weekly serialization meeting. Stacks of thick manuscripts lay in front of each seat, the entries for this round of review. Every editor present was formidable. 2 had even been responsible for long-running series in Dream Comics. Against editors like these, Misaki's accomplishments gave her no real advantage. Then, a knock came, and Ryuichiro Shido, one of Hashimori Group's editorial directors and the editor-in-chief of Mirage Weekly, entered. His editorial authority applied specifically to Mirage Weekly. He scanned the room, and his gaze paused briefly on Misaki. Everyone here knew him well, they had all worked in the same editorial department for years. Their positions varied, but their relationships were close. He also knew Misaki. She had joined the company only 2 years ago but already had strong results, and she had previously worked under Kaido at Sakura Iroh Weekly. "Alright, let's begin," Shido said after clearing his throat. Serialization meetings for all Hashimori Group magazines followed the same format. Editors quickly skimmed the submitted manuscripts, then shared their opinions. Of course, the opinions of ordinary editors carried little weight, it was merely a way for the editor-in-chief to understand the general sentiment. In the end, only the editor-in-chief of each publication decided what would be serialized. At Sakura Iroh Weekly, that decision belonged to director Yanagita. At Mirage Weekly, it belonged to director Shido. Following his cue, the editors picked up the first manuscript and began reading. 5 minutes later, they set it down. A short round of comments followed. Then, at Shido's instruction, they moved on to the second manuscript. As time passed, Misaki's expression grew more serious. The submissions were incredibly diverse: fantasy adventure, suspense, horror, survival, psychological strategy, romance. It was exactly what one expected from a magazine whose weekly sales were more than triple those of Sakura Iroh Weekly. The quality of works eligible for Mirage Weekly's serialization meeting was undeniably higher. However, Misaki took a deep breath. She had complete confidence in tonight, even if this love vanishes from the world. In terms of both artwork and storytelling, she firmly believed Rei's manuscript would not lose to any other entry. An hour passed. When the editors reached the 7th submission, subtle reactions appeared on their faces. Tonight, even if this love vanishes from the world. The length of the title wasn't the issue, it was the artwork. Wasn't this quality far too high? Just how many nights had this artist sacrificed to produce these few chapters? They continued reading. Because of time constraints, only the first 3 chapters had been submitted. 5 minutes later, several editors reluctantly lowered the pages, clearly wanting more. "Shirogane?" Director Shido asked, turning to look at Misaki. "Someone I've never heard of. Is he a veteran using a new pen name?" "No," Misaki replied. "He's a completely new manga artist. Still a high school student. This is only his second work." But the moment she finished speaking, she noticed the slight crease in Director Shido's brow. At the same time, several of the other editors joined in. "He's the author of that ultra-short manga, 5 centimeters per second, isn't he?" "Oh, right. That one ended after just 5 chapters. Sure, its collected volume is performing well, honestly, it'll almost certainly break 1 million copies. But still, this Shirogane has been in the industry for less than half a year. He's a complete newcomer." The tone of their comments sounded casual, but everyone in the room knew exactly what they were doing. They were feeding Director Shido every weakness they could find about Shirogane, the author of Tonight, because everyone had already realized the same thing. The manga, Tonight, even if this love vanishes from the world, was too good. The art was polished and mature. The story, tightly written. The quality was so high that the only angle left to attack was the author's lack of experience. Listening to these jabs, Misaki's fingers tightened slightly, and she responded with a calm but cutting remark. Didn't mangaka Eira serialize in Monogatari comic while she was still in high school? And Jien started his hit series in his second year. Nikiya debuted during his first year of university. All of them were serialized in the Big 6 magazines, and all achieved excellent results. Do you really think a newcomer like Shirogane can compare to those 3? One editor asked with a polite but mocking smile. Why not? Misaki smiled back. Doesn't our group always talk about supporting promising newcomers? Don't we hope to cultivate our own industry stars? Alright, that's enough discussion, Director Shido interrupted. Let's move on to the next entry. Misaki glanced at him, and in her chest, something quietly tightened. Another hour passed. The editors left the meeting room. Misaki returned to her office and immediately began messaging her contacts inside the editorial department. By the afternoon, she had learned everything. Within Hashimori Group, the two second-tier magazines, Amekage and Mirage Weekly, normally had a gap of several 100,000 in weekly sales, Mirage Weekly being the stronger. But recently, two popular series in Mirage Weekly had ended with extremely poor conclusions, triggering massive fan backlash. Mirage Weekly's sales had fallen from 2.6 million copies per week to 2.3 million. Meanwhile, Amekage sales had risen to 1.9 million, thanks to several series entering peak arcs. And from this information, Misaki could guess Director Shido's mindset perfectly. He wasn't looking for brilliance, he wasn't looking for talent. He was trying to avoid risk. As the one responsible for Mirage Weekly, Shido clearly didn't believe that a newcomer like Shirogane, someone who had debuted only months ago and whose entire track record consisted of a 5-chapter short, could support a long serialization. Even though 5 centimeters per second was almost guaranteed to exceed 1 million in sales, Shido didn't value short story performance. Short stories were unpredictable. Their popularity was too volatile. Who knew what would happen with a long-running series? Mirage Weekly's sales were already faltering. If they serialized Rei's work and Shirogane proved unable to sustain a mid-to-long serialization, if the story collapsed again, it could deal yet another blow to the magazine's already falling numbers. What a short-sighted man. Misaki muttered, irritation quietly intensifying. Capable leaders welcomed the rise of promising newcomers. Incapable leaders cared only about avoiding mistakes. Fine. Be stable, then, she thought bitterly. In this industry, if you don't move forward, you fall behind. Keep clinging to stability, and see what happens when Amekage surpasses your numbers. Misaki let out a soft sigh. Even if she understood the situation now, she still had to wait for the results of tomorrow's serialization meeting. Bonus at 1500 PS. Read up to 30 chapters ahead at Pa2 Rayon/C/Ashnoir. Replace 2 with T. 34, serialization decision and date. The next morning. In the living room of Miyu's villa. Rejected. Rei's eyes narrowed slightly at the news. He had always known that, at the newcomer stage, anything could happen. But hearing that tonight, even if this love vanishes from the world had failed to pass Mirage Weekly's serialization meeting, he still couldn't help muttering under his breath. In his previous life, tonight had risen from the brutal competition of the light novel industry and even received a live-action film adaptation. Its value had already been proven. Yet here, it couldn't clear this single serialization meeting. Don't get discouraged. There's still Amatsukage Weekly's serialization meeting next week, Misaki said. I know, Rei replied with a faint smile. I'm not upset, just a little disappointed. There's nothing to regret, Misaki said gently. This might not be our loss. A few days later, Amatsukage Weekly's serialization meeting began. The process was the same as before. 11 works were up for review. But this time, Ichino's K, the editor-in-chief of Amatsukage Weekly and one of the department heads of the Hashimori Group, glanced at the author name on the submission for tonight, and her eyes lit up. Is this the same Shirogane who drew 5 centimeters per second? Yes, Misaki replied. Director Ichino's, you know him. Of course, Ichino said with a warm smile. My daughter loves his manga. And I've read the collected volume myself. It moved me deeply. It's been years since a manga left such an impression on me. The moment she said this, the expressions of the editors around the table shifted. A flicker of envy even passed through a few of them as they glanced at Misaki. The truth was simple. At serialization meetings, editors' opinions were just opinions. Most editor-in-chiefs would listen to the room, but if they wanted to override everyone, they could. Sales and performance were their responsibility. And with greater responsibility came greater authority. And Director Ichino's tone made her feelings very clear. She was extremely interested in Shirogane's new work. Misaki blinked in surprise. How could this week's meeting feel completely opposite to last week's? But manga is subjective. Personal taste shapes professional judgment. Director Shido of Mirage Weekly feared that serializing a newcomer might result in unstable writing or a disappointing ending, further damaging Mirage Weekly's already dropping sales. But director Ichino's wasn't afraid. Amatsukage Weekly was currently third in sales among the group's magazines. Even if a risk didn't succeed, their ranking wouldn't collapse. Which meant for her, there was no downside to giving a fresh newcomer a chance. If anything, she welcomed it. By early August, as summer vacation neared its end, Ray finally received the news he'd been waiting for. It was selected, came Misaki's calm voice over the phone. If all goes well, tonight will debut in Amatsukage Weekly 3 weeks from now. So please come by tomorrow to sign the contract. Understood, Ray said, exhaling slowly. This time, he was familiar with the process. The royalty share for the Tankobon release had risen from 6% on his previous work to 7%. And the page rate for manuscripts had increased from around 300 yen per page to 540 yen per page. Naturally, the rate would fluctuate depending on popularity rankings. There was nothing to hesitate over. Ray signed immediately. This will be completely different from when 5 centimeters per second was serialized, Misaki said as she put the contract away, her gaze falling on him. You handed me all 5 chapters at once back then, so there was never any issue of deadlines or manuscript reminders. But for tonight. Misaki fixed him with a serious look. Since you've committed to this, do it properly. Don't become one of those artists who procrastinate endlessly. If the editor doesn't push them, they drown in delays and blow their submission deadlines. Off to the side, Miyu gave her sister a puzzled look. Sis, are you talking about Ray? Are you calling me out too? Of course, Ray said with a grin. Those kinds of manga artists you mentioned. They're the type I hate the most. He still remembered the pain of following Hunter x Hunter week by week in his previous life. Although he couldn't remember the exact events of the manga anymore, the agony of following it week by week was carved deep into his heart. Cough, cough. Miyu cleared her throat lightly, but Ray completely failed to notice what she was thinking and continued on with conviction. The most basic quality a manga artist must have is proper time management. Meeting your deadlines is the first rule of professionalism. Anyone who can't even manage that isn't worthy of being called a mangaka. Misaki turned to look at Miyu. Miyu's ears had gone slightly red. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she held it in. Inside, she grumbled silently. Ray, I don't believe for a second that you'll never hit writer's block or miss a deadline. When that day comes, I'm absolutely going to repeat those exact words back to you. With the serialization confirmed, Ray began preparing for the launch of tonight, even if this love vanishes from the world. The first chapter would receive a color page promotion, as was customary for new serializations. Of course, it wouldn't be a full-color chapter, just about 6 pages. The cover of Amatsukage Weekly would also feature a large illustration highlighting the new series. Naturally, all of this had to be drawn by the mangaka himself. So Ray spent the end of summer extremely busy. His social media accounts across multiple platforms had also gained a significant following thanks to the success of the 5 centimeters per second volume. With a new serialization coming up, he needed to let his fans know. Although it was unclear how many Sakura Iroh Weekly readers would switch over to Amatsukage Weekly, it was still important. September 5th, Amatsukage Weekly. My new series will begin. A short announcement, but within half a day, it had spread throughout the fan communities of 5 centimeters per second. Many of Ray's, Shiragane's, fans were still carrying the emotional weight of that story. New readers were constantly discovering it through the Tankobon release. Most assumed that Shiragane would take at least a few months, half a year, maybe even longer, before releasing a new work. Some mangaka took years between series. But the 5 centimeters per second volume had only been released 1 month ago. And Shiragane already had a new serialization. What kind of speed is that? At first, the fans were stunned. Then excited. Then the heaviness from the previous manga washed over them again. At Sakura Petals 89, so you are planning to draw another serialized manga. At Train Station Romantic, here I thought you were done, thought you'd just drop one emotional bomb on us and retire forever. At Crying Under Kotetsu, that ending destroyed us. And now you want us to support your next series. At Not Falling for This Again, no way. I refuse. Not even a dog would read your next work. But then they saw the title. At Late Night Reader, tonight, even if this love vanishes from the world. That sounded pretty good. Another youth romance. Bonus at 1500. Read 30 chapters ahead at p@2rayon.com/c/ashnoir. 35. School opening and sales. After Ray announced on his official, verified mangaka account that his new work would soon begin serialization, the activity on his page, already lively thanks to the strong sales of the 5 cm per second tankobon, increased even further. Fans poured in from manga forums, and the Sakura Weekly official website. They grumbled, complained, and cursed, but the moment Shirogane released a new series announcement, their first reaction was still anticipation. At Cloudy Sky Reader, a new manga already. That's way too fast. At Fresh Ink Fan, he's a new mangaka, it's normal. He must have had ideas stored up for years. New artists are different, they don't overthink, they're not afraid of failing. At Late Night Bento, judging by the title, this feels like another romance. But I'm nervous. Is it going to be the same type of story as 5 cm per second? At Gossip Otaku, it shouldn't be, right? Isn't teacher Shirogane rumored to be a beautiful high school girl? Even if she's pessimistic about romance, she already expressed all that in 5 cm per second, didn't she? At Optimist in Pain, people can't stay negative forever. I don't think this one will be a tragedy. Actually, I refuse to believe Shirogane can make anything more tragic than 5 cm per second. As long as it's not that sad, it's basically a comedy. At Reality Check guys, you're really out here lying to yourself like that. At Bamboo Sword Kid, didn't everyone say they'd never read Shirogane's manga again? Why is everyone flocking back the moment he announces a new one? At Moved On But Not Really, we were angry back then. But now, Takeke moved on in the manga, but we haven't. After cooling off, I realized 5 cm per second is truly a masterpiece. It's a shame teacher Shirogane isn't famous yet, otherwise the tankobon would have sold way more than 600,000. At Reminiscing Melancholy, same. The reason I was furious last month was, the ending reminded me of the girl I liked in middle school. But after thinking about it, the manga was telling me to let go, to not cling to a past that's already gone. At Soft-Hearted Fool, looking forward to Shirogane-sensei's new series. As long as it's not soul-crushing, it's fine. At Kayano Deserved Better, honestly, I want a side story. Even if Takeki and Akari can't be together, at least let Takeki accept Kayano. Overnight, word spread everywhere Shirogane's new work, Tonight, even if this love vanishes from the world, would be serialized in Amatsukage Weekly. In the days that followed, Ray focused completely on preparing for serialization. Late August, a new school term begins. Ray had just turned 16 and officially entered his second year of high school. On the first day of the new semester, class assignments were posted. Just like in his previous life, the second-year students were split into arts and science tracks. Ray chose science, the same as before, and found his name under second-year class 2. But the moment he stepped into the classroom, his expression froze. Sitting near the window was someone very familiar. Oh, Ray. Mayu, who had already seen the class roster in advance, had been waiting for him. She waved cheerfully. What a coincidence, we're in the same class. It really is, Ray said, pausing for a moment. There were 10 science classes. Ending up in the same one was definitely a matter of luck. Ray, wow, what a coincidence. We're in the same class again. A cheerful voice came from behind. Ray turned around. It was Yui and Hana, the inseparable pair. Both of them looked between Ray and Mayu with obvious curiosity. And they weren't the only ones observing. By second year, plenty of students were secretly dating. But because Mayu was well known across the school, any boy who interacted with her drew attention. Speaking of which, Yui said with a grin, did you hear? Shirogane released a new manga. Oh, you must know about it. You're the one who said you were Shirogane. Huh. Mayu's pupils shrank. Ray, are you insane? How can you expose something like that? Yes, of course I know. It's my manga, how could I not know? Ray laughed lightly, realizing that Yui was joking with him. Although some of the things he'd said last semester might have made Hana a little suspicious, it was only a vague feeling. As for Yui, she was clearly teasing him, using the chance to shift the conversation toward the new series from her favorite mangaka, Shirogane. Mayu was sharp enough to figure that out after only a few seconds. But Hana still looked at Ray with skeptical eyes. Back then, during the serialization of 5 cm per second, Ray had casually hinted that the story was a tragedy. Later, he also hinted that it would be very short. Nobody understood his comments back then, but after the manga ended, some of those hints made unsettling sense. Still, it was probably just a coincidence. After all, Shirogane was rumored to be a beautiful high school girl mangaka. If anyone here fit that description, it would be Miyu, not Rei. "Oh, you mentioned Shirogane, right?" Miyu said with a gentle smile. "Are you two also fans of 5 centimeters per second?" The first few days after class assignments were crucial for forming friend groups for the next 2 years. When Hana heard the question, her eyes sparkled. "You've read it too?" When manga lovers meet, their desire to talk explodes instantly. "Of course. Actually, Rei was the one who showed it to me," Miyu said, heading straight to Hana's side with a bright smile. "I almost cried when I read it." "I see." Hana gave Rei a complicated look. "By the way, have you read Lament? It was serialized in the same magazine as 5 centimeters per second, Miyu asked. "Of course I have. It's really good," Yui said immediately. "It's just that the ending felt a little rushed." "Right? Actually, I think Lament is better than 5 centimeters per second." "No way. That's impossible," Yui said, frowning. "Miyu, what are you even talking about? Anyone normal can see the difference between them." "Miyu," Hana said, noticing Miyu had suddenly gone silent. Rei watched as the 3 girls huddled together, diving into manga talk, and let out a small sigh. That Miyu, she really was enjoying herself. She looked like she was having the time of her life, hiding her identity as a mangaka, secretly watching people praise and criticize her own work. Over the next few days, the class gradually sorted itself out. The academically strong students grouped together. The weaker ones formed their own circles. Athletes gathered with athletes. Little cliques appeared naturally. Only Rei and Miyu, both top students, and Yui and Hana, both from the lower academic ranks, ended up forming a strange 4-person group solely because of their shared love of manga. And with Miyu subtly steering the conversations, all 4 openly admitted they were fans of the genius beauty mangaka, Shirogane. To an adult soul like Rei, the days felt fulfilling. He attended classes during the day, used lunch breaks to draw manga quietly in hidden corners of the school, and then worked full speed on the manuscript for tonight, even if this love vanishes from the world at night. His schedule was strict, orderly, and busy. Time passed quickly. The second week after the semester began. September 4th, Friday. This day marked the release of the newest issue of Amatsukage Weekly, and at the same time, it marked the official serialization debut of Tonight, Even If This Love Vanishes from the World. Bonus. 36. The Amnesiac Girl, the boy confessing his love. See you next week. See you next week, Miyu replied with a gentle wave before heading off in the car. After school on Friday, Miyu and Rei left together since they had to attend a manuscript review meeting at her house. That left Yui and Hana standing at the school gate, staring after them with suspicious expressions. These two still claim they're just ordinary friends. Yui said bluntly. What kind of ordinary friends take a taxi home together every Friday? If they're dating, they're dating. Hana added. Maybe they're just shy. Anyway, come on. The new issue of Amatsukage Weekly came out today. Let's stop by the bookstore. Oh, right. Shirogane's new manga starts today. Yui's eyes sparkled instantly. Japan had plenty of romance manga artists, many far more famous than Shirogane. But taste is personal, and to Yui, 5 centimeters per second was a masterpiece. The best romance manga she'd read in the last 3 years. So her excitement for Shirogane's new work far exceeded her anticipation for any other artist. With energetic steps, the 2 girls headed for the small bookstore near their school, the very same one where they'd first seen Rei buying Sakura Iroh Weekly and struck up a conversation with him. It's such a pity, Yui said playfully. Those 2 went and had a date. They're totally missing Shirogane's new series release. That's their loss. Then she started rummaging through the magazine racks. She normally never cared much for Amatsukage Weekly since the magazine had a diverse lineup, and she preferred emotional, shoujo-flavored romances. But when it came to Shirogane, genre didn't matter. Yui and Hana each paid 14 yen for their copy, then went to a tea shop, ordered 2 low-sugar drinks, and sat upstairs. The cover. This week's cover showed a girl just waking up in her bedroom, staring blankly at the sticky notes plastered beside her bed, on her desk, and near the window. The contents of the notes made Hana's eyes widen. This setup looks really interesting. And the art. It's gorgeous. Has Shirogana's art improved even more since 5 centimeters per second? She quickly opened to the contents page. The first 6 pages were full-color illustrations explaining the setting. A girl named Maori Hino awakens to discover, yet again, that due to a car accident years ago, her memories reset every single day. Every morning, she must come to terms with the same reality, then read the diary she's written across the years to rebuild her understanding of her life. But on this particular morning, her condition seems slightly improved. She remembers faint traces of the past few days. A hospital checkup follows. The doctor tells Hino and her parents, with relief, that her condition might finally be stabilizing. Next, Hino's best friend Izumi appears. Since Hino's memory is improving, many of the memory-assisting notes and arrangements in her room are no longer needed. They begin cleaning together. And during this process, Hino finds a sketchbook. Up to this point, Hana still didn't fully grasp the direction of the story. It is a romance manga, right? She muttered. Why start by introducing the heroine's illness? And if she has memory loss, why say immediately that she's recovering? Doesn't that remove the tension? But then, the plot answered her questions. After Hino meets Izumi again, she pulls out the sketchbook she found. Inside were dozens of drawings of a certain boy. Hana's breath hitched. A flashback narrative. Since Hino has forgotten everything from the past 3 years, and she's only now recovering, then the people she met back then and the events she experienced, must be the core of this story. Also, a professional mangaka would never include meaningless details. Appearing twice already, this sketchbook clearly meant something. And that boy, drawn so prominently and so handsomely, who is he? In the manga, Izumi reacts uncomfortably when she sees the sketchbook. She stammers out an explanation, saying he was just a sketch model Hino met at the library years ago, trying to brush the topic aside. Then the perspective shifts. Izumi returns home and takes out a notebook. A handwritten diary, the real diary Hino kept over the years, completely different from the digital logs on her computer. On the very first page, 6 handwritten words stand out. Don't forget Toru Kamiya. The panel shifts again. Hana finally understood. The real story is about to unfold through the memories recorded in Hino's old diary, memories she herself has completely forgotten. The title page. Tonight, even if this love vanishes from the world. The title appears again, elegantly printed, signaling the true beginning. Inside a large lecture hall at school, a handsome boy stands before Hino. His expression serious. His voice steady. Would you go out with me? Not far from the boy, several onlookers, whose character designs clearly marked them as delinquents, were secretly recording the scene with their phones. Huh. Hana's eyes widened. She had just been thinking that the manga's opening was a bit slow. Why did it suddenly jump straight to a confession scene? And judging from the heroine's reaction, Hino definitely didn't recognize this boy. Of course she wouldn't. Even if she had known him in the past, her memories reset every morning. On the side of the panel, the boy's inner monologue was written. She'll probably realize I'm not serious anyway. Then the cute, soft-faced Hino hesitated only for a moment, lifted her head, and answered quietly. Okay, but what's your name? Toru Kamiya. Toru Kamiya. I'll remember it. What class are you in? Class 1. Then wait for me in your classroom after school tomorrow. With that, the girl gave a small smile and stood up, leaving the lecture hall. The delinquents who had been recording circled around immediately, their expressions unfriendly. The manga continued, revealing why this strange confession happened. Toru had stepped in to protect a friend who was being bullied by those same guys recording the scene. Annoyed by his interference, they had mocked him, daring him to confess to Maori Hino, one of the most beautiful and unreachable girls in school, someone who kept her distance from everyone. They wanted to watch him be publicly rejected and humiliated in the lecture hall. If he agreed, they said, they'd stop bullying his friend. Then the manga described Toru Kamiya's family background. A mother who passed away due to congenital heart disease. A father chasing the dream of becoming a novelist, often quitting his job impulsively to write full-time. An older sister who had moved out, living alone. And on the very next day, the video of Toru's confession went viral across the entire school. Hana straightened her posture as she read this part. Not bad. This plot is interesting. It didn't feel like a tragedy anymore. In fact, wasn't this starting like a romantic comedy? Then why did Hino later forget about Toru entirely? Even if they broke up eventually, Hino should have at least written something about him in her diary, something her future self would reread. Oh, that's right. Her diary is kept by her friend Izumi. Then the digital diary files on Hino's computer. Hana froze. They're fake, they were altered. A boy who confessed to her, probably someone she had actually dated. His existence had been erased, from her diary, by her own best friend. Which meant, for Maori Hino, a girl who has lost 3 years of memories and can only understand her past through her diary, Toru Kamiya does not exist. A chill crawled up Hana's spine. The premise of tonight wasn't difficult to guess. Most readers would connect the dots between the electronic diary, the handwritten diary, and Izumi's odd behavior. But seeing it unfold panel by panel, this was the first moment Hana truly understood how terrifying Hino's condition was. A single altered entry could rewrite her entire understanding of the world. Her daily reset meant that no matter how tragic something was, no matter how much she cried or suffered, she would wake up the next morning, and know nothing. She wouldn't even realize that her diary had been tampered with. Is Izumi the villain? If not, then why erase Toru Kamiya from Hino's life? At that moment, Hana remembered the title again. What she thought was a romantic comedy began to peel away. Tonight, even if this love vanishes from the world. A faint, ominous feeling spread through her chest. Bonus at 2000. Read 30 chapters ahead at p@2rayon.com/c/ashnoir. 37. Order of Rank. Manga readers in the Japan weren't demanding people. They didn't expect a new series to open with some god-tier, unforgettable plot twist in its very first chapter. In fact, most massively successful manga began with fairly ordinary openings. So even though the pacing of tonight's first chapter was a little slow, the new readers who followed over from 5 centimeters per second didn't mind. After all, 5 centimeters per second's pacing was even slower. By evening, Rei's manga artist account was flooded with comments, both from new fans and readers who had followed him from Sakura Iroh Weekly. At Blue Knight Forum, so this manga is going to be a flashback-style narrative. At Manga Analyst, from what we know, yes. Maori Hino's amnesia will gradually stabilize, but the memories she's already lost won't come back. She can only rely on the diary entries she wrote before. And clearly, she's already forgotten Toru Kamiya. At Snowy Days, why did Izumi do that? Is she a villain? At Plot Detective, she doesn't seem evil. Maybe she has circumstances we don't know yet. At Heartbroken Theorist, maybe Toru was actually a jerk. Maori got hurt by him, and Izumi didn't want her to remember something painful, so she hid the handwritten diary. At Kamiya-stan, that's possible, except Shirogane draws Toru way too handsome. If he turns out to be trash, I'll be emotionally devastated. At Sighing at Sunset, honestly, after finishing chapter 1, I exhaled in relief. At least it's not heavy angst from the start. I already know the leads won't end up together, so no matter what, I won't be sad this time. At Cold Logic, exactly. If you know from the beginning they won't be together, you won't overinvest emotionally. No matter how it goes, I'm immune. At Elder Fan, thinking that knowing the ending protects you from the pain, how adorable. You sweet summer children. At Sugar Tea Lover, anyway, chapter 1 was great. I'll stick with it. I wonder if Shirogane reads the forums. Please make the middle part sweet. Late at night, Rei sat in his room, scrolling through manga forums on his newly purchased computer. He wasn't famous yet, not by Japan standards. But the number of readers who had followed him from Sakura Iroh Weekly to Amatsukage Weekly wasn't small. They seem pretty optimistic, Rei murmured, amused. In truth, Rei had already dropped a lot of information in chapter 1. In his previous life, the original novel Tonight only hinted vaguely that the male lead's mother died from a genetic condition. But Rei had boldly revealed that detail in chapter 1. Still, most readers in this world weren't sharp enough to catch the implications. Different world. Different thinking. He had hinted everything clearly. If the readers didn't figure it out themselves, well, that wasn't his problem. He turned off the computer and walked to the living room area of his room, where the half-finished manuscript pages lay spread across the table. For serialized works, weekly storyboards and name drafts needed to be handed to the editor for review. Editors would give advice based on market trends, and more importantly, prevent artists from accidentally drawing something risky or career-ending. So every week, Rei had to produce storyboards, even though he technically didn't need them, for Misaki to check. That was why he had gone to Miyu's home earlier today. It wasn't just the fandom that was optimistic, Misaki was, too. Rei recalled what Misaki had said after reading the storyboard for Chapter 7 earlier. "Rei, this manga of yours has the potential to become the pure love ceiling of Amatsukage Weekly." Chapter 7 contained the deeply emotional scene of the leads watching fireworks together, one of the highlights of the original. But a pure love ceiling. Rei chuckled softly, his expression complicated. The first 7 chapters really were like that. Starting from Chapter 8, things would change. The next morning, Misaki drove to the Hashimori Group editorial headquarters. Even though it was Saturday, many departments had rotating schedules and compensatory work days. For example, the statistics division of the editorial department. The Hashimori Group's entire manga editorial office occupied an entire floor of the building. Although it managed a complicated variety of magazines and publications, in reality, many editors were tasked with juggling responsibilities across 2 or 3 journals at once. With Lament concluding, Misaki's focus had shifted heavily toward the editorial work of Amatsukage Weekly. After arriving at the company, she headed straight for the Statistics Division's office. Other Amatsukage Weekly editors were patient enough to stay home and wait for the statistics team to email the results. But today, Misaki had absolutely no patience. This was her first time participating as an editor for Amatsukage Weekly, and the first time seeing the ranking of a series she was personally responsible for. At least for the first time, she wanted to be here in person. "You know, you could have just waited at home for this," a statistics staffer she knew said with a smile, handing her a freshly printed sheet. "We'd send the results to you. You didn't have to come all the way here on a weekend." "It won't be like this next week," Misaki said softly. "But this is a memorable first. I want to see it with my own eyes." She took a deep breath, accepted the warm paper, and sat down on a nearby chair. Her heartbeat quickened. Even though she felt it was unlikely, she couldn't help but worry. What if Rei's manga ranked dead last in its first chapter? The Hashimori Group's rules were uniform across all magazines. A manga that repeatedly ranked last in the reader survey would immediately enter the cancellation process. There had been works cancelled within 2 or 3 months due to low popularity. Misaki slowly unfolded the still warm paper. Among the 16 serialized manga in Amatsukage Weekly, the ranking was as follows. Rank 1, Labyrinth Detective Agency. A Battle of Wits Mystery Series. Online fan votes, 10,000+. Misaki nodded. This series had been running for 2 years. Its tankobon volumes averaged 1.4 million copies sold. Rank 2, Youthful Rhythm. A romance manga by the popular female mangaka Keo Amemiya. Romance manga were usually short-lived. If the leads didn't confess, fans complained. If they did confess, popularity dropped. But this series had stable performance, also averaging 1 million plus per volume. Fan votes exceeded 10,000. Rank 3, Headless Ghost. A horror series with a niche, dedicated audience. Its tankobon sold around 700,000 on average. Fan votes, 7,000+. Misaki continued scanning the list. Then she saw it, rank 8, Tonight, Even If This Love Vanishes from the World. Total fan votes, 5,463. 38, Conversation and Part 2. 8th place. Misaki stared at the number for several seconds. As long as it wasn't last place, it was fine. Still, for a brand new serialization, thanks to color page promotions and reader curiosity, it was almost impossible for the first chapter to place dead last. New series almost always landed somewhere in the top 10 of the magazine. The true quality of a manga usually showed only from the second chapter onward. But Misaki was still afraid of accidents. "I was thinking too much," she whispered to herself. The final chapter of 5 centimeters per second had received over 7,000 votes, but expecting all of Rei's fans to buy Amatsukage Weekly just to support him was naive. Fans of tragic romance might still follow the mangaka's next work, but their enthusiasm for voting was hardly guaranteed. Unless the new manga moved them again, the way 5 centimeters per second had. But with the pacing and quality of Tonight, it will definitely rise later. Misaki exhaled, letting go of her unnecessary worries, and quickly dialed Rei's number. "Hello, Editor Yukishiro," Rei's steady voice answered. "The first week ranking for Tonight is 8th place," Misaki reported. 8th place. Yes. It's an upper-middle starting position, Misaki said. But keep in mind, first chapter results benefit from promotions. The real test is the second issue. She continued, serious. After the second chapter comes out, as long as you don't drop out of the top 10, that counts as a success. Not dropping out of the top 10 is considered success. Ray asked, genuinely puzzled. Of course it is, Misaki replied immediately. Don't oversimplify the manga industry, Ray. Any work that can consistently stay in the top 10 of Amatsuki's Weekly usually averages 500,000 manga volume sales, with stable annual income in the millions. Some even have chances for anime or film adaptations. And Amatsuki's Weekly's weekly circulation is easily top 15 in the entire Japan manga market. You're not in Sakura Iroh Weekly anymore. Achieving the same explosive results as your 5 cm serialization isn't realistic. You're a genius, yes, but your competitors here are geniuses selected from among thousands. Understood. Ray's voice remained calm, almost too calm. Misaki sighed silently. It was obvious he wasn't discouraged at all. He hadn't lowered his expectations even slightly. Most likely, from the moment serialization was confirmed, he never aimed for 8th place. He was aiming for first. Misaki understood that feeling well. She had always ranked first in her class since childhood. It wasn't that she doubted tonight. But the Japan manga world contained countless geniuses. And in any industry, for every genius standing proudly at the mountaintop, there were even more unbelievable, unreasonable geniuses flying somewhere above the sky. Getting humbled was also part of growth. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Monday. When Ray arrived in the classroom on Monday, he found Miyu, Hana, and Yui chatting with bright smiles. He listened briefly. First, they were discussing the upcoming conclusion of Lament in Sakura Iroh Weekly. They were planning to vote in support of the ending and cast votes for Saki. Then they switched to Shirogana's new manga. This one doesn't feel like 5 centimeters per second at all. Yui said firmly. Even if the leads don't end up together, it definitely won't be that regretful. Is that so? Then why do I feel like the first chapter's art style is a little bleak? Hana murmured. Especially that line written in Maori Hino's diary, don't forget Toru, but stuck on a sticky note. It feels like foreshadowing. Meanwhile, Miyu, who had long read Ray's manuscripts up to chapter 6 and reviewed the storyboard for chapter 7, now wore a confident, almost smug expression. Trust me, she said lightly, this manga gets really sweet later. The middle might be a bit tangled, but the plot becomes super heartwarming. How can you be so sure? Hana frowned. Some people online even think Toru Kamiya might turn into a total scumbag later, and the story will shift into pure emotional torment. Why would they think that? Miyu laughed softly. You can tell just from the character writing in chapter 1. Besides, Shirogana's works never have villains. A scumbag male lead? Impossible. Then Miyu turned toward Ray, who had just sat down at his seat. Right, Ray. I also think the manga will get very sweet in the middle, Ray said, matching Miyu's tone perfectly. What about the later part? Hana pressed, leaning closer. She herself didn't understand why she was asking Ray, but the boy had accurately predicted the direction of 5 centimeters per second before, down to worrying details. So, maybe this time too. The later part, huh? Ray thought for a moment. Do you think this manga is simply a pure romance? He asked slowly. Do you think the ending of a romance manga is defined by whether the leads end up together, happy or tragic? The girls blinked. Wasn't it exactly like that? But Ray continued. In chapter 1, Maori Hino's illness is clearly said to be improving. Yet the whole story focuses on her forgotten past. But sometimes, forgetting isn't a bad thing. He smiled faintly. When Maori recovers, what she needs is the future, not the past she lost. So I think the ending of this manga will return to the world line of chapter 1. And the final scene of Maori Hino will probably be her smiling. Like Takeika's final smile in 5 centimeters per second. Hana's eyes brightened. If that's the case, it fits Shirogana's style. In both works, the lead moves forward into a new life. Hey, Hana, why are you taking his words seriously? Yui interrupted with a laugh. Only Shirogana's words count. Even if the plot ends that way, Ray is just guessing. Ray merely smiled and didn't argue. Miyu, however, was thoughtful. Ray hated spoilers, and hated lying about plot directions even more. If he said it like that, then the ending would definitely be like that. The bell rang, ending their discussion. Time passed quickly. Ray brought the storyboard for Chapter 8 of Tonight to school, planning to head to Misaki's home after class for her weekly review of the storyboard and plot direction. Meanwhile, early that morning, major bookstores across the country opened. The latest issue of Amatsuki's Weekly had been released. And with it, Chapter 2 of Tonight, Even If This Love Vanishes from the World, was officially out. Bonus at 400. Read 30+ chapters ahead at p@2rayon.com/c/ashnoir. 39. Touching. Early in the morning, Yukaina Shirosawa woke up unusually early. Having been unemployed for half a month, she was still in the exciting freedom phase of unemployment, far from the anxiety stage. As a hardcore manga addict, she now went to bed early, woke up early, and spent her mornings organizing the big magazines she'd bought yesterday, Hashimori Comic, Monogatari Comic, and a few others, lining them neatly on her bookshelf. A single magazine serialized dozens of manga. But realistically, very few people read all of them. Most readers just picked a few favorites, read those, then tossed the magazine aside. Today, Yukaina blinked. Oh right, Shirogane-sensei's new work would have its second chapter published today. The author of 5 centimeters per second. Her eyes brightened instantly. Finishing her morning routine in record time, she headed straight to the nearest bookstore. This week's Amatsuki's Weekly cover was a collage of the magazine's serialized protagonists. The heroine of Tonight, Even If This Love Vanishes from the World, Maori Hino, was positioned on the left side of the cover, quietly holding a sticky note in her hand. Just from the character's placement, Yukaina could roughly estimate the series' current popularity. Mid-range. Probably around the top 10. I hope one day Shirogane-sensei's heroine will stand in the center of the cover, she whispered. Taking a copy to the cashier, she headed home, peeled off the plastic seal, and tried recalling last week's chapter. Right, the male lead, Toru Kamiya, was supposed to wait in the classroom after school for Hino. Will his confession succeed? She flipped to the opening page. As always, Shirogane-sensei's gorgeous art made her eyes sparkle. The scene began with Toru running into Izumi in the corridor. Thanks to a few troublemaking delinquents, the confession video had spread across the entire school. And in the video, Hanoi's ambiguous reaction, neither rejecting nor accepting him, was shocking enough. Izumi, knowing Hino's amnesia, was understandably panicked. Are you two really planning to date? Do you even know Hino? Was it love at first sight? If you're just fooling around, I suggest you stop now. Izumi stared Toru down aggressively. Toru dodged the questions, pretending class was about to start. After all, he couldn't reveal the real reason, that, he confessed to help a bullied friend under the pressure of those delinquents. Soon, it was after school. Hino arrived, exactly as promised, dressed neatly, standing at Toru's classroom door. Both of them were awkward, both nervous. So, why did Hino accept such an abrupt confession? Yukaina wondered. But after thinking for a moment, the answer became clear. A girl who wakes up every day having forgotten the day before, a girl forced to relearn her life every single morning, she must be living in quiet despair. Every day, she woke hours early to confront the same truth, she was sick. She had memory loss. And her identity, the class she was in, her friends, her teacher, had to be reconstructed from her diary. To avoid being exposed or taken advantage of, Hino avoided social interaction, giving the impression she was simply aloof or uninterested in others. In reality, only 3 people knew her secret: her mother, her father, and Izumi Wateya. At such a time, a boy suddenly confessed to her. Others might not understand, but if it were me, I'd accept too, Yukaina whispered. This might be the only chance for romance in her entire life. And Toru seems like a genuinely kind boy. Someone who stands up for his friend. How could he be written as a scumbag later? In the manga, Hino approached Toru with a small smile. Today's Hino meeting him for the first time in her life, even though yesterday's Hino already met him once. Because yesterday's Hino no longer existed. Her memory erased overnight. She sat down opposite Toru. Sorry to bother you. She began to speak softly. And very quickly, she brought up the real issue. About the matter of us dating, I have something to discuss with you. Toru stiffened. Hino noticed and smiled. Are you regretting it? The following conversation showed Toru explaining the real reason behind his confession, and apologizing. Yukina's heart tightened. Hino wasn't angry. Instead, she admired his courage in standing up for his friend. So what? You don't want to date, I mean. And you? Why did you agree to my confession? Me? Why indeed? A loneliness flashed across Hino's expression. Then she smiled. For now, let's pretend to be a couple. The confession video is already spreading. If we pretend to date, those bullies won't bother your friend again, right? Exactly, Toru said after a pause. Yukina felt a gentle smile form on her lips. Yes. Why complicate romance manga? Just create the relationship, and let the feelings grow. Shirogane-sensei really understood romance. Then Hino raised a finger. Let's follow 3 rules for our fake relationship. First, before the end of the school day, we don't speak to each other. Second, if we text, keep messages short and simple. Third, we absolutely cannot fall in love with each other. The panel zoomed in on Hino and Toru's faces. Toru's clear eyes, Hino's gentle smile. A composition bursting with youth. Thump. Yukina curled up with her manga, hugging it tightly. She had fallen in love already. A flag. This is 100% a flag. What do you mean, we cannot fall in love? Yukina whispered. That's literally impossible. As for why Hino proposed these rules, Toru didn't ask, and Yukina didn't want to think about it. On the next page, Toru nodded firmly. New manga artists really do have incredible brains. Only someone fresh like this could come up with such a plot. Directly establishing the romantic relationship in the second chapter and then cultivating feelings afterward, it's a million times better than those romance series where you wait 100 chapters for a confession, and even after 2 years of serialization, the leads haven't kissed. Yukina Shirosawa took a deep breath and continued reading. What followed was a montage of daily moments. Every day after school, Maori Hino would meet Toru Kamiya, notebook in hand. The scenes shifted rhythmically, the schoolyard under the sunset, the campus glistening after the rain, her asking him about blood type, favorite authors, admired person, family situation, and countless tiny details. It looked almost identical to an ordinary after-school couple building their relationship, bit by bit. At school they never spoke except after dismissal. Even text messages followed the rules strictly. If a reply could be settled with just understood, it would never be replaced by something longer like I know. The first 2 rules were being upheld perfectly. What about the third one? Yukina murmured, a gentle auntie-like smile creeping across her face. Then came their first date-like outing. On a Sunday afternoon, Hino invited Toru out. She brought Izumi along as well, and the 3 had their first proper meet-up. Here, Izumi's impression of Toru shifted, because the 2 shared a love for a niche literary author. The manga mentioned this author, Nishikawa, twice. Yukina paused. This writer with the pen name Nishikawa. This is definitely foreshadowing. The second chapter consisted mostly of daily life scenes, but Yukina read every frame with intense focus. Romance manga worked like that, no superpowers, no battles, no dramatic betrayals, just pure emotion. And most importantly, there wasn't a single forced love rival in sight. Everything was pure love, nothing more. Even if Hino and Toru didn't openly acknowledge it, to Yukina, this was already pure, unmistakable romance. Shirogane-sensei, you're so good at romance manga. So why did 5 centimeters per second have that ending? If Akari hadn't left in chapter 5, maybe that manga wouldn't have ended even now. Her mind wandered for a moment, thinking of Shirogane-sensei's previous work. The trio in the manga enjoyed a peaceful Sunday. On a balcony, they watched the distant sunset together. Hino, smiling contentedly, kept snapping photos of the golden sky, the streets below, the fading light. You're taking too many pictures, Toru said with a smile, watching her side profile. Instead of taking photos, why not just burn it into your eyes? If I don't take photos, Hino whispered, I'll forget everything. Izumi's expression flickered with aching tenderness. Toru didn't notice any of this. 3 small consecutive panels pulled Yukina back into reality. She remembered chapter 1 Hino, the Hino who had already forgotten that Toru ever existed. She had also forgotten this exact sunset, this fleeting, irreplaceable moment she shared with Toru and Izumi. The sweeter the scene became, the sharper Yukina's heart squeezed. Tomorrow, Hino would forget this moment. Sure, she had her phone photos. But if she woke up tomorrow with a blank memory, would the photos mean the same? Could a handful of diary words truly convey the feelings of this exact moment? If she had even a tiny seed of affection for Toru right now, tomorrow's Hino would lose every trace of it. Yukaina felt dizzy. No, don't spiral. Trust Shirogane-sensei, Hino's condition improves later, right? No matter why Izumi steals and rewrites the diary later, once Hino recovers, she'll definitely find Toru again. And the Hino who doesn't forget, she'll remember all of this. She has to. This thought steadied her, but only for a moment. Because the very next page was the final page of chapter 2. Hino stood beneath the lingering sunset, gazing toward the horizon with quiet longing. Her inner monologue appeared. To me, my yesterday's self does not exist. Yukina's throat tightened. Hino could not remember her past, nor could she see her future. The photos she took were only for tomorrow's Hino, for the self who would wake up and know nothing. But this Hino, the Hino who loved the sunset, who enjoyed the company of two precious people, would disappear by the time she fell asleep, leaving no trace in the world. Chapter 2, End. Yukaina stared at the final page. The whole chapter had been warm, gentle, beautiful, which only made the ending so unbearably sad. But only in the last few pages, just a handful of lines, Yukaina was jolted awake from her beautiful dream. What kind of insane setting is this? Shirogane-sensei, don't you feel sad when you write something like this? How can someone draw such warm, gentle artwork but write a plot that rips your heart out? She flopped back on her bed, defeated. Fortunately, it was only chapter 2. After a few minutes, her emotions settled, replaced by a rising anticipation. Hurry up, she thought. Quickly finish the past story through Izumi's diary. Then I want to see Hino meet Toru again after she recovers, and fall in love all over again. Closing the chapter, Yukaina turned to the back of the magazine. Beside the price tag was a tear-off slip with a QR code. After scanning it, a voting page instantly opened. 16 titles were listed top to bottom. Each QR code allowed voting from one device. To prevent cheating, each reader could vote for up to 5 series, minimum 1. But even with such convenience, over 90% of readers still couldn't be bothered. Yukaina, however, was different. Chapter 2 of Tonight had genuinely touched her. Without hesitation, she tapped the longest title, Tonight, even if this love disappears from the world, then selected vote. Shirogane-sensei, I'm counting on you. Don't disappoint me, she murmured. If you keep this up, the print volumes are going to sell like crazy. Meanwhile, on Weekly's official forum, discussions about Tonight were erupting everywhere. After all, manga fans are simple creatures. They can immediately tell when something touches the heart. If Yukaina was teary-eyed after chapter 2, others were the same. Suzuka-T, I was wrong. Last week I said Toru might be a scumbag. I apologize. Shirogane-sensei, please don't make him one. He's perfect. Please let him stay gentle and date Hino forever. Peach Soda, so Izumi is the villain. Otherwise why would she forge the diary and hide the real one? Grey Snow, there has to be a reason, right? Maybe some tragic circumstance. Story Weaver, ugh, please don't leave plot holes. Anyone can create a mysterious setup, only real talent can fill it properly. Rin Illustrator, I didn't say a single word this entire chapter. Same feeling I got when the MCs parted at the station in 5 centimeters. Shirogane-sensei is crazy. Moonlit Lion, imagine loving someone, and every morning forgetting the moment you fell for them. I would go insane. Mintleaf, Hino is too strong. Every day she wakes up, faces all of this, and pretends to be normal at school. In most romance manga I hate the protagonists for being stupid, but here, I can't criticize anyone. Lonely Guy 92, are there any other guys reading this? The whole forum is like 98% girls. I'm embarrassed. Reply, Silverfox, yes. Yes, there are. And I love this manga more than most of you. Marshmallow, everyone, vote for Tonight. New manga always starts slow. Don't let it get cancelled. On the forum, Shirogane new and old fans gathered, and many loyal fans had already started forming fan groups, calling on everyone to vote in an organized manner. Of course, fan groups for other manga were also doing the same. The competition had already begun the moment the manga was released. And by evening, after a day's accumulation, fans of various manga had begun their daily forum squabbles and mutual attacks, turning the entire forum into chaos. However, these were precisely the things the publisher hoped to see. 7 p.m. at the Yukishiro residence. Rei and Mayu arrived together. Misaki, having finished Friday's work, was already waiting. Rei didn't waste time reviewing storyboards after work was unpaid overtime for her, and he wouldn't push his luck. He handed over the Chapter 8 storyboard, then sat quietly on the sofa. He knew exactly what was coming. And sure enough, 10 minutes later, both Misaki and Mayu looked up from the papers, their eyes sharp enough to cut steel. "Rei," Misaki said, voice dangerously calm, "what kind of insane plot development is this? Are you crazy?" Mayu burst out. "Are you really not afraid the readers are going to tear you apart?" Rei shrugged lightly. "No, this chapter explains the foreshadowing from Chapter 1. He smiled. "And as long as it doesn't violate morality or national laws, I'm drawing Chapter 8 exactly like this." 40. Ranking. It was no wonder Misaki and Mayu were staring at Rei like he had lost his mind. Chapter 8's plot twist had completely stunned them. Up to Chapter 7, tonight, even if this love vanishes from the world had been emotional but still clearly a pure romance. The sort of story where readers naturally assume, no matter how painful the journey, the lovers will eventually end up together. But Chapter 8 shattered that assumption. "You're crazy." Mayu looked at Rei helplessly. She might treat him as a rival in school, but she was also a fan of his work. From a reader's perspective, this twist made her scalp prickle. "No, this was decided from the beginning," Rei said calmly. "This is extremely risky." Misaki finally spoke, her voice steady but cold, the voice of an editor who had seen countless series crash because of one reckless plot decision. Serialization is a one-way arrow. A single misstep can send the entire story collapsing like falling dominoes. And Chapter 8, in her expert judgment, was exactly that critical chapter. If this were any other situation, Misaki would have immediately ordered him to rewrite it. But the problem was that Chapter 8's twist was tightly connected to Chapter 1, which had already been published in Amatsukage. She could use her authority to force a change, but then what about the contradiction with Chapter 1? Readers would notice, and the series would collapse anyway. Misaki pressed her fingers to her forehead. Rei blinked at the two sisters. "Why the serious faces? You really think the plot is that problematic?" "Of course it is." Mayu snapped. "Who suddenly turns pure romance into pure heartbreak in one chapter?" Rei shrugged, almost amused. "Isn't 5 centimeters per second like that too?" "You." Mayu genuinely wanted to strangle him. "My fans should already be mentally prepared for this type of emotional direction," Rei said lightly. Misaki exhaled. "Rei, are you really not going to change the plot? If Chapter 8 is serialized as is, your ranking might collapse. And that will directly affect your volume sales later." Rei did not hesitate. "This is the final version. Misaki, don't worry. I've thought through everything." Then he looked into her eyes and said firmly, "Not just this series. For all future works I publish under you, as long as the plot doesn't violate national laws or moral standards, I will not accept any revisions based on personal preference or commercial trends. That's my condition for working with you." Mayu froze. Rei spoke softly, but the weight of his words was tremendous. And Mayu would never dare talk to her older sister like that. She had seen Misaki angry before, and it was terrifying. She anxiously watched her sister, half expecting, "Then we're done here." But after 10 long seconds, Misaki nodded. "I understand. Chapter 8 is approved." Rei finally relaxed. Misaki knew the risks. If tonight continued its earlier tone, it would become a beautifully written, stable romance series. Safe, predictable, comfortable. But the works readers remember forever are never the safe ones. They are either legendary hits, or complete disasters. No middle ground exists. Misaki still believed a stable path would benefit Rei more. If tonight simply stayed within the top 10 of Amatsukage, it would guarantee strong volume sales, stable income, build Rei's industry network, and eventually qualify him to submit new work to Dream Comic, Hashimori Group's top magazine. Given Rei's current age of 16, being able to serialize manga in Amatsukage while still in his early 20s would absolutely cement him as the new generation genius of the industry. Taking a risk like this now, however, if Chapter 8 caused his popularity to plummet, or worse, if tonight ended up cancelled, then getting future works accepted would become exponentially harder. But Ray had made his stance clear. So Misaki respected his decision. Genius and fool are separated by only a paper-thin line, and she couldn't be certain her own judgment was right. Only the manga's future performance would prove who was correct. The next morning, Misaki sent Ray the popularity ranking of tonight's second chapter. 7th place. Ray finally exhaled in relief. Misaki also relaxed, the tension that had kept her awake half the night finally released. This ranking meant the manga's quality was being recognized. Even without the new series boost that helps first chapters, tonight was still receiving strong support purely from its story. As usual, Hana and Yui dragged Miyu and Ray into a passionate discussion the moment homeroom ended. Ray was now an official member of their tiny 4-person Shirogane fan club in Class 3 of Year 2, and Hana even pulled Ray into 6 or 7 Shirogane fan group chats that had formed online. Every day, when Ray opened his phone, he saw strangers passionately discussing which rival manga fandom they should fight with next, adamant that no one be allowed to badmouth Shirogane-sensei. It was exactly like the infamous Big 3 fan wars in Ray's previous life. Even within a magazine like Amatsukage, the battles between fan groups were ferocious. And Ray, a manga artist lurking inside his own fan groups, pretending to be a clueless newcomer cheering for himself, found that the experience was unexpectedly fun. Friday. The third chapter of tonight dropped. This time, the story followed the female lead, Hino, entirely from her point of view. She woke at 5 a.m. As always, she sat on her bed and read the diary entries her past self had written. Aside from her parents and Izumi, she couldn't remember a single person she'd met in high school. From the diary, she learned she was pretending to date a boy named Toru Kamiya. They even had a date scheduled for today. She opened the photo album on her phone. There were pictures her past self had taken of him. But to today's Hino, the boy on the screen was a complete stranger. Panic crept into her chest. Still, she mustered her courage. At noon, she arrived at the meeting spot, a fountain in the park, her hands trembling. She saw the boy waiting. Before she could greet him, she had to repeatedly confirm in her mind. Is that really him? Did I read the right entry? Am I mistaking someone else for him? Only after steadying her expression did she step forward. Then, with a smile that hid her fear, she greeted him softly. Good morning, Kamiya-kun. Advance bonus chapter for 400. Read 30+ chapters ahead at p@2rayon.com/c/ashnoir. Next bonus at 800 ps. 41, Fragments and Fans. The third chapter of tonight was incredibly sweet. The two pretend lovers went on a warm weekend date, just like a real couple. They sat together on the grass with their lunchboxes, quietly exchanged food, talked about their families. And Hino simply listened, lying on the ground in the afternoon sun. Little by little, a sense of calm and safety washed over her, and then, she fell asleep. When she opened her eyes again, she was lying on a bench in a park she didn't recognize. And beside her sat a boy. A boy who was looking at her with a worried, gentle smile. Are you awake? Hino bolted upright, panic instantly flooding her face. The boy leaned forward slightly. Hino, are you okay? She stumbled backward, eyes wide and terrified. Excuse me, who are you? And that line, that single line was enough to make every reader's toes curl in second-hand agony. Painful. Cruel. Perfect. Every fan who read Chapter 3 had the same reaction. Shirogane, what are you doing? Why are you so good at cliffhangers? Where did you learn this? The discussion on the Amatsukage forums exploded far harder than last week. I can't stand it, sisters, I'm so anxious I want to scream. When Hino said, who are you? My soul left my body. What do we do now? I don't want Toru to look confused next chapter, I'll actually die. My heart hurts. Why is this so painful? Painful? This is nothing compared to 5 centimeters per second. This is just mild heartbreak. I get it now. This is why Izumi hid the real diary in Chapter 1. Toru must have panicked when he learned Hino's condition, and Hino must have been hurt by his reaction. That makes so much sense. Izumi probably deleted everything to protect Hino's future heart. I really hope Shirogane-sensei doesn't go full tragedy route. Please keep it pure love. If next chapter is painful again, I swear, I'm dropping it. I'm lying, I'll read it anyway. Y'all can cry, but the next issue is already printed. It's sealed. The plot is unchangeable. It depends entirely on Shirogane-sensei's original outline. The PTSD from 5 centimeters per second is too strong. I just want one healthy relationship from Shirogane-sensei. The next day, Rei's phone rang. Misaki's voice was short and to the point. 6th place. I understand, Rei replied in the same calm tone. No excitement. Hey, aren't you happy? Why do you sound like that? Misaki asked. Rei chuckled softly. Of course I'm happy to climb another rank. But I already expected it. I'm confident in this manga. This result is exactly within my expectations. Misaki paused. Such confidence. Even though he was serializing in Amatsukage, Rei carried the same unshakable aura he had during the 5 centimeters per second run. But Misaki's concern lingered. Can the readers handle Chapter 8? She sighed after the call and went to her sister's room. Miyu had originally wanted to rest for a few weeks after finishing Lament. But watching Rei's new manga steadily rise, never once dropping out of the top 10 had ignited something borderline competitive in her chest. What had started as a kind gesture to help Rei, had somehow created a monster rival right beside her. Same school. Same class. She debuted years earlier than him. And yet there was such a gap. Impossible. Her pride refused to accept it. There must still be untapped potential inside her work, she just hadn't pushed herself hard enough yet. Misaki quietly opened the door. Inside, Miyu sat at her desk, completely absorbed, carefully inking her character outlines on manga paper. She didn't even notice her sister enter. Misaki watched her for a moment, and a rare softness appeared in her eyes. Their mother had once been a famous shoujo manga artist in Japan, but her marriage was unhappy, and after the divorce she raised the 2 sisters alone, leaving behind a large inheritance when she passed away. Because of this, both sisters grew up idolizing their mother's career. They both loved manga deeply. But only Miyu inherited their mother's artistic talent. Misaki, on the other hand, had absolutely none. So Miyu chose the path of a manga artist, and Misaki chose the path of a manga editor, determined to support creators from the other side of the table. Misaki had always believed that Miyu's talent was on par with their mother's. After all, when their mother was Miyu's age, she had submitted to over a dozen magazines and every single one rejected her. By comparison, Miyu was already years ahead. But then, Rei Kirishima suddenly appeared. Same age, same school, same environment. And he was outperforming Miyu. Misaki felt a mix of frustration and relief. Though maybe this is a good thing. She smiled faintly. Because under this pressure, Miyu's motivation had skyrocketed. Her draftsmanship was improving rapidly, and her determination grew stronger. Rei wasn't just a rival, he had become Miyu's benchmark, her pursuer, and the flame pushing her forward. Still, Misaki couldn't help thinking. This lead of his, it's only temporary. Miyu will definitely catch up. And surpass him. She did like Rei as a person, he was disciplined, humble, earnest, but if she had to choose who to support, she would choose Miyu 1,000 times over. Monday, back at school. Rei walked into class and immediately overheard Hana and Yui fangirling at the back. Ah, the art is too good. Yes. Shirogane-sensei is seriously a genius. How can a high schooler draw romance this delicate? I bet she's super pretty. Like Hino. Like Miyu. Rei, seated close enough to hear every word, wore a very complicated expression. Having these 2 loyal fans in his class was great. But if his real identity were ever exposed, he feared they would treat him as a liar. Friends were rare for him in this second life, and these 2 girls were half friends who bonded with him through manga. I mean, did you ever consider Shirogane-sensei might be a guy? Rei asked lightly. The official info never said she was a girl. Does that even need to be said? Yui laughed. Look at how delicately the emotions are drawn in tonight. No male manga artist can draw like that. Hana nodded. Rei, are you trying the "I'm actually Shirogane" joke again? At a time like this? Rei smiled. Then let me ask, what if I really am Shirogane? Would you 2 still support the manga? Of course. Hana said instantly. I'll always be Shirogane-sensei's fan. Me too. Yui added proudly. Rei blinked. Wow. He murmured, amused and touched. Miyu, who had just entered the classroom, overheard them. Her expression turned a bit envious. She had never heard a fan talk about her like that. But then she straightened her back and fired herself up internally. Someday, I'll have 1,000 fans like that. 10,000. 100,000. As Amatsukic continued publishing new chapters, fans of Tonight began appearing not just in Rei's class but across multiple grades. Most were girls, boys gravitated more toward battle and mystery manga, while girls loved youth romance. But Shiragani's works were unique, not mainstream romantic comedy, not cookie-cutter fluff, yet irresistibly compelling. When a manga's style is unique, fan loyalty becomes powerful. Among the female students, the newcomer genius Shiragani had already become something of a minor campus celebrity. Online, too, the numbers were rising. Manga reviewers, magazines, and the Amatsukic editorial staff began mentioning Tonight more frequently. Ratings on every major forum increased, the manga's word-of-mouth spread wider and faster. Under this growing heat, another week passed. And then, Friday arrived. The new issue of Amatsukic hit the shelves. Bonu at 800. Read 30-plus chapters at p@2rayon.com/c/ashnoir. 42 Touching Moments and the Newcomer Award. Just like every Friday, Yuki woke up early. After washing up, she headed straight to the nearby bookstore, excitement bubbling inside her. As the owner of 3 Shiragane fan groups, and the one who had personally led multiple flame wars against rival fandoms from other magazines, her devotion to Shiragane-sensei's works was unquestionable. Every week, without fail, she counted the hours until Amatsukic released its new issue. Arriving at the bookstore, she snapped a picture of the glossy new cover and posted it in her fan group. The chat instantly exploded. "So jealous, I'm stuck at work, I can't go until tonight. High schoolers really live the dream. Group owner, please take photos of the chapter. I swear I'll still buy it later, work is hell today. I envy anyone not working Friday mornings. I only read Tonight, even if this love vanishes from the world in Amatsukic. When will the tankobon release? I want it on my shelf. The magazine paper quality is so bad. Hey, Amatsukic's paper is already on the better side. You haven't seen the truly scratchy ones. Anyone who finishes the chapter, no spoilers. I'm fragile today." Yuki smiled at their messages. Shiragane wasn't yet a top-tier manga artist in Japan's entire manga industry, but that never mattered. A reader's love for a creator had never depended on popularity, only on resonance. And right now, Tonight was the manga that resonated with her most this year. After paying, she walked to a quiet park, settled into a shaded pavilion, and opened the new issue under the cool morning breeze. Chapter 4. The chapter picked up exactly where last week's cliffhanger ended. Maori Hino had completely relaxed around Toru Kamiya. For someone who woke up every morning only to relearn her entire life from a diary, letting her guard down, even just for a few minutes, was a luxury. So when she drifted off under the warm sunlight on the grass, her memory reset. In that 10-minute nap, everything vanished. And when she awoke, she found herself beside a strange boy she could not recognize. Panicked, trembling, Hino immediately called Izumi. "I woke up in a park, and there was a strange boy next to me." Even though Yuki knew this moment was coming, Hino's terrified expression still made her chest tighten. She really remembered nothing. Everything she had told Toru earlier, their families, their hobbies, their awkward little jokes, all of it now existed only in Toru's memory. Izumi calmly talked Hino through the situation, then quietly reminded her, even if their relationship was only pretend, this was the first boy Hino was willing to trust. Izumi didn't want her returning to the lonely version of herself who lived carefully behind emotional walls, even if it meant continuing to deceive Toru. Yuki's grip on the magazine tightened. From her point of view, Hino should tell the truth. Now that the situation allowed it, why hide it? If she truly cared, if she truly wanted something real, she shouldn't keep this from him. Eventually, Hino returned to the park. With trembling hands, she checked the photos in her phone, committing Toru's face to memory. Then she walked toward him, knees weak, tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry. I have anterograde amnesia. And just now, I forgot you." The manga shifted perspective here, to someone sprinting desperately toward the park. Then the panel returned to Toru, sitting silently on the bench. Yuki could practically hear her own heartbeat echoing in her ears. Romance manga had simple formulas, no battles, no intricate schemes, just two hearts colliding. But fans were merciless. One wrong sentence from the male lead, one insensitive reaction, and a manga could lose its entire readership. This moment was the decisive turning point. Hino wiped her tears and bowed her head. I'm sorry for making you do something so absurd, pretending to be my boyfriend. That was my fault. I'll keep causing you trouble. So, let's end this here. Yuki's stomach dropped. So this is why Izumi hid the real diary in chapter 1. If they parted here, she wouldn't want Hino to remember the pain. Then the boy who had been silent finally spoke. If you don't write today in your diary, you won't remember it tomorrow, right? Then don't write it. Don't write about falling asleep here. Don't write about telling me your illness. The panel shifted to a double close-up. Toru's face was tense. Maori Hino's eyes were filled with quiet earnestness. Yuki didn't know what Maori and Toru Kamiya were thinking in that moment, but a wave of emotion surged through her. Toru, he wasn't afraid of her. He wasn't disgusted by someone like her at all. That alone made her chest tighten. That night, Maori sat at her desk, staring at her diary, yet unable to write a single word. The next day, during class, Toru looked visibly anxious. He knew all too well, if Maori didn't want to keep pretending to be his girlfriend, she only had to write it into her diary, or worse, delete every mention of him. If she did, then in Hino's world, Toru Kamiya would become someone who had never existed. But at dismissal time, Maori showed up, right on schedule. She first checked him carefully, making absolutely sure she wasn't mistaking him for someone else. Only then did her usual warm smile appear. I had a lot of fun yesterday, Toru. Did she really not record any of it? A sudden realization hit Yuki. No, she had recorded it. She just didn't want to end their relationship. So she chose to pretend she hadn't written it down, keeping their connection alive for another day. The latter half of chapter 4 then showed time passing. Their usual after-school meetings, their weekend outings, their sweet, everyday moments, taking selfies, filming each other, building small memories day by day. And then, the last page. Toru smiled gently at Maori. What are your plans after school tomorrow? Tomorrow. Anything you want. We can do anything. Maori lifted her phone and snapped a photo, capturing his firm, smiling words. I'll make tomorrow's you happy too. A tear pricked at the corner of Yuki's eyes. The hardest part of romance manga isn't making the boy and girl fall in love with each other. The hardest part is making the readers fall in love with them. Right now, Yuki felt as if Shiragane's monochrome pages had come alive, as if she were standing right there, in front of that boy, hearing him say in that gentle, understated tone, I'll make you happy tomorrow, even if you forget today. It doesn't matter if her memory resets, it doesn't matter if every effort is erased by morning. He'll just do it again, and again, and again. The final panel of the manga showed Maori's inner voice. This feeling, this might be the first time, the despair I feel every morning, suddenly feels unreal. Toru, thank you. Yuki's fingers trembled slightly. She was deeply moved, yet despite the sweetness in the chapter, tears streamed down her face. Stories like this depend on personal taste. Some people feel the emotions immediately. Others find the pacing slow or the plot dull. But Yuki was completely absorbed. Shiragane, how did you come up with something like this? She'd been holding it in the whole day, unable to describe the sensation of finishing the chapter. Sweetness, yes, plenty of that. But afterward? Sadness. Deep, lingering sadness. Because the very first chapter had already told her, Hino and Toru Kamiya would one day truly forget each other, their lives splitting apart completely. What could drive apart a pair like this? Was it a long-distance tragedy like 5 centimeters per second, pressure from Toru's family? Or some devastating misunderstanding? Sitting on a park bench, sunlight filtering through the vines above, Yuki let out a shaky breath. This manga touched her deeply. Oh right, she needed to rally the fan group and gather votes for tonight. And she needed to check the forum. Fans of other series were probably already stirring up trouble again. Time to defend Shiragane. That day, countless previously silent fans suddenly became active. Hashimori's manga readers might be picky, but when they truly loved something, their passion and purchasing power were overwhelming. All night long, discussions about tonight filled the forums. The next morning, many fans were stunned to see the manga showing up in multiple critic recommendation videos. Some professional review sites even gave this one-month-old series a shockingly high score, 9.0+. Casual readers of Amatsukage began falling in love with the story as well. They started remembering the name, Shiragane. And most importantly, at noon the next day, Rei received a call from Misaki. Ray, this week's Amatsukage weekly ranking is out. Tonight jumped from last week's 7th place to 5th. Ray could hear the excitement and relief in Misaki's voice. Misaki normally kept a cold, professional expression, but when it came to manga, she was earnest to the point of obsession. And whenever Tonight performed well, she was always happier than Ray himself. Every Thursday night, before sleeping, she worried endlessly that the ranking might drop. She was probably more anxious than the actual creator. Congratulations, Ray. At this rate, as long as Tonight stays stable, you'll definitely enter the top 3 for the annual New Manga Artist Award this year. Award? Ray blinked. He sounded genuinely surprised. You don't know. Misaki raised her voice a little. You're a manga artist. How are you this clueless about the industry? Ray didn't answer. In his mind, because the original me didn't care, and I've been drawing non-stop. When would I have the time to study this stuff? Misaki continued explaining anyway. Across Hashimori, there were dozens of well-known manga companies, and new artists debuted every single year. High school debut manga artists like Ray. Completely normal. The manga culture was strong here, some people even worked their entire careers, retired at 60, and then debuted as a manga artist for fun. The annual New Manga Artist Grand Prize was a large award sponsored by major corporations, televised live nationwide. The judging criteria were simple. Work quality, popularity, collected volume sales. Typically, if a newcomer's series sold 700,000 to 800,000 copies per volume, and scored well with readers, they had a solid chance of being nominated. 10 nomination slots. 3 actual award winners. Originally, Misaki never thought Ray had a chance. She expected Tonight to linger around the lower half of the top 10. But after only 4 weeks, Tonight had skyrocketed into top 5. That was far beyond her expectations. Naturally, bigger possibilities began forming in her mind. So you think this manga can only reach top 3 in the Newcomer Award, not first? Ray asked. To be precise, maybe third, Misaki said after a pause. In the first half of this year, the industry produced 2 monster-level newcomers. One is the 19-year-old prodigy Rin Kanzaki, son of Takumai Kanzaki, one legendary manga artist. His debut series already sells 1.5 million volumes each release. Misaki lowered her voice. Some say his plot style strongly resembles his father's, it's suspected he's getting help. But no one can prove it. The second is Minami Aoi, 36 years old, a romance manga artist like you. Her series runs in Crimson Sky, a secondary journal under the massive Koken Group. 3 weeks ago, she hit rank 1 and hasn't budged since. Her collected sales already exceed 1.2 million per volume. Misaki sighed. The entire industry thinks the New Artist Grand Prize is between those two. In previous years, their numbers would guarantee overwhelming victory. She looked at the storyboard papers stacked on her desk. You're young, Ray. Less experience. Less time spent producing manga. If you can't match them at the end, getting third place would already be incredible. No one in the industry would look down on you. Ray was silent for a moment. Then he laughed softly. How would we know without competing? If I really have a chance to be nominated, then my goal is first place. As for discouraging words. His eyes sharpened. We can talk about them after they manage to beat me. Misaki fell completely silent. 43. The plan. Ray was curious about the New Manga Artist Award that Misaki mentioned, but he didn't take it too seriously. Either way, the judges would automatically select new artists with standout works from that year. He didn't need to apply. And with the achievements of 5 centimeters per second in his current series Tonight, even if this love vanishes from the world, Misaki was certain he would be nominated. Of course, winning would be ideal. An award like that would massively boost his chances of getting future series accepted by top-tier magazines under the major publishing groups. But as long as Ray could continue recreating the masterpieces he remembered from his previous life, he wasn't afraid of hitting a bottleneck. That afternoon, to celebrate Tonight's rising success, Ray invited Misaki to dinner as thanks. She had been working tirelessly behind the scenes. Ray absolutely didn't believe her job was just submitting his drafts once a week. Being an editor at was anything but easy. He also stopped by an anime goods store and bought a few character merch items, wrapping them up as small gifts. Given Misaki's wealthy background, anything expensive might be awkward. But since she was a huge anime/manga fan, this was the perfect kind of gift. Over dinner, Misaki reminded him seriously. With tonight gaining steam, the company will probably push for the collected volume release in a few weeks. The magazine ranking shows expectations, but the real value of a manga is the tankobon sales. Adaptations, anime, live action, depend heavily on that number. She paused, looking right at Ray. If nothing unexpected happens, Volume 1 will release right when Chapter 8 is running in the magazine. And that chapter is where your risk explodes. Prepare yourself mentally. Understood, Ray nodded. As the new week began, tonight's reputation genuinely began exploding within the Amatsukage weekly readership. Ray's manga had only been running for 4 weeks, yet it had rocketed into the top 5. Rumors that Shirogane, the author, was actually a high school student only fueled more discussion. Manga magazines, news sites, and critics began publishing features on this mysterious newcomer. Genius manga artist Shirogane's debut hit, 5 cm per second, surpasses 800,000 copies, 1 million expected within the year. Who exactly is Shirogane? Amatsukage Weekly's rising star, tonight draws comparisons to prodigies like Ren and Minami Aoi. Is this year's newcomer grand prize already decided? 5 cm per second, captured a 13-year bond in 5 chapters. Tonight dissects the fragility of time and memory. Is Shirogane-sensei truly just a student? Rising faster than expected, tonight becomes a weekly highlight. Industry seniors praise Shirogane's storytelling. Veteran romance artist Hoshizaki Eira applauds tonight: even as her senior, I've become her fan and read every week. Miyu scrolled through the online articles about Ray, her face a mix of pride and jealousy. His first series started in June, it's been less than 5 months, and he's already this famous. Thinking of her own 3-year climb to the top of Sakura's rankings, something she used to brag about, she felt her face heat up. Forget it, Miyu. Don't get discouraged. Just work harder. You've got to surpass him. She turned to look at Ray, who was currently sleeping with his head on his desk. Over these past months, Ray had stopped drawing at school. Too many distractions. He now chose the brutal schedule of drawing deep into the night and napping lightly at noon. No assistants, producing this many pages every week, keeping top grades, and gaining national recognition in less than half a year. Miyu sighed. Only an insider like her understood how outrageous Ray truly was. And then there was the Newcomer Award nomination. Her own debut at 13 was so rough it wasn't even close to nomination material, and by the time her second work succeeded a year later, she was no longer a newcomer. Seeing that Ray had the opportunity to be nominated or even win an award, Miyu couldn't help but feel a sharp pang of envy. Some honors, if not obtained when young, remain lifelong regrets, no matter how dazzling later achievements may be. Her mother, who debuted at 20, had won the gold prize in the New Manga Artist Awards. Miyu, who had always looked up to her mother, had indeed surpassed her mother's serialization results at the same age, but this award was something she would never again be eligible for, since she was no longer considered a newcomer. Ray, keep going. If you really get nominated, when the awards show airs, I'll skip school and go support you in person. At least make the top 3 and get a medal, otherwise I'll look ridiculous, Miyu thought silently. Over the next 2 chapters, the manga shifted its perspective away from Hino and focused on Toru. He discovered the truth behind his family. After his wife died of congenital heart disease, his father had emotionally collapsed. He repeatedly quit jobs under the excuse of writing full-time, but in reality, he had never submitted a single manuscript. Meanwhile, his estranged daughter, Toru's sister, had run away from home, reinvented herself, and turned out to be Nishikawa, the rising young novelist. This revelation triggered a fierce, painful confrontation within the family, but slowly, the old knots unraveled. And quietly, in the background, Hino played her part in helping them reconcile. But romantically, these chapters didn't move the main couple forward, which led to the results. Chapter 5 held steady at 5th place. Chapter 6 slipped to 6th. Completely normal, but nerve-wracking for Misaki, who knew Chapter 8 was coming, and right afterward, the release of the first printed volume. Everything was lining up exactly as she feared. But at this point, nothing could be stopped. Meanwhile, Miyu suffers a setback. In mid-October, Miyu submitted her new manga for a serialization slot in Amatsukage Weekly. The competition was brutal. She lost by the smallest margin imaginable. For several nights, she could barely sleep. Serialization wasn't something hard work alone could guarantee, sometimes the industry was just cruel. Misaki encouraged her to submit to other magazines under Koken Publishing, or even back to Sakura Weekly, but Mayu rejected the idea immediately. She still remembered what she once declared to Rei. "The next time we serialize in the same magazine, I will defeat you." Submitting elsewhere felt like admitting defeat. So she clenched her teeth and waited for the next Amatsukichi serialization meeting. One evening, Rei arrived at the Yukishiro household holding a fresh storyboard. "This is the final chapter," he said. "Only 11 chapters." Mayu couldn't help blurting it out. "Yes," Rei replied calmly. "It was never meant to be long. Romance loses its soul when dragged out. Ending cleanly, that's the highest form." Misaki and Mayu exchanged a glance and said nothing more. They opened the storyboard and read. Minutes passed. Then Misaki slowly set the pages down. Her eyes were faintly red. Mayu also found herself unable to speak. Both sisters recalled something Rei had said long ago. Between the male and female leads, there is no regret. Rei had kept his promise. But the problem was, readers themselves felt the regret. Crippling, suffocating regret. Some even wanted to strangle someone after reading the twist. This was the kind of love story Rei liked. "Can you please be a human, Rei?" Mayu groaned internally. Then, after a long deep breath, she murmured something that even her sister Misaki didn't expect. "Rei, your fans really are blessed." Despite Chapter 5 and 6 causing a slight stagnation in votes, it didn't mean the manga's fanbase was shrinking. Far from it. Many readers simply held back votes because the romance between Hino and Toru hadn't progressed recently. But fans were still buying. Early that morning, countless readers were already at bookstores. Among them, a girl named Emi quietly took the latest issue of Amatsukichi Weekly, paid for it, and rushed home. She flipped straight to Chapter 7 of Tonight, Even If the World Disappears. The moment she saw the story shift away from Toru's family drama, she let out a relieved breath. Not that the family chapters were bad, they were just heavy. What she craved was the youthful warmth between the leads. And Shirogane delivered. Chapter 7. The chapter opened with Toru watching Maori sketch him on a manuscript sheet. With a thoughtful expression, he said, "Some skills, once learned, never disappear." He went on to explain. "It's procedural memory. Like learning to ride a bike, even after years, your body remembers." Emi blinked. It made sense. If Maori lost her memories every morning, could she still keep the skills she trained? And what if that skill was drawing him? Toru looked at her with gentle seriousness. "Maori, you must keep drawing." Warmth bloomed inside Emi's chest. The magic of this couple was back. Maori's quiet growth. In the manga, Maori woke every morning, opened her diary, and relearned the world. But now she also opened her sketchbook. Filled with countless drawings of Toru Kamiya. She didn't consciously know why she kept drawing him. But each morning, she looked at the sketches and felt something stir inside. Even if memories disappear, they always leave traces. The me in the diary, she feels like she's slowly falling in love with him. Emi inhaled sharply. So the sketchbook Maori found in Chapter 1, it really was Toru. Every page was him. A sweetness filled her heart. Because if muscle memory and drawing ability remain, could love also remain, even if forgotten daily? Could a heart fall for someone again, and again, and again? The chapter grew more tense. The fireworks festival they had planned for returned. Maori and Toru met at the summer market, both dressed nicely, both slightly shy. Emi felt her heartbeat jump. Could it be? A smile tugged at her lips. She sat up straighter, eyes shining. 44, tears in my eyes. On the monochrome manga pages, the night market felt almost alive, colorful, bustling, glowing even without color. Maori Hino and Toru Kamiya walked side by side through the crowded festival street, both a little stiff, both quietly embarrassed. Emi flipped to the next page. Maori took 2 small steps forward, then, trying to act casual, reached out, and gently held Toru's hand. Emi stopped breathing. It was here. The classic, heart-stopping moment in every romance manga. Toru looked at her for just 1 second. Then, without hesitation, he laced his fingers with hers and held her hand firmly. A sense of happiness overflows, but my memories can never quite keep up. Hand in hand, they walked onto the bridge. Just then, fireworks burst across the sky. Brilliant colors bloomed above them while the two stood below, small and silent, hands clasped together. Then Maori's internal monologue appeared. This precious moment, and I'll forget it soon. Even this warmth in my hand. Tears streamed down Maori's face, but she never looked away from the fireworks. Emmy blinked hard, her eyes stung. For Maori, the more beautiful the moment, the more painful it became. Because she knew, tomorrow morning, it would all vanish. This was why tonight always tasted bittersweet. Even the sweetest scenes carried sadness underneath. I don't want to forget, I don't want to forget. You won't, Toru whispered. No memory ever disappears completely. Please, don't leave me, Toru. I'll always be with you. Emmy's grip on the page tightened. Then Maori turned toward him. Toru, can I break our third promise? The third promise. Emmy remembered immediately. Never fall in love. She flipped the page quickly. The next spread was overwhelming. Fireworks exploding across the sky, and beneath them, Toru bowing his head, kissing Maori softly. Her tears falling. His eyes steady, full of devotion. The line beside them read, "Actually, I already broke it." Emmy stared at the page, shocked into stillness. Then she reread the kiss scene 3, 4, 5 times, her heart in a knot. Finally, she collapsed back into her chair and sighed. Shirogane-sensei, why does Maori forget Toru later? How on earth are you going to patch this hole? Panicking, Emmy grabbed her phone and opened the Amatsukage Weekly Forum, only to see thousands of fans losing their minds just like she was. I officially crowned tonight as the one pure romance in this magazine. I'm a guy and yes, I cried. Fight me. Anyone who trashed Toru early on, come out and apologize. This male lead is perfection. I'm in love. What happened between them in Chapter 1? Why did Izumi hide the diary? I've been tortured by this mystery for 2 months. It should be soon. For 2 whole months we've been watching Izumi flip through Hino's old diary entries. Now that Hino and Toru are finally in love, the truth about what happened later has to appear soon. Go, Shirogane-sensei. At this pace, tonight is destined to become legendary. I'm kinda nervous though. Romance manga usually end right after a confession. This manga confessed in Chapter 8. So what now? What's there to be afraid of? Great romance doesn't need to be long. A tight, clean ending is 1,000 times better than those dragged-out series that lose all their charm. Supporting Shirogane-sensei forever. She's my lifetime Oshi. My guess. Something happened between Toru and Hino, some kind of misunderstanding. Izumi hid the real diary to protect her. Then once the misunderstanding clears, they get back together normally. Misunderstanding? Like what? Probably a classic one. Hino sees some girls around Toru, thinks he's involved with them. Romance manga always use the third-party misunderstanding trick when the relationship plateaus. That would be way too cliché. Please, please, Shirogane-sensei, if you're reading this forum, don't do that. Everyone, are you seriously ignoring the other possibility? What possibility? It's simple. What if Toru and Hino had pure love from beginning to end, no misunderstandings, no drama, just true love? But, remember 5 centimeters per second. Takeki and Akari loved each other deeply too, yet they still couldn't stay together. Don't say it. No, seriously. There are hundreds of ways for 2 people who truly love each other to end up apart. Shirogane-sensei already gave us one answer in 5 centimeters per second. Will she give us a second answer now? You're scaring me. No way. No way, right? This manga isn't going to end like 5 centimeters per second, right? Ray stared at the heated discussions exploding across the Amatsukage Weekly Forum, emotions twisted into a knot. He felt happiness, of course. Toru x Hino had become one of the most beloved romance series in the journal, with an explosive following across the country. But beneath the joy was something else, a deep, quiet ache of guilt. Because next week, he was going to break all of their hearts. And that thought hurt him more than he expected. He had considered changing the ending. He truly had. But some stories are built around a single irreplaceable ending. You can list 100 reasons why that ending is painful or wrong, but when you attempt to write a better one, nothing fits. The ending is where the soul of the story sits. Change it carelessly, and you get a disaster, the kind of embarrassment fans roast for decades, the kind of revision that becomes a meme, the kind of joke people call the 2.5 Gojo incident all over again. Thinking this, Ray turned off his computer and phone, switched off the lights, and went to sleep. 45, Income and Episode 8. Early that Saturday morning, Ray was already awake. Not because he was a morning person, but because today was important. The 5 cm per second tankobon had been on sale for over 2 months now, and total sales had officially crossed 850,000 copies. In his past life, 850k per volume would have launched a manga artist straight into the top tier. But in Japan's much larger market in this world, where everything is 10 times bigger, this only placed him at the lower end of second tier or the upper end of third tier. Which sounded modest, but the earnings were absolutely not. Just the royalties from 5 cm per second had deposited over 5 million yen into his account after tax. And when he added his manuscript fees for 5 cm and tonight, even if this love vanishes from the world, a 16-year-old high schooler now had a net worth over 6 million yen. A shame 5 cm was a single-volume story. Had it been longer, the income would have exploded. But Ray was already satisfied. In just 2 more weeks, Tonight would release its first volume. And 2 months after that, when royalties were paid, his net worth might double or even triple. Being a mangaka in this Japan, it really is profitable. Ray ran mental numbers out of habit, quickly piecing together how this world's manga ecosystem worked. Third-tier manga artists easily earned tens of millions of yen a year. Second-tier earned hundreds of millions. Top-tier earned billions annually. And that was only from tankobon sales. Anime, movies, and merchandise royalties were an additional mountain of income. Meanwhile, the average citizen earned yen 300,005,000,000 a month, with a relatively low cost of living. That difference was enormous. Shame both works I recalled so far are short. Just give me a series with 6 or 7 volumes, that's enough to print money. Ray's fingers twitched as he unconsciously began calculating projections like a businessman rather than an artist. To him, manga wasn't just passion, it was strategy. He understood perfectly, story is the soul. Art and polish are the flesh and bones. But however brilliant a story was, global influence required a final ingredient, money. If Dragon Ball had been created in a poor, undeveloped country, it never would have become a world-dominating IP. Without big studios, big marketing, big investment, not even a masterpiece could spread. For Ray, being a manga artist was just the opening move. His endgame? To become a giant, investor, producer, and power broker, in Japan's anime industry. To remake the masterpieces that were butchered in his previous world by bad anime or live-action adaptations, and give every great story the adaptation it deserved. If he earned enough money. He already knew the answer. Tonight, 5 centimeters, and all the slice-of-life romances from his past life had potential. But because Ray was still a new face in Amatsukage Weekly, no investor would dare approach his publisher to buy adaptation rights. He didn't need them anyway. If he became wealthy enough, he could invest in himself. And for the stories in his memory that weren't suitable for manga, he would simply create them as films or novels. Once someone starts dreaming with desire, the ideas never stop. Ray was so absorbed in his plans that before he knew it, it was already 11 a.m. And right on cue, Misaki called. The popularity data for Amatsukage Weekly had arrived. Ray, Chapter 7 of Tonight ranked 3rd this week. 253 votes. You surpassed Headless Ghost. Her voice trembled from excitement. Breaking into the top 3 of Amatsukage Weekly meant, Ray now had the qualifications to submit future works to Dream Comics, the highest-tier magazine under Hashimori Publishing. Although Hashimori Group has never stated that Dream Comic only accepts submissions from experienced, successful manga artists, theoretically, as long as you are a normal human, you can submit. But of course, any new manga artist who actually believed anyone could serialize in Dream Comics would be an idiot. It was like college entrance exams in Ray's previous life. Sure, theoretically anyone who reached the minimum score could apply to top universities, but if you only barely scraped past the line and submitted those choices, people would laugh you out of the room. Likewise, Dream Comics was not somewhere a barely qualified newcomer could simply apply to. Ray's manga first needed to stabilize in Amatsukage Weekly's top 3, not just spike for one miraculous week. A one-week wonder was meaningless. And when Misaki thought about this, she couldn't help recalling Chapter 8, which would be serialized next week. She exhaled quietly. She loved Ray's manga deeply, especially the ending, which was both agonizing and beautiful. But would readers accept that ending? Only the market could answer that. Over the following week, Ray noticed the discussions about tonight, even if this love vanishes from the world at school, increasing dramatically. Hana and Yui practically dragged Miyu into heated debates about tonight every day. Especially Hana, every time she mentioned Shirogane, her eyes sparkled with pure admiration. Miyu often turned to look at Ray. This wasn't the typical, "I love this manga." This was the dangerous stage, when the fan's affection shifts from the work to the author. It happens all the time. Like how people fall for an actor after loving the character they played. There were many fans like this in Japan's manga scene. But Miyu thought, if you knew that the beautiful genius high school girl manga artist you worship is actually Ray, who sits 3 meters away from you sleeping at his desk every noon because he's drawing until 3 a.m. every night, would you still be a die-hard Shirogane fan? But then she remembered Hana's dramatic declaration. Even if Shirogane-sensei turns out to be a balding old man, I'll still love his manga. Miyu's expression wobbled. And then another thought hit her: if Ray really got nominated for the New Artist Award, and he actually got top 3, he would have to appear on live national TV. Once he walked on stage, Shirogane's identity would be exposed instantly. And Hana would absolutely be glued to her TV during the broadcast. Miyu suddenly pictured it, Hana staring at the TV, excited, then Ray calmly walking onto the award stage, Hana's soul leaving her body. Miyu burst out laughing. Hana blinked. "Miyu? What are you laughing at?" "Me. I'm just thinking about what sweet development Shirogane-sensei will give us in Chapter 8. Miyu grinned. Another Friday arrived. After a week of hype and media recommendations, tonight's momentum had grown even stronger. Being ranked top 3 in the magazine was on a completely different level compared to top 5. This week's Amatsukage weekly cover reflected it. The male lead, Toru Kamiya, was placed prominently at the left side C position, a placement reserved for the hottest titles. Early that morning, Kana walked into a bookstore, snatched up the new issue, paid, and sat down right there without even leaving the store. She immediately flipped to tonight's chapter. She had spent the entire week replaying the fireworks scene, the confession, and wondering what happened later to cause Izumi and Toru to drift apart. Then her eyes fell on this week's chapter title, The Accident of Life. Kana froze. Why, this title? Read 30+ chapters ahead at rayon.com/c/ashnoir. 46, Turning Point. Kana turned to the second page of the manga. A flashback unfolded there. The original version of tonight, even if this love disappears from the world, always bothered Ray. The sudden plot twist involving the male lead felt abrupt in the middle of the story. Even though the work hinted at tragedy from the very beginning, even from the title, Ray still felt the turning point came too suddenly. So he emphasized again and again from the start, Toru Kamiya's mother died of congenital heart disease. And this illness is hereditary. This was fully clarified across the next 3 flashback pages. If it were an anime reader from Ray's previous life in Japan, the moment the author mentioned congenital heart disease within 3 generations, they would immediately suspect the protagonist. But here in this world, such depressing themes in romance manga were rare, and the audience lacked this sort of genre instinct, so Kana found herself completely stunned by the revelation. Ray felt that one wonderful thing about tonight was that, although the original author intended this fate from the start, there were no melodramatic 30 pages of flashbacks before death, no drawn-out farewell between the couple. People were tired of that. And the story's perspective always centered on Maori Hino, a girl who woke up every morning with no memories. The first 3 pages showed Toru's memories, establishing that he inherited his mother's disease. And on the 4th page, Maori's best friend, Izumi, received a call from Toru's sister, the novelist. "My brother, he had congenital heart disease. Last night, he collapsed in the bathroom. They couldn't revive him. He passed away." A blow with 0 panels. Kana's mind went blank. What kind of plot was this? Toru died. No, that's impossible. He's the male lead. Shirogane-sensei, what are you doing? People online already mock you as a new author who can't maintain structure past 20 chapters. I've been defending you every day, and you do this in Chapter 8. Kana's heart pounded. She sucked in a breath and flipped the page. In truth, this manga had always been about Maori Hino. Every plotline revolved around her growth, a girl who lost her memories every day. But now Toru Kamiya was gone. She had finally found someone to lean on, and now he had vanished. Kana suddenly understood why Izumi hid Maori's diary in Chapter 1. Why she erased Toru from Maori's life. Because as Maori's best friend, she couldn't bear the thought of Maori waking up every morning, reading her diary, and learning over and over that she once deeply loved someone who no longer existed. And the cruelest part, Maori wouldn't even remember what he looked like. The sham confession that started it all. Falling asleep beside him on the grass during their first date. The fireworks they watched in Chapter 7, and that trembling kiss beneath the exploding lights. If Maori forgot, at least one person in the world still remembered those memories. But now, that person was gone too. Thinking of this, a wave of sorrow quietly welled up from the deepest part of Kana's heart. Her fingers trembled slightly as she turned to the next page. It was Toru Kamiya's funeral. Hino, unaware of the truth, had come with Izumi. A smiling portrait of Toru hung high at the front of the hall. And because Maori's memories reset every day, she didn't recognize him at all today. She had come only because her diary mentioned this funeral she should attend. But the moment she stepped through the doorway, Maori's expression changed. Her eyes widened. Tears began to spill uncontrollably. Her feet staggered backward on their own. Then, as though her whole body understood something her mind could not, she broke into sobs. Why? I don't remember him at all, but something is wrong, this feeling. Maori collapsed to her knees, hugging her own shoulders. And Kana, already on the verge of emotional collapse, could no longer hold back her own tears. The answer surfaced clearly in her mind. Her body remembered Toru before her memory ever could. Even if the brain forgets how to ride a bicycle, the body remembers. Even if she forgets every memory of Toru Kamiya, her body remembers that she loved him. Maori's breakdown was overwhelming. Izumi helped her out of the funeral hall, but even back home, she couldn't stop crying. Every morning afterward, she woke up, opened her diary, and discovered again that she had once loved someone she could no longer recall. And every morning, her heart shattered all over again. Under such unbearable circumstances, Izumi sought help from Toru's sister, the novelist Tamaki. A flashback appeared. Before his death, Toru had already foreseen this possibility. He knew he carried the same ticking time bomb that had taken his mother. All the way back in chapters 5 and 6, readers saw how his father collapsed after losing his wife, quitting jobs, shutting himself off, writing manuscripts he never dared to mail, until the family finally resolved years of emotional knots. With that precedent, of course Toru worried about what would happen to Maori if he died. And so, while still alive, Toru left behind his last request. As long as I don't appear in her diary, then, to her, I never existed. If that time truly comes, please erase me from Maori's life. Chapter 8, End. Seeing those 3 cold words, Kana felt her whole heart go numb. Toru, you thought of everything. You protected everyone. So why couldn't you beat your own heart? Kana slowly withdrew from the story's grip. There was no doubt anymore, this wasn't some twist Shirogane created out of nowhere. It had been foreshadowed from chapter 1 that Toru was already gone. But who would ever guess the male lead of a romance manga would die? Who would even consider such a possibility? And she couldn't help but think, Shirogane was the god of this world. Whether Toru lived or died, was entirely in Shirogane's hands. Kana admitted the story was beautiful and heartbreaking. But still, she couldn't stop feeling that Shirogane was the culprit behind all this suffering. Fueled by a mix of grief and anger, Kana grabbed her phone. She opened the Amatsukage Weekly official forum. And froze. The entire front page was flooded with condemnation. Post after post attacking Shirogane, far harsher than Kana had even imagined. 47 Insults and Achievements. What genius manga artist. This is how a genius makes manga. Why did it have to be this sad? Wouldn't it have been better to let the story stay gentle and peaceful? My stomach literally hurts. I sat frozen on my sofa for 10 minutes before remembering to open the official site. Shirogane-sensei, is your heart made of steel? 5 centimeters per second was already painful, but tonight goes even further. This chapter made me cry so hard. I feel sick from how sad it was. Shirogane-sensei, why did you write the plot like this? Couldn't it have been a warm family story? But honestly, we can't blame Shirogane-sensei completely. Looking back, the setup was there from chapter 1. Even the title hinted at it. None of us wanted to think in that direction. Who would imagine something like this? Toru's mother had congenital heart disease and it's hereditary. Who besides a med student would jump to that conclusion? I am a med student, and yeah, I suspected it when chapter 4 mentioned congenital heart disease. But since Shirogane-sensei is a high schooler, I assumed she wouldn't use a setup this complicated, so I kept quiet. Turns out she really planned it. It's killing me. I can't even eat right now. Is there any chance of a twist later? A twist? After a funeral chapter? Be serious. Then what happens next? How do you continue a romance manga when the male lead is dead? Who knows what Shirogane-sensei is thinking anymore? Hey, who was it that said 5 centimeters per second would remain Shirogane-sensei's saddest work forever? Whoever said that, come out. So next week the story goes back to chapter 1's timeline, right? Maori's condition improves and she starts remembering. Is the rest of the manga going to be about Maori slowly regaining memories of Toru? Oh no, that's even more painful. Since the journal was released early this morning, the number of reader discussion posts about tonight on the official forum was significantly higher than for other manga. Misaki kept scrolling through the forum. The thread count discussing tonight was several times higher than any other series in the issue. But as she scrolled, none. Dozens of posts. And not a single complaint aimed at the story, the pacing, Maori Hino, Toru Kamiya, or the manga's structure. Every bit of anger was directed only at the author, Shirogane. Readers said the plot was sad, painful, heartbreaking. But not that the manga was bad. Which meant, readers accepted the story. They were grieving, but they weren't rejecting the work. Misaki's tension slowly faded. This was good. Very good. Toru's death had been foreshadowed everywhere. Chapter 1's disappearance, hereditary illness, his mother's identical fate, his pre-recorded message. Readers weren't angry because the plot was unreasonable, they were angry because it hurt them. The best kind of anger a romance manga can generate. All resentment landed on Shirogane, not the manga. Which meant, no popularity collapse. In fact, emotional shock often increased reader votes. That afternoon, after Rei returned from school, he refreshed the Amatsukage weekly forum. Criticism of Shirogane-sensei filled the site from top to bottom. He smiled faintly. He had expected this. Even in his previous life, when he read the original version of Tonight, even if the world disappears tomorrow, the author had been cursed online for this. But what happened after the storm of criticism? People still loved the work. There are countless fans who curse Gen Urobuchi, yet who would ever hate Madoka Magica or Fate/Zero just because the writer is cruel? Yoshihiro Togashi has been cursed for 20 years, but the moment Hunter x Hunter updates, every one of those people comes running back. Rei understood this very well. Those who scolded him the most fiercely were, in truth, the readers who cared the deepest. Their anger meant they were emotionally invested. That was why Misaki feared a potential collapse in popularity after Chapter 8 of Even If This Love Disappears Tonight, while Rei remained completely calm. Creating a controversial romance twist is always a gamble. A tightrope, with the abyss beneath. But Rei wasn't gambling blindly. He already knew that in his previous world, this story had been accepted by audiences. He had big data validation from another lifetime backing him up. This was why Rei, a 16-year-old newcomer, could remain calmer than Misaki, a veteran editor. And the results proved him right. The new poll results of Even If This Love Disappears Tonight came out. And the number was even higher than last week's 9,000. 10,368 votes. Still in third place, but only 700 votes behind Youth Rhythm, 11,025 votes. About 2,200 votes behind Labyrinth Detective Agency, the One series, 12,652 votes. It became the third series in Amatsukage Weekly to break 10,000 votes this year. Once these results were posted internally, the entire editorial floor of Hashimori Publishing Group was stirred. Not because the result itself was world-shattering, but because of the author. Most readers didn't know who Shirogane was. But everyone in the editorial department did. Rei Kirishima. Age, 16. Second-year high school student. A true wild newcomer, not scouted, not trained, who had never even entered a rookie contest. And his manga had held a top 3 position for 2 straight weeks. The editors suddenly started to whisper, "Isn't this insane for someone his age? Give him time, and he might surpass other young stars." Hashimori hasn't produced a major young manga star in years, this is it. Indeed, Hashimori Publishing had not developed a breakout young talent in a long time. The industry had mocked them for years, calling them a company living off its aging legends. But now, with Rei's results, that might change. That afternoon, Han Isumi, the editor-in-chief of Hashimori's manga division, the same man who worked with Misaki's late mother for 12 years, called Misaki directly. He skipped all pleasantries. His deep, steady voice came through the line. "Misaki, this manga artist publishing as a shirogane, what is his situation? Read 30+ chapters ahead at p@rayon.com/c/ashnoir. 48. Inquiry and Invitation. The editorial division of Hashimori Publishing Group was structured with one editor-in-chief and 6 division directors. Each director oversaw a specific magazine line. The editor-in-chief, Han Isumi, was not only the highest authority managing the entire editorial department, he was also the editor-in-chief of Dream Comic, the company's flagship magazine with a terrifying weekly circulation of 16 million. His job was to track the performance of Dream Comics serializations, but also to monitor promising rising works in the company's second and third-tier magazines. Because in truth, every standout talent in those lower-tier magazines was a potential future author of Dream Comic. Months ago, when Rei submitted Even If This Love Disappears Tonight to both Mirage Comics and Amatsukage Weekly, Mirage's director had rejected it outright. But the director of Amatsukage Weekly recognized its potential immediately and accepted it. Originally, the weekly circulation of Amatsukage and Mirage had been nearly identical, both hovering around 2.5 million, with at most a difference of a few tens of thousands. Now, after weeks of viral discussions about the mysterious manga artist Shirogane, Han Isumi sensed a shift coming. "Editor-in-chief Han, I'm not sure what you're referring to." Misaki's hand trembled slightly as she held her phone, but her voice stayed steady. "I'm asking, as Shirogane's editor, what do you think of him?" Han paused before adding, "And it's Saturday. We're off the clock. Don't talk to me like staff, call me what you used to." Misaki blinked. "Old man Han. It's Uncle Han, Misaki. You're an adult now, show some respect," he sighed. Rei Kirishima, Misaki, exhaled lightly, dropping the teasing tone. "He's a genius. Better than your sister?" Han asked bluntly. He had always kept an eye on the Yukishiro sisters, daughters of an old friend. He would help when he reasonably could, but the sisters rarely needed it. Especially Miyu, whose talent rivaled even their mother's. With proper growth, she could become extraordinary. But this Shirogane, he had never heard of him before Misaki discovered him. Debuting in June with 5 centimeters per second, and now, by November, already topped Sakura Iro Weekly. Now serializing a second hit in Amatsukage Weekly, top 3 for 2 consecutive weeks. With a very real chance of taking one before it ends. If that happened, a newcomer debuting and topping 2 different magazines within half a year would be ridiculous. Misaki hesitated, but answered honestly, "Better than my sister." Even saying it aloud made a knot tighten in her chest. Han wasn't satisfied. What about compared to Takeda, Amamiya, and the other young stars of the industry? Those were the golden youth, prodigies who debuted in high school or university and were now top-tier authors. Maybe their storywriting didn't surpass the old masters, but their fame certainly did. Misaki didn't dodge the question. She took a breath. "I believe Shirogane's future achievements will surpass all of theirs." That was her true belief. Before the results of Chapter 7 and 8 of Even If This Love Disappears Tonight, she had a sliver of doubt. But now, that doubt was gone completely. At the very least, Rei's grasp of manga market instincts and reader psychology had already surpassed Misaki's. On the other end of the call, Han fell silent. After a long pause, he finally spoke again. "This manga artist, Shirogane, if he has any new concepts after this series wraps up." He paused. "Tell him to speed up his creative cycle." Misaki's hand tightened instinctively. "Most likely around January or February next year, 1 or 2 serializations in Dream Comics will end. There will be open slots." His tone lowered, calm but decisive. "You may tell him to submit a new work at that time." And with that, Han hung up, offering no further explanation. In the quiet living room of the Yukishiro family villa, Misaki stood still, her expression complicated. Normally, Even if a manga in Amatsuki's weekly hit first place, Han would never personally call about such a matter. Dream Comics did not need to recruit new talent. Its open slots were coveted by elite manga artists across Japan. But, Rei was only 16, a true discovered prodigy. And his achievements already matched the exact profile the Hashimori group had been longing to cultivate. Sis. Mayu emerged from the corner of the room, her expression tangled with amazement and resignation. The villa was quiet enough that she had heard everything. Rei is incredible, she exhaled. He's about to serialize in Dream Comics. Mom only entered Dream 4 years after debuting. It's not guaranteed yet, Misaki reminded her. He still has to pass the serialization council. And even if he submits, approval isn't certain. But Mayu shook her head softly. I just have this feeling. As long as he gets into the room, any work he submits will pass. She let out a helpless, slightly bitter laugh. Sis, you're an editor, you don't understand the pressure of being his peer and classmate. Misaki gives a hard truth. Don't keep staring at others, Misaki said. The new manga that failed at the last serialization meeting, you're submitting it again to Amatsuki's Weekly this week. Mayu's eyes brightened instantly. Misaki continued. Even if this love disappears tonight is ending soon. Next Monday, Amatsuki will choose its successor. If you want this slot, polish your plot and your art. And if you actually get serialized, be diligent. Don't make me chase you every week. Her voice softened only slightly. Rei, regardless of talent, has never missed a manuscript deadline, not once. Mayu winced. You said before that your new manga would compete with his. But his serialization is finishing, and you still haven't secured a slot. She paused intentionally before adding. And the slot you're aiming for might even be the one freed after he steps down. You need to take this seriously. Mayu explodes. Sis. That's way too harsh. What do you mean, a slot he leaves behind? Like it's some kind of throne. She puffed up defensively. I'm fighting for serialization with my own strength. Seeing her sister's healthy burst of indignation, Misaki allowed herself a small smile. If Mayu still had the energy to complain, then she hadn't lost her spirit. 49. All parties. A new work. Rei hung up the phone. The information Misaki had just given him was honestly shocking. Between January and February next year, Dream Comics, the flagship magazine of Hashimori Publishing, would have opened serialization slots, and he, Rei Kirishima, might even qualify to submit. Rei knew exactly how rare this was. For a magazine like Dream Comics, serialization slots almost never open. Any manga that gets in stays as long as the artist can keep it alive. Authors with million-copy volumes earn absurd amounts, entering one of the top 6 magazines' financial freedom in Japan's manga world. Rei rubbed his forehead hard. But I haven't remembered a single long work from my past life. This is torture. He sighed. Well, these things can't be forced. Maybe if I sleep on it, something will come back. The weekend ended quickly, and Monday arrived. The moment Rei entered the classroom, he heard Hana and Yui loudly ranting about Shirogane-sensei. Shirogane-sensei is too cruel. Does she even have a heart? I don't dare read chapter 9, she's going to destroy me. Did she get dumped by her boyfriend and decided to take revenge on society? From the side, Mayu couldn't resist teasing them. You two were the ones who swore you'd be Shirogane's fans for life. That didn't last long. We're not hating her. Rina insisted. This is critique. Critique. But the manga's fate is sealed. Toru is gone. I just hope Shirogane-sensei handles the aftermath well, and doesn't make it even more painful. Hana sighed, chin on her hand, gaze drifting out the window toward Rei. If she tortures us again, Mayu, Yui, Rei, you and I will all go to Shirogane's account and critique her. Mayu could hardly keep from laughing. When the time comes, be sure to call me and Rei. Rei is the best at criticizing Shirogane. Rei shot her a deadpan glare. The results for the Amatsuki weekly serialization meeting were posted. Mayu's new series won by a razor-thin margin and would begin serialization right after tonight, even if this love disappears from the world ended. That night, Mayu dragged Rei and Misaki out, and the three celebrated in downtown Tokyo. Mayu's 2 manga assistants came as well. When the assistants learned Rei was the Shirogane who had shaken the Hashimori group, their eyes almost fell out. You're that Shirogane-sensei. You're in the same class as Mayu-chan. What, is this school cursed with geniuses? We've drawn manga for 10 years and still can't get serialized, but this one middle school has 2 monster-level prodigies. Teacher Shirogane, living in Tokyo is brutal. If you ever need assistance, please remember us. After the party ended, they exchanged contacts with Ray. Mayu immediately grew anxious. Don't you dare steal my assistance. I barely meet deadlines as it is. If they go to your side, I'll never forgive you. Ray laughed. I wouldn't do that. Anyway, a weekly manga. I can handle it alone. If school didn't eat up half my time, I could update 2 chapters a week. Misaki. Mayu. Is that something a human says? On Thursday, articles about Shirogane, the high school prodigy, began appearing all over the internet. Manga critics, industry veterans, major news outlets. Even people who had never noticed Ray before were suddenly analyzing tonight, even if this love disappears from the world. Ray froze. Media had reported on him before, but never at this scale. Is this the work of Hashimori Publishing? And indeed, inside the publishing headquarters, the editorial staff immediately understood what was happening. Although most of Hashimori Publishing Group's promotional resources were normally reserved for hit series running in Dream Comics, the company would occasionally support promising talent in the second-tier magazines. But tonight, even if This Love Disappears from the World was a short manga, its commercial potential was limited, not enough to justify this level of attention. However, its author, Shirogane, was different. The editorial department clearly had its eyes on her. Meanwhile, Shido, editor-in-chief of Mirage Weekly, who had rejected tonight during the submission stage, was suffering. Especially when he saw Director K from the same department smiling faintly at him as she left work, as if mocking him, his blood pressure shot up. Last week, the magazines they managed were already separated by tens of thousands in circulation. And now the company had officially started promoting a manga artist he had turned away. This felt like humiliation. No, tonight's story is controversial. Maybe this week is the beginning of its collapse, Shido muttered to comfort himself. The new issue of Amatsukage Weekly hit shelves. And this week's chapter of Tonight continued the flashback from the previous chapter, told entirely from Izumi's perspective. With the help of Hino's parents, Izumi sneaked into Hino's room in the dead of night. Together, they secretly took her diary, scanned it, typed it into a digital format, and then erased every trace of Toru. Every date, every shared moment, the fireworks scene, every smile, every memory, all replaced with stories of Hino spending time with her friend, Izumi. Panels showed Toru's silhouette dissolving into fragments with each deletion. And when she finished rewriting the diary, Toru disappeared completely from Hino's life. Only Izumi was left crying silently in the dark, clutching the USB drive. Because from now on, Hino would not remember Kyugai. But Izumi would remember everything. Every smile. Every kiss. Every moment the two lovers shared. Hino forgot. But Izumi could never forget. After Toru's death, time moved forward. We return to the present, the timeline from Chapter 1. Hino, having forgotten Toru entirely, found a dusty sketchbook in a cabinet gap. It was a portrait she once drew of Toru. She stared at the face of the stranger and asked Izumi who he was. Izumi lied, a model you once sketched at school. But one afternoon, when Izumi opened Hino's bedroom door, she froze. Hino was hunched over her desk, drawing silently. Drawing him, portraits of the same young man filled the room, dozens, hundreds. All Toru. The final page of Chapter 9 showed this haunting scene. No text, just the image. Yet every reader understood. This was muscle memory. Toru had once told her, if normal knowledge won't stick, then learn a skill the body won't forget. Her mind had lost him, but her hands hadn't. She didn't know why she kept drawing him. She didn't recognize his face. But she couldn't stop. Hino looked up at Izumi with a small, gentle smile. Izumi, wait just a minute, I don't know why, but I keep drawing this person. I'm almost done. That final panel, Hino smiling with calm innocence, surrounded by hundreds of portraits of the boy her brain forgot but her heart remembered, stabbed straight through the hearts of millions of readers. Read 30+ chapters ahead at rayon.com/c/ashnoir. 50, single volume release. Hino's soft, smiling sketch on the final page became the last image readers saw that week. She didn't know why she drew him. She only knew she had to. The drawing technique she had trained, because of Toru's encouragement, let her hands recreate the boy she had forgotten. Her mind erased him, but her body remembered him perfectly. Instinct turned into portraits. Tonight had moved slowly from the very beginning, but that slow pace stored emotion like pressure in a valve. Chapter 9 was when everything finally burst. After Chapter 8, readers were full of regrets and fury toward Shiragane's cruel setup. Why congenital heart disease? Why couldn't Toru just live? But after Chapter 9, readers weren't angry anymore, they were just crying. A heavy, aching sadness lingered in their chests. Even breathing felt difficult. Shiragane-sensei, how could she do this? I was supposed to go out tonight. I cried my makeup off. My heart feels numb after reading it. I thought last chapter was the peak of suffering, but this one hurts even more. How did Hino even remember Toru's face enough to draw him? It was in Chapter 1. She found his old sketchbook wedged in a cabinet crack. If Izumi hadn't returned her real diary, she would have never rediscovered him. And after seeing that sketchbook, she just couldn't stop. Exactly. Her body remembered him. Only her memory didn't. Toru didn't disappear from her life, he just lived somewhere deeper. I'm fine, really, just that the last page of Chapter 9 made me freeze. My older brother, a full-grown guy, read it with red eyes. I laughed at him for like half a day. Shiragane, please stop torturing us. Did you see the announcement? Tonight ends in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. The male lead is dead. Of course it's ending. This manga is practically Hino's coming-of-age story now. But still, I can't accept it. Can Shiragane just resurrect Toru next week? Resurrect? What is this, Shonen Jump? I don't care, just bring him back. Another week of suffering, and I still have to vote for tonight. God, I'm such a masochist. Same. I hate Shiragane, but I love Toru and Izumi too much. Amatsukage Weekly should open a poll for most hated author. Shiragane would win in 1 second. No competition. The volume release is in 2 days, sigh. I hope Shiragane adds extra content. At least show Toru's thoughts before he died. Something. Anything. You demon. I don't want to cry all over again. I will cry all over again. That's the problem. By noon, the Tonight discussions dominated the entire Amatsukage forum. Fans of other series just stared in disbelief. What is wrong with these people? They insult the author, they cry, they still vote for the series. Are they schizophrenic? The chaos lasted until late night. Then Saturday finally arrived. Rei woke up early, unable to sleep, and went straight into morning exercise. Meanwhile, Misaki and Miyu were already up before 7. Both in pajamas, both standing in the living room, both equally awkward. Although the two sisters didn't speak, both clearly knew they were thinking about one thing, the new ranking of Tonight. Misaki, of course, had to care as the editor. And Miyu, while she wanted Rei to lose to her, she absolutely refused to let him lose to anyone else. If possible, she wanted him to dominate Amatsukage Weekly. Misaki also understood something else. Editor-in-Chief Han had told her Rei could submit to Dream Comic next year, but being allowed to submit and actually passing the serialization meeting were two entirely different things. A manga artist's odds shoot up when their previous work performed extremely well. If Tonight could land second place, or even first, before ending, Rei's competitors wouldn't be able to rely on reputation or seniority to push him out in the serialization meeting. 9 o'clock arrived, and so did their breakfast delivery. While eating, Misaki's phone buzzed with a new email. Seeing Misaki scrolling silently, Miyu felt her heart tighten in her chest. Did the stats come out? She asked, cautious. Misaki stared at her screen for a moment, then finally said. It rose to second place. Youth Rhythm got 10,689 votes, and Tonight got 12,856. What about first place? How many did Labyrinth Detective Agency get? 12,908. Misaki sighed softly. So close, only 52 votes short. Miyu instantly understood why her sister had been silent. If they'd been far from first, Misaki wouldn't have reacted. But losing by a tiny margin like this? That was enough to make anyone grind their teeth. I should have bought 53 extra copies myself and voted for Rei, Miyu muttered in frustration. You're a professional manga artist, Misaki scolded. Don't even think that way. Besides, the company checks multiple data points. if you tried something shady, it could actually harm Ray. If you win cleanly. If you lose cleanly. And Ray still has 2 more weeks left to fight. But halfway through her lecture, Misaki suddenly noticed Miyu's fingers tapping rapidly. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Messaging Ray," Miyu said without shame. "If we're depressed, the main culprit should be too." Across town, Ray received Miyu's angry message, stared at it for a second, and then smiled. He replied with just one line. "Next week, I will win." Ray didn't linger on the ranking. After texting Miyu, he logged into his author account and posted the same message on his socials. Because tomorrow, the first printed volume of Tonight, will finally be released. This novel is uploaded by Fanfic Novels. Please support me via Patreon.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.